Hello, let me give you spoiler Aizen vs Shy Guy and Otsutsuki God vs SCP God, etc. And like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. 3 days ago, Grandmaster Da Ma broke through the King Realm and became the 12th King Realm Overlord of the Yan Kingdom. Let us congratulate the Penguin Group. The ruler of the Pantheon, God King Zeus killed a top king beast in North America, and it is said that it destroyed thousands of miles of land, showing the shocking power of a half-emperor. The number one powerhouse in the Yan Kingdom, martial god Kang Tianyu, has broken through the Emperor Realm and became the world's first Emperor Realm powerhouse. It is heard that the other half-emperor overlords of the Earth Federation are already preparing to break through. Watching the shocking news broadcast on TV, Jiang Cheng's face was very exciting, and he was even a little stunned. It never occurred to him that he would travel through time after just sleeping. What's more, it's still traveling to an extremely terrifying parallel world where the spiritual energy is revived. Hundreds of years ago, the Earth underwent a shocking change, and the spiritual energy revived and came to the world. Not only did the volume increase by more than 1,000 times, but 12 heavenly gates descended, connecting to other worlds, and various terrifying beasts and monsters appeared. For a time, the world was in chaos, and the era of catastrophe came. Fortunately, the technology of the countries on Earth has not failed. Under the alliance of the 5 hooligans, the Earth Federation was established, and all countries joined hands to barely survive the early stage, relying on scientific and technological weapons, and obtained the power system that spread from the Tianmen. Thus, the extraordinary appeared, the mighty power belonged to oneself, and the era of personal power supremacy came. Under the leadership of human beings one after another, human beings were able to fight against other world creatures such as terrifying beasts and monsters in the Gate of Heaven, and established many cities. This start is a bit difficult. Jiang Cheng couldn't help feeling a little bitter, feeling helpless in his heart. Now he is just a common martial arts school student, who is about to graduate, with average qualifications and background. If nothing else, he was just a common warrior after graduation. A warrior, in this kind of world where gods and demons are rampant, is cannon fodder. Among other things, if a fierce beast attacked the city at random, he might die. This start, I have to say, was very difficult. I don't know if I have a cheat. Of course, Jiang Cheng has not given up yet, and has some expectations in his heart. After all, as a time traveler, how can there be no cheat? Ding, the containment system of the heavens is activated. The containment system of the heavens? What is this stuff? Jiang Cheng's eyes widened, and he was a little surprised and uncertain. Ding! Soon, a lot of information about the containment system of the heavens poured into Jiang Cheng's mind, making him realize. The so-called containment system of the heavens is to allow him to spread the information of the contained objects to the heavens and all worlds, and to store the contained objects. In this way, the system will endow the host with the ability to contain objects. And letting more people in the heavens and worlds know about the containment objects and the abnormal containment foundation will allow him to obtain various generous rewards. The more attention the containment video arouses, the corresponding rewards he can get. The more attention he receives, the better his rewards, and even, he may reach the sky in one step. Hiss, good stuff. Jiang Cheng gasped and was overwhelmed with surprise. If this is done properly, he can reach the sky in one step and become a god directly. Open the material library. The next moment, a blue light curtain appeared in front of his eyes out of thin air, and the blue light curtain keyboard stretched out in midair. The screen of light in the void began to appear. Optional materials, animation world, martial arts world, game world, film and television world, fantasy world, prehistoric world. The world of the original god, the world of ghosts, the world of Shinigami, the world of Dragon Ball, the world of swords, the world of Marvel, the world of fighting spirit, the master of the thousand, one leaf covering the sky, the perfect world. The appearance of one world after another made Jiang Cheng a little dazzled, and while he was overwhelmed, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. He didn't expect that there was even such a terrifying fantasy world as perfection. What if the 3 heavenly emperors are contained and their abilities obtained? What kind of heavenly gate, what kind of god? I'm afraid it can be easily destroyed by a little coercion. Don't worry, the existence of containment should be done step by step. Besides, now I want to contain the 3 heavenly emperors, and I am looking for death. Jiang Cheng quickly calmed down. With his current ability, it is impossible to contain the 3 heavenly emperors. You know, that is an existence of transcendence level, a Xeon existence that is countless times more terrifying than the ultimate infinite multiverse level powerhouse. Even if you look at the entire heavens and worlds, that is the most top group of existences. Now, although he has awakened the containment system, and initially controlled some contained objects, he has the ability to contain some existences. But wanting to contain existences of this level is simply wishful thinking. Well, with my current ability, the object of containment can't be too strong, it's better to have a fatal weakness, and the ability is just right for me. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng turned his attention to the material library. After scanning for a while, his eyes lit up and he selected one of the characters. It's you. The first material character to contain and expose. Ghost King Ghost Dance Tsuji Wumi. Jiang Cheng is still very optimistic about the Ghost King's ability. Possessing the characteristic of immortality, even the most terrible trauma can be recovered in an instant. Not to mention strength, it is enough for him to initially have the ability to protect himself in this world. Most importantly, the Ghost King has the most fatal weakness. That is the fear of sunlight, which can greatly reduce the difficulty of containment. As for whether he will have the same weakness after gaining his ability, Jiang Cheng is not worried at all. Without him, because he has a solution. That is the blue other shore flower. Jiang Cheng couldn't help laughing when he thought that the blue bana flower, which the Ghost King had been looking for thousands of years, would actually bloom during the day. Finally finished the first batch. After several days of editing, Jiang Cheng couldn't help exhaling, and on his pale face, a pair of eyes sparkled. Editing footage is no easy task. The system will provide the character's life experience as material, which is different from the short background or setting of animation and games, but a real life. For example, Giwutsuji has lived for 1,000 years in the world of Demon Slayer alone. How long is his life? It is not an ordinary difficulty to edit out his abilities and some experiences in this long life. If it weren't for the help of the system, which allowed him to quickly choose in the long life, I'm afraid he would have been washed away into another person by the Ghost King's long life. But even so, it took him several days to complete the first batch of inventory videos. If he was not a quasi-warrior now, constitution is far beyond ordinary people, and he would not have been able to persist. Ding! The video was successfully published. Soon, as the sound of the system came out, the first batch of exposure videos were released to the heavens and the world. Chapter 2. All Heavens and All Worlds. At the same time as the system sounded, the entire heavens and worlds changed. In the world of Ghost Slayer, it is located in a place full of Japanese-style houses. Incarnate as Wu Mi with long black hair, dressed in a black Japanese kimono, and with an extremely beautiful face, she stared at the 5 ghosts in front of her without expression. Compared with her beautiful face, Kime's red eyes and oppressive aura are extremely incompatible. However, just as Wu Mi stared at the 5 Xiaxian ghosts with cold eyes and was about to speak, a strange color suddenly flashed in his eyes. Not only him, but also the 5 string ghosts kneeling on the ground, and even the Peepa girl who was controlling the house in the distance also showed surprise. You guys also saw the so-called video footage. Looking at the stock-taking video that suddenly appeared in his mind, Wu Mi couldn't help but glanced at the 5 Xiaxian ghosts. When he noticed that they were abnormal, he couldn't help frowning and asked. His first reaction to the video image that suddenly appeared in his mind was to panic. You know, how terrifying is the strength of the visitor to be able to put such things in his mind without anyone noticing. Fortunately, as a Ghost King, he has lived for thousands of years, so he still has a judgment on whether things are dangerous. The video image that suddenly appeared in his mind didn't make him feel any sense of crisis, but it still made him a little surprised. And as subordinates, the 5 Xiaxian ghosts also had the same reaction, which forced him to ask and investigate this strange change. Yes, Lord Wu Mi. Compared to Wu Mi's astonishment, the five-string ghosts were obviously a little nervous, and there was even a little fear in their voices, a little afraid of this sudden and strange change. However, due to their innate fear of Wu Mi, they did not dare to ask. Hearing this, Wu Mi's frown not only didn't loosen, but frowned even more, with a little uneasiness in his heart. This sudden change made him, the Ghost King who has lived for thousands of years, somewhat incomprehensible, beyond his cognition. Just like that man back then. At this moment, not only Wu Mi and them, but all the creatures in the Ghost Slayer world saw the video in their minds. Hey, what is this? Why is there a light curtain in my mind? And there is a picture. Tanjiro Kamado, who was recuperating in the butterfly house of the Demon Slayer squad, couldn't help being surprised by the picture that suddenly appeared in his mind. And my wife Zenitsu and Ziwei Inashuk beside me couldn't help screaming, their eyes widened, and they were full of disbelief at the picture that appeared in their minds. Not only them, but also the pillar-level powerhouses who were holding an emergency meeting, couldn't help but feel a commotion. I'm afraid this is Wu Mi's conspiracy. What they don't know, however, is that it's not just their world. All the existences in the animation world, film and television world, martial arts world, game world, and even the fantasy world and the prehistoric world all saw this video in their minds at this moment. A force that cannot be understood by any existence put this picture into the minds of all existences in the heavens and the world at the same time, making the heavens and the worlds all connected together at this moment. This change caused commotion in all the worlds, some were surprised, some were doubtful, some were fearful, and some even delusionally deduced the existence behind the video with supreme power. Almost all existences are extremely afraid of the video images that appear in their minds, the eye-catching signs displayed on the images, and even the name of the Abnormal Containment Foundation. Without him, this situation is completely beyond their cognition. In the heavens and worlds, in the world of Shinigami, Aizen Sosuke, who was sitting upright on the throne of Suyegang, had a faint smile on his face at the moment. However, the next moment, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his handsome and elegant face. Although it was perfectly covered up in the next second, the faint smile on his face disappeared. What organization is this symbol, and this so-called Abnormal Containment Foundation? As a genius with a super high IQ, although Aizen was amazed by the picture that suddenly appeared in his mind, he didn't take it too seriously. On the contrary, great interest and suspicion emerged for the logo and name in the picture. Obviously, just by the logo and name, he can tell that the so-called video was created by the owner of the Abnormal Containment Foundation. The most important thing is that he also didn't notice any danger from this picture, even the Hogyaku in his body didn't look strange at all. This is the real reason for his peace of mind. However, regarding the video footage and organization that appeared on the eve of the war, he still became suspicious instinctively, and wanted to find out the situation so that he could feel at ease. The heavens and the world, in the Marvel movie world. There is still one day before the Thanos army arrives on Earth. Anomaly Containment Foundation. Located in the boundless cosmic starry sky, in a huge battleship, Thanos wearing gold armor is sitting on a huge throne at this moment. On Purple's face, his eyes can't help but wrinkle, and his face is a little dignified. Faced with the sudden appearance of the video screen and the organization that appeared in the screen, he was instinctively puzzled, even apprehensive. Now, he is going to the Earth to collect infinite gems and snap his fingers to make a wish to annihilate half of the universe, but he doesn't want any accidents on the way. In the world of the heavens and the world, one leaf covers the sky. Rumble. Located above the major restricted areas of Zandi Seeing, countless world-exterminating thunders roared down, and terrifying spiritual thoughts awakened, intertwined over the major restricted areas, causing the entire world to be in turmoil, creating various worlds. Vision. This scene shocked all the major forces near the restricted area. Even the great saint-level powerhouses and even quasi-emperor-level existences all looked at each other in blank dismay, horrified in their hearts. The Abnormal Containment Foundation? What kind of organization is this? Why can't I deduce even the slightest trace with my ability? In the Undead Mountain, a dull voice sounded. Although the voice was not loud, it shook the entire restricted area. It can be seen that the owner of the voice is terrible. Hehe, Stone Emperor, I didn't expect that even you couldn't deduce it. It seems that this so-called Anomaly Containment Foundation has an extraordinary origin. At this time, an abrupt voice sounded from another restricted area. Although there was a chuckle, it made the heart chill. Shangsu, you have also awakened? It seems that not only you, but all the existences in the restricted area have awakened. Hearing this, the being known as the Stone Emperor responded, apparently knowing the owner of the voice, and revealed his identity in one go. And following the movement of the Stone Emperor's divine thoughts, he noticed all the changes in the forbidden areas of the Emperor buried star one by one, and he knew the current situation. Yet, all the existences in the restricted area have awakened, and they also haven't deduced the existence behind this organization. Even, I worked together with several fellow Taoists to deduce, but I couldn't detect the slightest trace. If we didn't expect it, these methods should be performed by the existence above the Emperor, that is, the real immortal. At this moment, with the voice of the Lord of Shangsu, the Stone Emperor in the Undead Mountain fell silent. And the conversation between the two was not covered up in the slightest. It was also noticed by the Supremes of other restricted areas, and then they fell silent collectively. Together with the vision of heaven and earth produced by the awakening of the original divine sense, they all solidified at this moment. Chapter 3. Just when countless beings in the heavens and worlds were amazed, a deep voice suddenly sounded from the video images in everyone's minds. The heavens and worlds have existed for endless years and have an incomparably long history. During these endless years, we as living beings have been in a period of ignorance, a period of darkness, and a state of half-knowledge about the heavens and worlds. We have been huddled in the dark, afraid of everything we don't understand. The birth of the world, the shattering of the universe, monks, ghosts, strange beasts, fruits, matter, blood, weirdness, gods, and demons. With the sound of this voice, the videos in the minds of all conscious beings moved accordingly, and pictures appeared one after another. That is the birth and destruction of the heavens and worlds, that is the initial appearance of each world, and it is also the end of each world's destruction. And in each world, there are all kinds of strange existences. There are high-ranking human monks standing between heaven and earth, like gods. There are extremely huge and strange beasts of mountains and seas standing between the heavens and the earth. There are ferocious ghosts, fruits that endow things with various powers, bright and dazzling gems, weird creatures, gods, and demons all over the sky. Then, countless creatures knelt down to those strange things, prayed and even longed for their power. So, we call them gods or demons, fear them, worship them, and yearn for them. And as their number decreases, our number increases. When we know more and more things, we have less fear and look at everything more rationally. However, the unexplainable things have not disappeared because of this. There are still many absurd and unbelievable things in the world that even scare us. However, we can no longer live in fear, nothing can protect us, then we will protect ourselves. Under the shocking eyes of countless beings in the heavens and worlds, in the picture, a small number of creatures with autonomous consciousness take the initiative to stay away from the masses, away from the greenhouse where they live, and face things that are difficult for the creatures to understand. Under the light of the heavens and the world, all kinds of creatures thrive. And in the dark, they fight those abnormalities, and block them in the dark, blocking them from the sight of the creatures. When the rest of the living beings are under the light, we must fight them in the dark. The picture changes, and in the endless darkness, pairs of eyes full of light emerge, looking at the bright creatures in the heavens and worlds. Then, they swore in a flat but extremely firm tone. We contain, we control, we protect. We are the Abnormal Containment Foundation. At this moment, when they saw this picture in their minds, countless viewers couldn't help being shocked, and felt an unconcealable passion rushing to their hearts. And the existence of some worlds made goosebumps all over my body, and I couldn't help but want to yell. After watching this video, most people have a general understanding of the mission of the Anomaly Containment Foundation. And the creatures in some worlds couldn't help but empathize with them. Such as the Ghost Slayer swordsman in the Ghost Slayer world, Shinigami in the Shinigami world, heroes in the One Punch world, Ultraman in the Ultra world, chivalrous men in the Wuxia world, some superheroes in the Marvel world, and SHIELD. Most of the people among them are carrying out similar actions, either destroying ghosts, or dying while eliminating virtual objects, or eliminating monsters. Isn't everything they do for the creatures living in the light? And just when many creatures resonated, on that pitch-black picture, a paragraph of words that any creature could understand appeared again. Top 10 Abnormal Containment Items. Top 10, Abnormal Containment Object Ghost King Ghost Danced Tsuji Wumi. FK. In the world of Ghost Slayer, when they saw the subtitles in their minds, the swordsman and even the ghosts of the Ghost Slayer team who knew Wumi couldn't help swearing, their eyes widened and they couldn't believe the subtitles in front of them. They never imagined that a name that made them both familiar and fearful would appear in this stock-taking video. There is no other, because it is the king of ghosts, the ghost they want to kill all their lives. Now, in this so-called inventory video, his name actually appeared, which made them shocked and horrified. Of course, while being shocked, the members of the ghost-killing squad couldn't help feeling excited, with hope in their hearts. If it is true what the Abnormal Containment Foundation said, wouldn't the Ghost King also be contained? Will the Ghost King who troubled them and plagued the entire world for thousands of years cease to exist? Really? Will Oni Wu Tsujimuchin really be contained? In the butterfly house, Tanjiro Kamado couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this scene, with a look of disbelief on his face. As for the horror of the Ghost King Giwutsuji, he knew it before. And his purpose of joining the ghost-killing team is to have the power to protect others and kill the Ghost King. Now, the sudden appearance of the Anomaly Containment Foundation has actually taken stock of the Ghost King, and is very likely to contain him. This is simply great news. Although he desperately wanted to kill Wu Mi with his own hands, he would be very happy if he could take Wu Mi away earlier. After all, if he was taken in earlier, fewer people in the world would be harmed. And the whole world has the hope of exterminating ghosts. If it's true, as the Anomaly Containment Foundation has said, they contain and control them flawlessly, then with our current strength, maybe we really have a chance to wipe out the ghosts. On the other side, Yasuya Yubayashiki, who was holding a pillar meeting, was also moved. He had always had a gentle and calm face, but now he couldn't help but become agitated, and his voice trembled a little. Not only him, but all the column-level powerhouses were equally moved. Even Tomioka Yoshiyuki, who always had a cold face, or the extremely gentle butterfly shinobi, or the strongest Yanzubai Minjai Xingming, their eyes widened at this moment, and their breathing couldn't help but become rapid. As pillar-level powerhouses, their mission is to protect human beings by killing ghosts. And as the source of all ghosts, the Ghost King Giwutsuji Wumi is the #1 ghost in their hearts that must be killed. To put it bluntly, most of these pillar-level powerhouses were harmed by ghosts, and finally embarked on this road of killing ghosts. Even if it's sacrificing their own lives, as long as they can kill Wu Mi, no matter if it's any one of them, or even pay the price of complete annihilation, they all want to kill Wu Mi. Now that the inventory video and the Anomaly Containment Foundation organization suddenly appeared in my mind, they actually want to contain the Ghost King Giwutsuji Wumi. This is simply a big surprise. If it is true, then they really have the hope of creating a world without ghosts in their lifetime. Chapter 4. But, does the Abnormal Containment Foundation really have such capabilities? Or, is the name that appears in the video really the innocent of our world? At this time, Yinzu Yuman Tianyuan spoke, and couldn't help frowning. And his words, like thunder, resounded in everyone's ears, awakening people, and then began to reflect. Yet, not sure how this video got into their heads though. But as it said, does this so-called Anomaly Containment Foundation really have the ability to contain Ghost Kings? Or in other words, is the name that appears in the video really the Wumi of their world? Maybe it's an existence with the same name and surname? Just read on, you'll know when you read on. At this time, Yuyamayashiki spoke up, calmed down completely, and then continued. Whether it is true or not, you can tell after reading it. If it is true, it is best, if it is not, it doesn't matter. No matter what, Giwutsuji Wumi must be eradicated. On the other side, when the column-level powerhouses were in doubt, Wumi, who was dressed in a kimono and turned into a woman's attire, was not calm. His face was full of shock, and an unprecedented chill and fear emerged in his heart. Without him, compared to the surprise and uncertainty of the column-level powerhouse. As the King of Ghosts, he can already be 100% sure that the name mentioned in the video is himself. This is intuition, innate intuition. Although I don't know how big the heavens and myriad worlds are, but as the King of Ghosts and named Ghost Wu Tsuji Wumi, it must be him. Soon, as the video in his mind changed again, some pictures appeared, which completely convinced Wumi that the Ghost King in the inventory video was him. There is no other, because what appears in the picture is exactly his changed appearance. What's more, even his current appearance and even his initial appearance were revealed one by one, making him shiver uncontrollably. It's really Wumi-sama. At this moment, when seeing the picture in his mind, whether it was the 5 lower string ghosts kneeling on the ground, or even the Peepa girl in the distance, or even the upper string ghosts far away in various places, they could not help but mutter to themselves. Although they are as skeptical as the column-level powerhouses, they don't even think that the existence in the video will be their Ghost King. But at this moment, they were convinced, and then they started to fear. Great, it's really miserable. In the butterfly house, when Tanjiro saw this scene, he couldn't help shouting in surprise, recognizing the changed appearance of Wuya before. And those pillar-level powerhouses also showed surprise expressions. At this moment, they were convinced that the person in the stock-taking video was Wumi. Although I don't know whether the abnormal containment foundation can really contain the Ghost King, but this is undoubtedly worthy of their joy. After all, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. It's just that, compared to the strong reactions of the members of the Ghost Slayer team and the ghosts in the Ghost Slayer world, the existence of other worlds is extremely indifferent. Huh? Is this the so-called Ghost King? It looks like that, but why is he a man at once, and a child at the same time? He also wears strange clothes. Tisk tisk tisk, this little face is really nice, and she has a strange figure. Ahem, should I say it or not, this Ghost King is quite handsome. As a face controller, I kind of like him. Kinkinkai, this so-called abnormal containment object is this thing? It doesn't feel like a big deal. What's the danger? Facing Wumi's appearance on the screen, creatures from other worlds didn't react too much, and even felt that it was ordinary, and they became suspicious of the anomalous containment foundation. In the minds of most audiences, this is a guy who is sometimes male and sometimes female. There are even some viewers who find it cute, and have a great sexual interest in the appearance of Wumi's incarnation. Of course, although the vast majority of the audience relaxed their vigilance, some audiences did not underestimate it. Because they don't think that the existence that can play videos in their minds will randomly take stock of some common existences. Since this Ghost King can be on the list, he must have something extraordinary. Located in the world of mortals, old Devil Han, who had just entered Chaotic Star Sea, looked at the scenes in the picture, not only did not feel the slightest bit of relaxation in his heart, but involuntarily retreated a certain distance. He is always on guard against mutations. If there is a mutation, he will use all kinds of life-saving methods first, and even teleport away from the chaotic sea of stars. Of course, compared to Lao Mohan's performance, the others seemed much calmer. Although they were a little vigilant, they didn't act too much. And at this moment, another change occurred on the screen. Lines of subtitles appeared on the screen, which contained information about Wumi. Abnormal containment object Ghost King Ghost Dance Tsuji Mumi. Object class, Euclid. Description: the Ghost King, the abnormal containment object, has survived for thousands of years, can change its posture, looks like a common human, and its body is unknown. Abilities: immortality, complete mimicry, high-speed regeneration, blood curse, makes humans change into ghosts, and has similar abilities. At this moment, when they saw this, countless viewers couldn't help but gasped, their hearts couldn't stop being shocked. Although most of the audience generally despise the appearance of the Ghost King. However, when seeing its survival time and ability, nearly 99% of the audience couldn't help being shocked. Without him, because it has survived for thousands of years, is immortal, has the ability of high-speed regeneration and blood curse. It is really terrifying. Survive for thousands of years, immortal and immortal, is there really such an existence in this world? Located in the Xianyang Palace, Qin Shuang Yingzheng, who had already swept across the 6 kingdoms to unify the Central Plains, couldn't help standing up at this moment, staring at the video screen with shortness of breath. You know, for him who swept the 6 countries and unified the Central Plains, his only goal now is to live forever. And the video that suddenly appeared in front of him, as well as the creatures in the inventory, actually possessed immortality and the ability to make human beings immortal. How could this not excite him? High-speed regeneration. In the world of martial arts, Yang Guo, who had just had his arm chopped off by Guo Fu, saw the introduction of abilities on the screen, and couldn't help but froze in place, feeling extremely longing in his heart. Ghost King? It's interesting, the ability is somewhat similar to Su, it's worth studying. In the world of Shinigami, Aizen, who is located in Sui Palace, smiled elegantly and became very interested in the King of Ghosts. It's interesting, I don't know how strong it is compared with my eternal family. In the Marvel Universe, Thanos frowned, watching this scene with great interest, and also became interested in the King of Ghosts. As the Eternal Clan, his strength is unquestionable, and he also has an immortal body. He is also very interested in this so-called immortal creature. Huh? Immortal, does this Ghost King have power comparable to that of an immortal? On the buried Emperor Star, almost all the supreme powerhouses in the major restricted life zones have the same thought at this moment, and thus feel fearful. For them, immortality can only be achieved by true immortals. Now the Ghost King in the inventory video actually uses the same ability, which has to make them suspect that he has the power comparable to a fairy. Even the Emperor, who is as proud as the Stone Emperor and as powerful as the god of the age of mythology, still has a dignified look on his face. Chapter 5. However, just when many audiences in the heavens and myriad worlds, and even the incomparably powerful existence, were astonished, the information that followed left them stunned. Character, cruel, with a hot temper, but also extremely timid, afraid of death, and has a great obsession with eternal life. Weakness, sunshine, beheaded by the sun wheel knife, data deleted, this weakness can be overcome. Alas, the Ghost King is also afraid of the sun. Doesn't this mean that he can only stay in the dark for a lifetime? Such a long life, don't worry about it. In Xianyang Palace, Yingzheng, who was already very excited, couldn't help sighing, no longer envious or longing for the Ghost King's ability. As an emperor, he really desires to live forever. But if the price is to be like a Ghost King, forever shrunk in the darkness, then he would rather not have this longevity. Without him, because he is the first emperor, and he is Yingzheng. If it looks like a human being, a ghost, then what's the fun of longevity? I thought the Ghost King was really invincible, but he still has weaknesses. I wonder if my Sun Fist can kill him. The world of Dragon Ball is located in Gaixianren's hut. Kellen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the information on the screen. Originally, he was still a little apprehensive and even afraid. After all, even Frisia couldn't live forever. But a Ghost King actually has such a terrifying ability, this is really terrifying. But fortunately, when he saw the weakness of the Ghost King, the fear in his heart was also reduced a lot. After all, he created the Sun Fist himself, which just restrained the opponent. Sunlun Saber? What kind of sword is that? I don't know how it compares to the Great Quaseo and the Supreme Quaseo. In One Piece world, Zoro, who is a fan of knives, immediately became interested when he saw the Sundial knife. Humph, is this the so-called Immortal Ghost King? That's all. In the world of Hokage, Uchiha Madara, who is located in the land of death, spoke, and couldn't help but sneered, feeling dismissive of this so-called Ghost King. It seems that we guessed wrong, this so-called Ghost King is not a fairy at all. In the forbidden zone of the Emperor Buried Star, an ancient supreme spoke. After seeing the Ghost King's character and weaknesses, he deduced that he was not a real immortal. Without him, because it is impossible for a real fairy to be afraid of the sun. Regarding this, the supreme beings in the remaining restricted areas were silent and did not respond. Obviously agreeing with the statement of the Supreme Being, he also didn't think that the Ghost King would be a fairy. Wu Mi has actually restrained the weakness of being beheaded by the Sun Wheel Saber. In the world of Ghost Slayer, the pillar-level powerhouses who were in the meeting all gasped, their faces becoming unsightly with the uncontrollable horror in their hearts. You know, the way they have been beheading ghosts for a long time is to behead them with a sun wheel knife and wipe them out completely. Now the inventory video actually shows that the Ghost King has restrained this weakness, which is simply raising the difficulty of killing the Ghost King by more than one level. Damn, this damn inventory video even knows my weakness of overcoming being beheaded by the sun wheel knife. On the other side, Wu Mi's complexion also became extremely ugly. On that delicate face, the veins continued to bulge, and a terrifying coercion suddenly swept in all directions, making it difficult to conceal the anger and fear in his heart. These words and actions directly panicked the 5 Xiaxian ghosts who were kneeling on the ground, sweating uncontrollably, and feeling more and more fearful in their hearts. You know, Wu Mi was originally angry, but now this action clearly shows that what the inventory video said is true. At this moment, they dare not touch Wu Mi's bad luck at all, and can only pray in their hearts, hoping that the Ghost King will not use them as a tool to vent his anger. Wind up, assemble! Fortunately, what made them breathe a sigh of relief was that Wu Mi just glanced at them and didn't pay much attention to them, but summoned the 6-string ghosts in his heart. Of course, they don't know all this. Yes, my lord Wu Mi. At this moment, the Shangxian ghosts who were far away all felt Wu Mi's call and responded and then set off on their way one after another. Obviously, they also understood the seriousness of the matter. Wu Mi summoned them this time, obviously to fight against the so-called abnormal containment foundation. And just as the 6 major windings were gathering towards the location of Wu Mi, the screen of the inventory video moved again. It was the screen of Wu Mi's birth. In the picture, an ancient and distant era is presented in front of the eyes of all audiences, and as the immortal king of ghosts, he was also born in the world as a dead baby. What surprised many viewers was that Wu Mi, who was in the state of a dead baby, relied on his obsession with survival, desperately climbed back from the gate of hell, and lived to be 20 years old. This scene shocked many viewers, shocked by their obsession to survive. They never imagined that Wu Mi, who was in such a state, would forcefully rely on his obsession, and thus forcefully live to be 20 years old, which is really amazing. In the perfect world, in a village located in the wilderness, the milk baby who had just reached the peak of the blood-moving state was stunned while eating animal milk while lifting a 100,000 Jin boulder, with a feeling of admiration emerging in his heart, meaning he admired Wu Mi's behavior from the bottom of his heart. There is no other, because he has had a similar experience, and like Wu Mi, he survived by relying on his obsession with life. Although I don't know how Wu Mi became the king of ghosts, nor how he harmed mankind, but at this moment, Milkman admires him from the bottom of his heart. However, just when audiences from all over the world felt admiration, the next scene made many audiences angry, including Milk Baby. In the picture, Wu Mi, who has been bedridden because of a terminal illness, is rescued by a kind doctor and develops a life-extending medicine for him. However, the side effects of the medicine made Wu Mi think that his condition was getting worse, so he killed the doctor in anger. BD. This scene made many viewers couldn't help scolding and feeling angry. In the face of a doctor who was kind enough to help him, Wu Mi unexpectedly killed him. It is simply too abominable. However, when the audience was angry, the mutation in Wu Mi horrified them again. Through the screen, it can be found that Wu Mi's body not only regained health, but also gained an immortal and stronger body, and began to yearn for human flesh and blood. Although the price is that as long as he is exposed to the sun, he will die, but there is no doubt that Wu Mi has become the king of ghosts and a terrifying monster. Chapter 6. Although the doctor is benevolent, he still has to choose the right target. Otherwise, not only will he not end up well, but he may even bring disaster to the world. In the world of strange doctors, Black Jack looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but shook his head, feeling regretful and embarrassing about what happened to that kind doctor. As a doctor, he admired that doctor's superb medical skills. What's more, the doctor's medical skills have far surpassed him, beyond his cognition. It's a pity that the doctor saved the wrong person. Not only did he end up in ruin, but he also gave birth to a generation of Ghost Kings. It's really embarrassing. Interesting, the Ghost King was born in this way. Is it just because of its constitution, or because of those medicines? Located in the Sui Palace, Aizen looked at the scene in front of him with great interest, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, a little curious about the reason for the birth of the Ghost King. Interesting, really interesting. In the world of pirates, Blackbeard couldn't help laughing, and drank the spirits in his hands one after another. He only thought it was very funny to kill the doctor without mercy. Damn Ghost King, I thought you were pitiful at first, but now it seems that you are simply a beast, and you shouldn't be allowed to live in this world. In the world of condor shooting, Guo Jing looked at this scene on the screen, couldn't stop the anger in his heart, and clenched his fists tightly, wishing to kill Wu Mi on the spot. In the heavens and the world, many viewers expressed different reactions to Wu Mi's behavior, some lamented, some were indifferent, some found it funny, and some felt angry. But there is no doubt that the vast majority of people are angry with Wu Mi, especially some characters with a sense of justice, and even want to kill Wu Mi. As for the protagonist, Wu Mi, his face was very gloomy at the moment, and Mayred's eyes were fixed on the screen, with regret in his heart. Of course, he didn't regret killing that doctor, but regretted that he didn't find the blue Bana flower through that doctor. Otherwise, I am afraid that the current him is truly invincible, and he does not need to be afraid of the sun at all, and has the power of eternal life in a real sense. Soon, under the watchful eyes of many viewers, the inventory video briefly introduced Wu Mi's experience of becoming the king of ghosts, and then quickly skipped. And as the picture keeps changing, some of Wu Mi's actions have also been exposed, not only killing people like hemp, but also turning countless human beings into ghosts, and even creating the cruel and terrifying 12 ghost moons. Especially the 6 ghosts who wound up, each of them impressed the audience. Hey Si Mao, who has 6 eyes and has mastered the breathing method of the moon. He likes to torture and kill women, a second best child who doesn't have the emotions that humans should have. Advocating the strong and hating the weak, the third-ranked Yuozuo who is constantly looking for opponents in order to become stronger. Sentenced to death, in order to survive, the fourth winding half-ten dog with distorted conceptions. Cruel and pervert, the fifth winding jade pot with baby hands on the side of the head. One body and 2 sexes, the sixth cord who was originally a brother and sister, the fallen princess and the Prstu Taro. The appearance of these 6 Shangxian ghosts shocked many viewers, because the images shown in the video were all of them brutally killing human beings. Damn ghosts, you actually hurt humans like this. Ghost King, Shangxian Ghost, 12 Ghost Moons, you are all doing well. In the world of Tianlong, Xiao Feng looked at the scenes in the picture, and anger surged in his eyes, wishing to slap those ghosts to death. Although I really don't want to admit it, but if the widow can obtain this ability and overcome the sun, the great Qin Empire may really last forever. In Xianyang Palace, Ying Zheng, who was watching the picture, couldn't help but speak. His heart was extremely longing for the Ghost King's ability. It can really turn humans into ghosts and give them such terrible power. This Ghost King must kill him. In the world of Dragon Ball, even Klin, who had experienced the Frisia incident, couldn't help but turn pale at this moment, horrified by this terrible scene. However, whether it is the so-called Winding Ghost or the Ghost King, they are all pitifully weak. Marvel Movie World, Thanos located in the battleship deep in the cosmic starry sky, gave an evaluation of Shangxian Gui and Ghost King Giwutsuji. In his eyes, these winding ghosts and even Ghost Kings are pitifully weak. Even the original interest was gone at this moment. If it wasn't for being unable to close the picture in his mind, he probably didn't want to watch it anymore. It's just ants. Although they have the characteristic of immortality, their strength is too much and too low. Putting such characteristics on them is really wasteful. In the restricted area of Zandi Xing's life, when he saw the scene about Shangxian Ghost and even the Ghost King's attack, Shi Huang couldn't help but speak, feeling contempt from the bottom of his heart. It never occurred to him that the existence with the characteristic of immortality was actually an ant of that level, which really annoyed him. Unfortunately, there is no way to capture it for research. Maybe we can research an alternative method of longevity. At this time, another restricted area supreme spoke, with a little regret in his tone. Obviously, he also didn't take the Ghost King seriously, and even regarded him as a creature that could be captured at will. In this regard, the existence of the remaining restricted areas did not have much words. But there is no doubt that they were extremely disappointed with the strength of the Ghost King. They did not expect that the existence they originally regarded as a fairy would be so weak. And just as the audience in the heavens and worlds were in an uproar, the ability and strength of the Ghost King were presented in the screen one by one, and then a man appeared. It was a man with a sunwheel knife hanging from his waist and a high ponytail in black and red. Dressed in fiery red and wearing sunflower paper earrings, her melancholy temperament attracted many viewers. Hey, the sunwheel knife, and the earrings, why are they exactly the same as mine? Located in the butterfly house, Tanjiro looked at the man who appeared in the video, and couldn't help being surprised, a little curious about his identity. Oops, he's all gone, run away. However, at the next moment, Tanjiro came to his senses and couldn't help shouting, hoping that the man in the picture would leave quickly, because he was about to bump into the King of Ghosts soon. Hey, who red's clothes, with red lines on his face, could it be that one? In the pillar-level conference room, when he saw the man in the picture, Yanzu Purgatory Xing couldn't help but burst out in surprise, thinking of an existence recorded in the Ancestors book. Purgatory, do you know this one? At this time, Yasuya Yubayashiki spoke, and the rest of the column-level powerhouses also turned their attention to Yanzu, waiting for him to explain. This one, if I don't expect it, should be. Chapter 7. Ji Guo Yuan Yi. At this moment, when he saw the man in the picture, Wu Mi's face instantly became extremely ugly, his body trembled uncontrollably, and the scar that had been silent for 400 years felt a dull pain again. Boom! In an instant, an unconcealable anger and murderous intent surged into the sky, centering on Wu Mi, sweeping in all directions, causing the overwhelming Japanese-style houses to shake continuously. If it wasn't because it was created by the blood ghost technique, the whole house would have been overturned, but even so, it has become precarious. For so many years, this man is the only one who can make him lose his mind and even frighten him from the bottom of his heart once he finds out. There is no other, because this man is really terrifying, his strength is even far beyond his imagination, even beyond his cognition. He never thought that there is such a terrible man in this world, and now this man has appeared again. Even if it is presented again on a video screen, the fear that still makes him unstoppable can only be covered up in this way. Regarding this, whether it was the 5-string ghosts kneeling on the ground, or the Peepa girl not far away, they all showed doubts on their faces, and they didn't understand why Wu Mi would behave like this. However, the next scene in the video made them understand the reason for Wu Mi's anger. In the picture, under the watchful eyes of all the audience, this mysterious man encounters the Ghost King. However, to the audience's surprise, the mysterious man showed no fear in the face of the Ghost King's horrific sense of oppression. Instead, he pulled out the flaming sun knife at his waist, and an equally terrifying power emerged. Out. So strong, so terrifying, is this the creator of Breath of the Sun? In the world of Ghost Slayer, the pillar-level powerhouses in the conference room couldn't help but scream out in horror when they felt the power of Ji Guo Yuan Yi. They already have an understanding of Ji Guo Yuan Yi. This is the pioneer of breathing method, the most powerful ghost-slaying swordsman in history. But when they really felt the power emanating from him, they finally understood how terrifying the existence of this so-called strongest ghost swordsman is. This man is very strong. The pirate world is located on the Endless Sea. When Ji Guo Yuan drew his sword, Mihawk, who is the world's #1 swordsman, opened his eyes and stared at Ji Guo Yuan in the picture. Keep talking to yourself. Huh? It's interesting, this guy seems to be very strong. In the world of Shinigami, Zaraki Kenpei, who is located deep in Jinglingting, could not help but slightly raise the corner of his mouth, staring at Ji Guo Yuan in the picture, with an excited smile on his face. I didn't expect that such a character would appear in such a common world. It's quite interesting. In the world of one leaf covering the sky, He Huang looked at Ji Guoyuan in the picture, and spoke in surprise. These words made Ye and Pang Bo a little surprised. They didn't expect to hear these words from He Huang's mouth. You know, facing the Ghost King who can be said to be immortal, the Black Emperor even showed disdain. But this mysterious man who just appeared was able to get such an evaluation, which really surprised them. However, before they could open their mouths to inquire, Wu Mi's voice suddenly came from the screen, making them quickly turn their attention to the video. I've lost interest in swordsmen who use breath. When he saw Ji Kuyuan draw his sword, the Ghost King's voice came out leisurely. Call out. Before some audience could react, he had disappeared in place and appeared in front of Ji Kuyuan with a violent wave of his arm forward. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying red slash directly covered the entire screen, tearing the atmosphere at an extremely terrifying speed, making people feel chills uncontrollably. However, with such a terrifying blow, Ji Kuyuan just turned sideways slightly, and quickly left the attack range with a few steps. Rumble! The next moment, red slash swept across all directions, cutting off everything around him, and Fang Yuan's 1,000-meter-long bamboo forest was completely cut off and fell to the ground with a crash. The Ghost King is strong, but this man is even stronger. In the world of fairy tale, Urza, who was dressed in armor and had fiery red hair, spoke, and looked at Ji Kuyuan with a serious face. Just from the first confrontation, she felt the horror of Ji Kuyuan. Although the Ghost King is very strong, her intuition tells him that Ji Kuyuan is stronger, and the two sides are not at the same level. It's not just her who thinks this way, some powerful beings are also aware of this situation, with a little surprise on their faces. Under the gaze of countless viewers, the picture is suddenly presented from the perspective of Ji Kuyuan. Through Ji Kuyuan's eyes, all the audience can clearly feel the changes in the whole world, and the Ghost King Wu Mi's body is unreservedly displayed in their eyes. See through the world. When looking at the Ghost King's 7 hearts and 5 brains, many viewers were shocked. They didn't expect the Ghost King's body to have so many organs. But what shocked them the most was that Ji Kuyuan had such abilities. Blind eyes. In the world of Hokage, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, remembering the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. But the next moment, he couldn't help shaking his head again. Because, this ability is a bit different from the white eye. When the white eye can see the chakra flow of the human body clearly, it cannot see the organs in the body in such detail. Before the audience was too shocked, Ji Kuyuan in the picture moved. Whoosh! Accompanied by the fiery red sun wheel knife in its hand, it swings at a speed that cannot be seen by the naked eye. That fiery red slash that was as blazing as a scorching sun drew several bright traces in the air. Puff! The next moment, before most of the audience could react, a large amount of blood sprayed out from the Ghost King's body, directly staining the entire screen red, and his body even split apart neatly and fell to the ground. At this moment, under the disbelieving eyes of many audiences, the face of the Ghost King whose neck and body had been severed was full of confusion. Even though his body was trembling constantly, he still looked straight at Ji Guoyuan. Seeing the puzzled expression of the Ghost King, many viewers couldn't help being puzzled, wondering why he didn't recover quickly. You know, in the previous picture, no matter what kind of trauma, no matter what kind of attack, he can recover quickly. Why did the Ghost King not recover this time? Soon, the audience understood. Because of the broken body of the Ghost King, countless shreds of flesh were wriggling crazily. It's just that when he wanted to recover, a blazing force like a scorching sun was constantly burning, making him unable to recover, and even collapsed on the ground unable to move. If I'm not wrong, it should be the power of the sun. In the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Adam, the pharaoh in the pyramid of ancient Egypt, opened his mouth and felt a power similar to that of the sun god winged dragon. Not only him, some beings who are familiar with the power of the sun, or are powerful, also discovered this situation and understood why the Ghost King could not recover. Chapter 8. Hiss, what a fast sword technique, he made several cuts in an instant, I can't see his movements clearly at all. In the world of famous detectives, Hattori Heiji, who was practicing swordsmanship, was shocked, his eyes widened and he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. It's amazing, this gentleman is really amazing, but why do I feel that the moves he uses are very similar to the music and dance of the fire god? In the butterfly house of Ghost Slayer, Tanjiro looked at this scene on the screen and couldn't help but exclaimed. He was shocked by the strength of Jikuni Enike, and he was very familiar with the moves he used. How is this possible? Master Wu Mi, who is as powerful as a god, was beheaded in an instant. On the other side, Yi Wozuo, who was quickly gathering towards Wu Mi's location, couldn't help but let out a horrified sound, his eyes widened and he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Although he doesn't know how strong Gui Wang Wu Mi is, he still knows it in his heart. Not to mention one him, even if there are 10 him, they will be instantly killed in the face of Wu Mi. However, just today, he actually saw with his own eyes that the existence that looked like a god in his mind was cut down in an instant, which was simply beyond his cognition. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could Lord Wu Mi be in such a mess? In this regard, Luoji, the Prstu Taro, Ban Tiangu, Yahu and other Shangxian ghosts also don't want to believe it, thinking that everything in the picture must be fake. Only Hei Si Mao, who was the first to wind the string, was silent at the moment. Obviously believing this fact, 6 eyes fixed on Ji Kuyuanyi in the picture. Without him, apart from Wu Mi in this world, he is the only one who knows the strength of Ji Guoyuanyi. The scene in front of me actually happened. After all, that was his younger brother. Once. No, it should be the existence that has stood on top of the world so far. So strong, is this the strongest ghost-slaying swordsman in history, the creator of the breath of the sun? Even I can barely see his sword skills clearly. In the pillar-level conference room, as the most powerful rock pillar among the pillar-level powerhouses, he couldn't help but show shock at this moment. The same is true for other pillar-level powerhouses. While shocking Ji Kuyuan's strength, they don't need to be full of longing. If they also have such a powerful strength, it is not impossible to eliminate the Ghost King. Of course, although most of the audience in the world were shocked by Ji Guoyuanyi's strength, they couldn't even see his movements clearly. But there are still some who are very disdainful of Ji Guoyuanyi's strength. Oh he, the immortal Ghost King has such strength? A scum with less than 100 fighting power. The world of Dragon Ball is located in the spaceship. Frisia couldn't help laughing out contemptuously when he saw the miserably confused look on the screen. For the Ghost King, he is very disdainful. He even despises Ji Guoyuanyi who defeated the Ghost King in an instant. Without him, in his eyes, if the King of Ghosts is a scum with less than 100 fighting strength, then Ji Kuyuan is at best an ant with 200 fighting strength. There is no difference. Not only him. Universe Overlord Wave Ross, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Black Dragon King Akunologia, Hero King Gilgamesh. Existences such as the Forbidden Zone Supreme of Buried Emperor Star and the Dark Immortal Emperor of the Weird Plateau all have the same idea. And just when many beings were shocked, calm, disdainful, and indifferent, the picture changed again. Under all eyes. Jiguo Yuanyi, who was holding the fire-red Rylun knife, stared fixedly at the Ghost King Wumi who had collapsed on the ground. The anger in its eyes. Even across the screen, many viewers were shocked. But they didn't understand why Ji Kuyuan was so angry. In the next moment, a faint aura spread from Ji Kuyuanyi as the center. Then in an instant, it became incomparably majestic and surging, pressing in all directions with incomparable turbulence. This is a murderous aura that seems to be real. In just an instant, it directly enveloped the 1,000-meter-long area of Fang Yuan, and every corner was unreservedly covered. The murderous aura like purgatory freezes the whole picture. Woo, Doraemon, it's so scary. In the world of Doraemon, Big Bear was so frightened that he PD, and couldn't stop crying while holding Doraemon. Of course, not only him, Jayan and Sunio, 2 good friends, were also scared a lot. Jayan is a little bit better, Sunio is scared out of poop. Of course, it's not just them. Audiences in many worlds were scared to pee, although they were all audiences in the everyday world and the low martial arts world. But at this moment, they really understood the horror of Ji Guo Yuan Yi. And some strong men who originally underestimated or even disdained him could not help but change their views on Ji Guo Yuan Yi. Thief, ha ha ha, such a terrifying murderous aura, I approve of you, Ji Guo Yuan Yi. In the world of pirates, Blackbeard felt the substantive emotion coming from the screen, and couldn't help laughing out loud, recognizing Ji Guo Yuan's strength. Interesting, this kind of murderous aura and swordsmanship are qualified to fight me. In the world of Inuyasha, the indifferent Sesshomaru spoke. Under the inconceivable eyes of evil view, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing an expression of great interest. I have never lost in this life. I never thought that I would be able to meet such a master in my lifetime. If I could fight, how great would it be? In the world of martial arts, Dugu Kyubai looked at the murderous Ji Guo Yuan Yi, and couldn't help expressing emotion, hoping to fight against him. Through the screen, existences in many worlds felt the horror of this killing intent, let alone Wu Mi himself. In the picture, under the gaze of everyone, Wu Mi's body trembled constantly, and his face was full of fear. The same is true for Zhu Shi at the side, his expression froze, and he even had difficulty breathing. But in Wu Mi's perspective, everyone can clearly see the expression on Ji Guo Yuan's face at this moment, that is the indifference to the ultimate appearance. It is like a real evil ghost, it is extremely deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The next moment, an extremely indifferent voice spread throughout the heavens and worlds. What's so interesting? Where's the fun? What do you take your life for? Chapter 9. What's so interesting? Where's the fun? What do you take your life for? Following Ji Guo Yuan's indifferent voice, many audience members in the heavens and myriad worlds were elated, and they did not expect to hear these words from his mouth. It's so scary. It looks like another human being harmed by the Ghost King, but compared to other people who have been harmed, this one's strength is a bit terrifying. In One Piece world, Admiral Kizaru located in naval headquarters is looking at the screen with a frightened face at the moment. However, regardless of his wretched face, or the tone of speech, you can clearly feel he has no fear at all. That's right. These hateful ghosts are all damned. What do they think of humans? Are they toys that can be played with wantonly? In the world of martial arts, when Guo Jing heard these words, he couldn't help clapping his hands and applauding, only feeling his blood boil. If possible, he would also like to question the Ghost King face to face. For those dead souls, for those families who were harmed by him, question this evil spirit who plays with life. That's right. Although I don't know what his character is, but he is a rare person who can say such words. In the world of Shinigami, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni, who is located in Jingriiti, I couldn't help but praise, and he appreciated Ji Guo Yuan's words very much. Okay, well said. What do these ghosts think of life? Trampling life wantonly and harming living beings, what's the fun in that? In Demon Slayer world, Tanjiro couldn't help but roar. Undoubtedly, Ji Guo Yuan spoke his mind, said what he always wanted to say. These words are very good, but it's a pity that Mr. Yuan failed to kill the Ghost King after all. During the pillar-level meeting, Yanzu Purgatory Xing Shulang couldn't help but sighed, feeling a little regretful at the same time. Not only him, but also the other pillar-level powerhouses and even Yoyo Bayashiki. While admiring Ji Kuni, he couldn't help feeling sorry. Ji Guo Yuan is the only character who has had the chance to kill Wu Mi so far. It's a pity that the Ghost King escaped after all. Damn, Ji Guo Yuan, why do you torture me like this even after you're dead? On the other side, Ghost King Wuyo finally couldn't bear it anymore, and kept roaring. Mei Red's eyes fixed on this scene in the picture, she couldn't stop her anger while feeling fear in her heart. For so many years, he has always wanted to forget this scene. However, this profound scene has been lingering in his heart. Keep him awake day and night. Can't be forgotten forever. Now it has reappeared through the stock-taking video again, which once again deepens his fear of Ji Guo Yuan in his heart. In the picture, under the watchful eyes of many audiences, the Ghost King shrouded in terror and murderous aura, the remnants scattered on the ground trembled violently, and his face turned black, which made people horrified. However, just as Ji Guo Yuan stepped forward and raised the fire-red sun wheel knife in his hand, The mutation happened suddenly. Boom! The Ghost King's remnant body swelled violently at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then exploded directly, and countless pieces of flesh flew away in all directions. This scene made many viewers stunned and did not understand his behavior. Why did this kid blew himself up just after the fight started? And it looks like he is trying to escape. Whoosh! However, just before most of the audience could react, Ji Kuyuan in the screen moved, and Huo Red's sun wheel knife swung at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. Boom boom boom! Just in the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 fierce slashes rushed to appear on the screen, filling the entire screen at once. In addition, most of the minced meat that flew out from Wu's self-explosion was cut off, leaving only dozens of extremely small pieces of minced meat that fled far away and fell into the darkness. At this moment, nearly 99% of the audience were stunned, their eyes widened, and they couldn't recover for a long time. At this moment, they finally understand. Why did Ghost King Wumi blew himself up and ran away? With this strength, if you don't run away, it's probably too cold to be cold. FK, what is the speed of this shit? Has it surpassed the speed of sound? Is this shit still a human being? Who is the real ghost? In the world of famous detectives, Hattori Heiji swears directly, his eyes widen and he can't believe the scene in front of him. As the successor of mankind. Unexpectedly, in less than a second, he brandished at least 1,000 knives. As far as this reaction speed and knife speed are concerned, it is simply not something that humans can achieve. $1,564. In One Piece world, Mihawk spoke with a solemn face, and accurately stated the number of times Ji Kuyuan swung the Japanese sword just now. What a terrifying guy! This level of reflexes and blade speed, let alone a great swordsman, even Hawkeye, who is known as the world's #1 swordsman, may not be able to achieve it, right? In naval headquarters, Sengoku, who is the Marshal of Marine, also has a very dignified face at the moment, and he can't help but compare Hawkeye with Ji Kuyuan. Originally, he felt that Ji Kuyuan was very powerful, at least at the level of Vice Admiral. Now with such reaction speed and knife speed, Ji Kuyuan's strength may even reach the Admiral level. You know, that world with ghosts, but without armament haki and observation haki. It is not difficult to imagine how terrifying his strength is when he is caught off guard and swings more than 1,500 slashes in an instant. Hiss, what a terrifying speed, what level of powerhouse is this, it's simply terrifying. In the world of fighting Chi, Xiao Huo, who was looking for King Lian's heart fire, couldn't help but gasped when he saw this scene, and was horrified in his heart. What a seedling! Even Yao Lao, who was at the side, had a look of surprise on his face and muttered to himself. Obviously, he was also shocked by Ji Kuyuan's reaction speed and knife speed. Even, for Ji Kuyuan, he has already given birth to a heart of love for talents. Damn it, it's just a little short. In the world of Ghost Slayer, Yanzu Purgatory seeing Xiaolang couldn't help clenching his fists, his eyes were full of unwillingness. Not only him, but also the rest of the column-level powerhouses, with great regret in their hearts. It's just a little short, if it wasn't for the Ghost King who overcame the weakness of his neck, Ji Kuyuan might really be able to kill him. It's a pity, after all, let him run away. Is this really human? On the other side, the Shangxian ghosts who had gathered with Wu Mi were also stunned by this scene. Different from the reaction of the ghost-killing team, the hearts of the Shangxian ghosts are boundless fear. Even He Si Mao, who is the first big brother of Ji Guoyuan, is also terrified. He once encountered an elderly younger brother, and was almost killed by the other party. Originally, he thought that it was Ji Guoyuan's most prosperous strike, but he didn't expect that Ji Guoyuan's strength far exceeded his imagination. If he was facing this knife at that time, the grass on the wall would have been changed hundreds of times by now. Moreover, this does not seem to be its true strength. The introduction of the ability of the contained object has been completed, and the containment project has officially started. Just when many audiences were shocked, a line of subtitles suddenly appeared on the screen, attracting the attention of all audiences. At the same time, This also made many viewers curious about how this so-called abnormal containment foundation will contain this Ghost King. After all, it should be said or not, although the Ghost King is very powerful, his ability to escape and save his life is still very strong. Chapter 10. Oh? Is this so-called anomaly containment foundation finally going to take action? The Shinigami world is located in the Invisible Empire. Yuhabok looked at the line of subtitles on the screen, and his originally indifferent expression became serious. An organization that even my father has never heard of, what is your purpose? The world of Dragon Ball is located in the Destroyer Star. The Angel Weiss changed his usual smile and looked at the picture solemnly. Together with Beerus, the god of destruction who was lying on the sofa, lazy and sleepy, he also changed his normal at this moment and stared at the screen seriously. The foundation is going to make a move. Will there be an existence that can fight me? The world of One Punch Man is located in the boundless cosmic starry sky. Among a huge battleship, Bo Ross, who is wearing a gold armor, is also concentrating at this moment. I've finally waited until this moment, let me show you your methods, I hope you won't let me down this time. The buried Emperor Star is Immortal Yamanaka, the Emperor of Stone who is the supreme being in the restricted area spoke. Not only him, but even his other existences in the restricted area, whether it is the so-called Ancient Emperor, or the Emperor of the human race, or the god of the age of mythology. At this moment, they were no longer indifferent, but stared at the screen as if facing a formidable enemy, wanting to infer the mighty power of the foundation through the next screen. The existence that cannot be deduced by all the ancestors working together, is it possible to be detached? Located in the mysterious plateau, all the weird ancestors of the sacrificial level woke up, staring at the picture intently, and one of them couldn't help talking softly to himself. It turned out that they had deduced it before, and even combined the power of all the ancestors to deduce it. But there is still no clue to deduce the foundation, which makes them suspect that the existence behind the foundation is likely to be of a transcendent level. Foundation, can it really be contained without suffering? In the world of Demon Slayer, all members of the Demon Slayer squad stared at the screen, whether it was Tanjiro and the others or those pillar-level powerhouses, all of them had this idea in their hearts. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Jikuyuan hasn't been able to kill me yet, and your foundation, which popped up out of nowhere, is also trying to take me in. On the other side, Ghost danced Tsujiwumi, who had summoned the 6 masters, had already forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, and spoke with an extremely gloomy face. He didn't believe that this so-called foundation could contain him. Although this inventory video is very mysterious, but he has convened the top 6, and he is confident that he can compete with the abnormal containment foundation. Of course, at this moment they are also ready to fight. After all, they are not idiots, they are always waiting for the arrival of the foundation. Soon, under the watchful eyes of all the audience in the heavens and 10,000 realms, the video screen presented the current situation of Guiwang Yumi and others. The 5 understring ghosts stand at the outermost periphery. The 6 winding ghosts are on the periphery. The Peepa girl stood with the ghost King Yumi. At this moment, while they are watching the picture in their minds, they are also distractedly observing every move around them, and are fully prepared for battle. At this moment, the camera watching the picture suddenly turned and appeared in the surrounding dark sky. Then, under the watchful eyes of all the audience, a plaster sculpture that resembled a human figure but had a strange shape fell from the sky at the speed of breaking the sound barrier. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening roar, a big hole was directly opened in the overwhelming Japanese-style houses, and the strange plaster sculpture also fell to the ground suddenly, presenting itself in front of the eyes of Ghost King and others and all the audience. And just when the sculpture came, the video images in the minds of Ghost King and others were interrupted. Let their attention be concentrated and stare at the sculpture falling from the sky. What is this thing? A humanoid sculpture. Facing the humanoid sculptures falling from the sky, whether it was the 12 ghost moons or the ghost King Yumi, they couldn't help showing doubts while being amazed. Not only them, but even the audience from the heavens and the world couldn't help showing doubts. What is this thing? It's a humanoid sculpture, but why is the shape so strange? In the world of Doraemon, Nobi Nobita, who had changed her pants, looked at the humanoid sculpture in the picture and couldn't help but make a sound in doubt. If it wasn't for the screen, he would have wanted to go up and touch the sculpture peanut. Could it be that this is the means of the abnormal containment foundation? But why can't I feel the slightest sense of threat from it? In the world of Shinigami, Aizen, who is located in Sui Palace, raised his eyebrows, and immediately guessed the origin of the sculpture peanut. However, he wasn't quite sure. Because, the sculpture of peanut gave him an extremely common feeling, just like an ordinary sculpture. There's something wrong with this sculpture. In the Marvel movie world, Thanos looked at the sculpture peanut standing in front of the Ghost King and others, and couldn't help frowning, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Although he didn't know why, he always felt that this sculpture was very unusual. If things are abnormal, there must be a demon. There is something wrong with this statue. In the mortal world, old Devil Han looked at the statue in the picture and couldn't help feeling uneasy. The figure that was originally far away from the crowd stepped back a long way again. To be reasonable, if it wasn't for the fact that the teleportation array couldn't be opened, he would have wanted to teleport revolving heaven south. And just when the countless viewers in the heavens and the world were puzzled, and even approached the sculpture of Little Peanut on the third string, trying to destroy it, the picture changed again. One line has information about the sculpture, which is presented to all audiences. Foundation Anomaly Containment Sculpture Little Peanut. Object Class, Euclid. Description: the abnormal containment sculpture peanut, the shape of the containment is a humanoid sculpture. When the contained object is watched, the sculpture has no abnormalities, just like the common sculpture. However, once it is not watched by the line of sight, or the line of sight is interrupted, the abnormal containment rule will be triggered. The rules are specifically expressed as: the sculpture peanut will sprint to the target at an extremely fast speed, and kill the target by breaking the neck. Huh? A humanoid sculpture that can't look away? Otherwise, it will be killed by breaking its neck. What kind of weird thing is this? I just want to ask, is this thing useful against ghosts? Although ghosts are afraid of being smeared on the neck, they need a sunwheel knife, right? Is it a regular item? It's interesting, but I don't know how powerful it is, but since the fund uses this containment, it should be effective. One thing to say, this little peanut sculpture is really cool. Who made it so ugly? The level of the little peanut sculpture is Euclid, which is the same level as the Ghost King's containment, but is this level strong or weak? At this moment, when they saw the information about the sculpture of Little Peanut, many viewers from the heavens and myriad worlds were all excited, some were surprised, some were questioning, some were speculating, and the reactions were mixed. However, just when many audiences were discussing, their voices stopped abruptly. Not only them, but some existences in Jiao world also stared at the picture together, obviously attracted by the situation in the picture. And the reason is because Wu Mi and Giwa couldn't destroy the sculpture peanut. Therefore, while the group of people were surprised, they also felt that the statue was not threatening, so they focused their attention on the surroundings. And this also caused them to look away from the sculpture peanut. Chapter 11. At this moment, the eyes of Gui Wang Wu Mian and others left the sculpture of Little Peanut. In an instant, 99% of the audience in the heavens and myriad worlds were excited, and some audiences couldn't help but scream strangely. Holy shit, their eyes have left the sculpture peanut. According to the rules of the Little Peanut sculpture, the Ghost King and the others are going to send it. It's over, why do I feel so nervous? I can't help but want to pee, what should I do? Tisk tisk tisk, if what the rules say is true, the next scene may be very bloody, he. GGG, things are getting more and more interesting. When a near-immortal ghost encounters a regular thing, who will win? Film and television world. In a small room somewhere in WA country. Mr. Mikami and the actor who are filming the movie. At this moment, they have stopped their in-depth, and the photographer who was shooting at the side also paused. His eyes were even more focused on the inventory video, and he didn't even look at the incomparably beautiful spring scenery. Once you leave the sculpture, will you really be killed? Teacher Mikami swallowed, only feeling a coolness coming from his body. he didn't know if it was because he didn't wear clothes, or because he was too nervous. Kill, kill, kill these damn ghosts, they all deserve to die. In the world of martial arts, Kei Zhenyi, who hates evil like a vengeance, can't help but shout out when he sees this scene in his mind. Although his eyes are already blind, it doesn't affect him watching the inventory video. He also hated the actions of the Ghost King and other existences very much. At this moment, he hoped that the sculpture Little Peanut would kill them all. Oh he, things are starting to get interesting, even this king is looking forward to it. In the world of Dragon Ball, Frieza, who was in the spaceship, couldn't help covering his mouth and laughing at this moment, with a little expectation and playfulness in his eyes. And at this moment of much attention, as the eyes of the ghosts moved away, the audience's perspective changed to the first perspective of the Ghost King Yumi. Just as he was looking around nervously, carefully guarding against the Foundation's methods, there were constant slight voices behind him. It was a very faint sound, just like the sound made by the wind gently blowing. If you don't pay attention, you may even ignore it. But obviously, the Ghost King is not the kind of person who would ignore such small details. Moreover, he, who has survived for thousands of years, has already developed a sense of crisis that is like an enemy. The turmoil at this moment has already made his timid heart rise to his throat. Almost instantly, Wumi, who had a delicate face, turned around. And the next scene made his plum-red eyes shrink suddenly, his whole body trembled uncontrollably, an unprecedented fear hit his soul directly. Under the watchful eyes of all the audience, from the perspective of the Ghost King, it can be clearly seen that looking around at the 12 ghost moons scattered around. At this moment, they all collapsed on the ground, and their necks were even broken. Except for Shangxian Ghost who barely survived, the rest of the ghosts are all dead. Their immortality has failed. Even those wind-up ghosts whose necks were broken. The breath has become extremely weak, and it cannot be recovered at all. He couldn't even make a sound, and could only stare at him in horror. And the weird humanoid sculpture that should have been in the distance, suddenly appeared behind him at this moment. And the arms that were placed at will have already been raised. It was only a few centimeters away from his neck. Grunt! At this moment, many audiences from the heavens and the world couldn't help swallowing, their faces turned green, and they couldn't stop trembling all over their bodies. And some spectators couldn't help jumping up, screaming incessantly, as if they were the ones approached by the sculpture Peanut. FK, what the hell is that? My mother, Lao Zi's heart attack was frightened by you. Hastily, what the hell is going on? How can all these ghosts be wiped out in such a short amount of time? My dear, the rules of this Little Peanut sculpture are true. Even if Ji Kuyuan comes at this speed, he probably has to kneel straight away. What the hell is this? It's scarier than ghosts. I didn't even notice the scenes of ghosts killing humans before. This time it's really scary. Although this scene had been expected for a long time, when witnessing it with their own eyes, almost everyone felt their scalps go numb for a while. They never imagined that the sculpture Peanut. To be able to kill so many powerful ghosts in a few seconds, you must know that there are winding ghosts among them. In some low martial arts world, it is an existence that can directly kill randomly. Now, in front of this Little Peanut sculpture, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist, and even the immortality of other ghosts, except for the Shangxian Ghost, was directly invalidated. Such a terrifying scene is really terrifying. Woo, Doraemon, I don't want to watch it anymore, it's so scary. In the world of Doraemon, Nobita was scared to pee again. The pants that had just been changed were already soaked. But this time, it wasn't just him. Even Doraemon was terrified, as if seeing a mouse, he couldn't stop jumping around, and there was no time to pay attention to him. In the world of film and television, Mr. Mikami, who had paused the filming, screamed in fright, his whole body trembling with fear, and his eyes were full of fear. And the actor she was cooperating with was also frightened. What was originally standing upright withered away. If there is no accident, it is estimated that I will not be able to stand up for the rest of my life. This is too scary. I can even clearly see the fear in those ghosts' eyes, as if they have encountered some terrible existence. Hokage world, Naruto, who just graduated from ninja school and joined Kakashi's squad, was terrified at the moment, with fear in his voice. Not only him, but even Sasuke, who has always been aloof. At this moment, they were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground, as if they had returned to that night of genocide. As for little Sakura, let alone. He was frightened and fainted immediately, but he was ruthlessly pushed away by Sasuke's body, and fell to the side unconscious. Oh he, interesting, really interesting, this sculpture is quite interesting. In the world of Dragon Ball, when all his subordinates were terrified, Frisian not only didn't have the slightest fear, but found it very interesting. He even became very interested in sculpting Peanut. If possible, he would also like to give it a try, and take his eyes off the end of the sculpture Peanut. He wanted to know, could the attack of the sculpture Peanut break his skin? Chapter 12. Interesting, this little Peanut sculpture is worth studying. In the Shinigami world, Aizen summoned Espada to go to the World War. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and became interested in the little Peanut sculpture. However, compared to the actual battle, his interest in sculpting Peanut also dropped a lot. After all, the most important thing right now is the battle. Besides, he wanted to study the sculpture Peanut, but he couldn't find it, so it's better to put it on hold for now, and talk about it later. This sculpture, in my capacity, can't be seen through, and it's even unheard of. This anomalous containment foundation is really extraordinary. In the restricted area of Zundi Sing's life, the celestial venerable from the age of mythology spoke up. This is an incomparably ancient character who rose up in the age of mythology and even created the existence of the 9 secrets. At this moment, his words had just come out of his mouth. It aroused the approval of many supreme beings, even if they were as proud as the Stone Emperor. Did they refute at this moment? Obviously, they also couldn't see through the sculpture Peanut. The most important thing is that with their existence at this level, they still feel a sense of threat from the sculpture Peanut. This is enough to make them cautious, and even take the Anomaly Containment Foundation seriously. Okay, it's amazing. This humanoid sculpture is really amazing. In the world of Ghost Slayer, Tanjiro stared blankly at the sculpture Peanut in the picture, couldn't help but marvel, and was overwhelmed by its terrifying power. There is no him, he who has just fought against Xia Xiangui. It is extremely clear how strong the lower-level ghosts are, and even more understand how strong the upper-string ghosts are. You must know that a pillar-level powerhouse can easily kill the existence of the lower-string ghost, but once encountering the upper-string ghost, it is also close to death. And it is the super-high configuration. 5 string-down ghosts plus 6 string-up ghosts and a female Pipa of unknown rank. How could he not be shocked by being instantly killed by the sculpture Peanut? Even, he began to doubt. Can the mysterious strong man who almost killed the Ghost King stand up to the sculpture Peanut? Okay, so strong, the anomaly contained in the foundation is simply terrifyingly strong, even more terrifying than the Ghost King. In the meeting room, all the pillar-level powerhouses were stunned, and the scene like purgatory was deeply imprinted in their minds, making them clearly understand how terrifying the sculpture of Little Peanut is. As pillar-level powerhouses, they are very aware of the strength of Shangxian Ghost. In the case of one-on-one, no column-level powerhouse dares to say that he can do one-on-one. Even Yanzu, the strongest among them, probably has little chance of winning in the face of the top 3 Shangxian Ghosts. Now, it is such a terrifying winding ghost. How could they not be terrified by being killed just like that, lying on the ground dying? However, while they were frightened, hope also rose in their hearts. The King of Ghosts, Otsutsuki, may really be taken into custody. In the picture, under the gaze of many audiences. Damn, what kind of monster is this? How did the ability of immortality fail? At this moment, even the Ghost King who has lived for thousands of years. When faced with such a terrifying scene in front of him, Wu Mi couldn't help but feel fear welling up in his heart. That delicate face has long been covered with muscles, and it looks extremely frightening. This kind of fear was something he had never felt before. Even in Ji Guo Yuanyi's body, he never felt such fear. Without him, because Ji Guo Yuan is stronger and stronger, he is just a human being. But the sculpture in front of him was beyond his cognition. You know, in order to create the 12 ghost moons, he has put in unimaginable energy. And as the first winding Hei Mao, it is an existence that is no less powerful than him. Now in just a few seconds, the ghosts including him were all killed. How can this make him not afraid, how can it make him not frightened? Even, at this moment, he has forgotten his identity as the Ghost King. It was as if I had returned to the time when I was sick and lying in a hospital bed when I was 20 years old. The current him is as powerless as that time. Seeing Wu Mi's terrified appearance in the picture, many viewers fell silent. Nothing else, they think. If it is like nothing miserable, and encounters the sculpture peanut, I'm afraid they will show the same expression as Wu Mi did. However, some viewers were more surprised. They felt that there was something wrong with Wu Mi and his party from just now, as if they hadn't seen the information about the sculpture peanut. Could it be that they don't have an inventory video in their minds? No, they had put on that attitude of confronting the enemy before, obviously knowing that the Foundation would make a move. Could it be that after the arrival of the sculpture peanut, the inventory video was blocked? Faced with such circumstances, many smart viewers have guessed this possibility. Then the fear of the abnormal Containment Foundation increased a lot. No, why hasn't it started yet? And at this moment, Wu Mi's voice suddenly came from the screen, which further convinced the audience of their guess. Now Wu Mi turned his head away and stared at the sculpture for more than a minute. And during this minute, he didn't look away for a moment, let alone blink. This surprised him to find that the humanoid sculpture did not move. At this moment, his desire to survive quickly suppressed the fear in his heart, and then he began to think crazily. Although he didn't know why the sculpture didn't move. But make no mistake, this is good news. Boom! In the next moment, Wu Mi made a move, and directly used his most powerful blow. In just a split second, the terrifying red slashes almost filled the entire screen, and the atmosphere was directly slashed, and all of them fell on the sculpture. This time, as expected by the audience, the sculpture was not damaged at all. This also made Wu Mi even more frightened, and directly gave up the idea of destroying the sculpture, and only wanted to escape from here. Boom! With a huge roar, Wu Mi's body exploded. Just like fleeing from Ji Kuyuan's pursuit before, his body turned into thousands of tiny pieces of meat, and he fled in all directions, trying to avoid the sculpture's pursuit. But this time, under God's perspective, all the audience clearly saw the movements of the sculpture peanut. Facing Wu Mi, who was reduced to thousands of tiny pieces of meat. That weird humanoid statue directly travels beyond the speed of sound. It even moved at the speed of light. Thousands of pieces of flesh and blood fled in all directions, all of which appeared as sculptures, and then were crushed to pieces by countless figures. Without exception, all the minced meat was crushed and burst, blood and fine minced meat covered the entire sculpture. This terrifying scene is deeply reflected in the minds of every audience. Not surprisingly, no one will be able to forget this scene today. Chapter 13. At this moment, countless viewers from all over the world couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene on the screen, and their hearts were shocked by ultimate. They never imagined that the speed of sculpting Peanut would be so fast. Facing the Ghost King who had been split into thousands of pieces of meat, this weird humanoid sculpture, as if it had transformed into thousands of clones, crushed the pieces of meat almost simultaneously. This speed has surpassed the speed of sound, at least reached the speed of light. Okay, so fast, this speed is even faster than Shunpo. In the world of Shinigami, Yoryuki, who was dressed in a strong outfit, couldn't help screaming in horror, shocked by the terrifying speed of the sculpture Peanut. This speed is much faster than the Shunpo they use. Even she, who is called Flash Goddess, can hardly possess such terrifying speed. Urahara Kisuk on the side. At this moment, he was also silent, pressing the hat on his head. The fear of the Foundation in my heart has even surpassed Aizen. Kizaru, can you achieve this speed? Or, can you make such a move? One Piece World, in Naval Headquarters Marshal's office, Sengoku, who is Marshal Marine, stood up at this moment, with an incomparably solemn face, and asked Kizaru beside him. It's possible, but only in the case of a straight line. If I can complete the operation of the sculpture in an instant, I can't do it. Hearing this, even Kizaru, who was lazy and contemptuous before, now has seriousness on his wretched face, staring fixedly at the sculpture in the picture, and his heart can't stop being shocked. You know, although he is the ability user of Logia sparkling fruit. But things like the speed of light are not something that everyone can control. Even if he was awakened with his fruit until now, he dare not say that he can do the operation of sculpting a little peanut. Interesting, if I run with my back to the statue after triggering the rules, will I be caught up by the statue? In the DC movie world, when seeing the speed of the sculpture Peanut, the Flash, who has super speed, can't help but be aroused. Even, the idea of competing in speed with the sculpture Peanut arose in my heart. The speed is not bad, and it hasn't reached the limit yet. I don't know how it will compare with Xiao Aotianzun, who uses the secret of Xingzi. In the life-forbidden area of Zandixing, Chang Sheng Tianzun couldn't help raising his eyebrows when he saw this scene, seeing that the little peanut sculpture had not reached its limit. Hehe, fellow deist, are you looking down on Xiao Aotianzun? The secret of Xingzi has been used to ultimate, and even time can be paused. How can this small sculpture be comparable? At this time, another ancient emperor spoke, which was an existence that was incompatible with Chang Sheng Tianzun. Regarding this, neither Chang Sheng Tianzun nor the mentioned Xiao Aotianzun responded to the ancient emperor, and the rest of the supreme powerhouses were also silent. Obviously, Chang Sheng Tianzun didn't want to pay attention to the ancient emperor, and the rest of the supremes didn't want to join the grievances between the two. Okay, it's amazing, isn't this too powerful? In Demon Slayer world, Tanjiro's eyes widened, and he couldn't stop being amazed. Together with my wife Zenitsu and Ziwei Inashuk, who were beside me, they all opened their mouths wide and were shocked to ultimate. Ghost King, is he dead? In the conference room, after a moment of silence, Yanzu Purgatory Xing Shulang couldn't help but speak. However, the next moment, he himself denied it. No, not yet, the Ghost King's minced meat is still wriggling. And the other pillar-level powerhouses also stared at the screen, hoping that the sculpture Peanut would strike again and completely kill the Ghost King. In the picture, under the gaze of all the audience, the Ghost King's minced meat on the sculpture Peanut is still wriggling, even gathering in the same direction. Although the speed is very slow, the naked eye can still clearly see it. Tread, tread. At this moment, the sound of orderly footsteps resounded, shocking many audience members. Next moment, a group of humanoid creatures with different images appeared in costumes of secret agents. Each of them is armed and carries a variety of weapons. And on the chests of their special agent costumes, there are extremely striking anomalous Containment Foundation characters. And the logo of the Foundation is also printed on the back of the costume. Is it possible that these people are members of the Foundation? At this moment, when seeing these agents appear on stage, almost all the audience had this thought in their hearts. What surprised the audience the most was that some of these agents did not seem to be human beings, but they just looked like human beings. But before they were surprised, they were attracted by the picture. Execute the containment plan. Target Ghost King Ghost Danced Tsuji Yumi, Sculpture Peanut. Under the watchful eyes of all the audience, one of the leading agents spoke. Soon, all the Ghost King's minced meat was collected together. Although it was only the size of a fist, it was still wriggling, but its breath was very weak, there was no room for recovery or even resistance, and it was ruthlessly put into a box. Then, a group of people carried the sculpture Peanut very skillfully. During this process, there were always more than two people's eyes fixed on the sculpture. Even if you blink, it's all at different times, as if you've practiced it countless times. In the end, under the watchful eyes of all the audience, the group took in the Ghost King and the sculpture Peanut in less than a minute. And at the end of the video, the leader smiled slightly at the screen, quickly left, and disappeared from the sight of all the audience. Hey, why didn't that sculpture attack them? One Piece World is located on the Sunshine Sunny. Just when Zoro and his party were shocked, Luffy couldn't help but speak, and some didn't understand why the statue didn't move. Idiot, didn't the information say before, as long as someone looks at the sculpture, the sculpture will become a common sculpture. Hearing this, Zoro and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths and couldn't help covering their faces, while Nami couldn't help punching Luffy while shouting. At this moment, they couldn't help but regret, why did they choose such a stupid person as the captain? It seems that this anomalous containment foundation is even more terrifying than we imagined. The cooperation of these agents is not comparable to that of our Marine. In Naval Headquarters Marshal's office, Sengoku's face was very solemn, and he was extremely shocked by the cooperation between Foundation agents. He has never seen this kind of coordination in Marine. It's getting more and more interesting. Is this a subordinate of the Foundation? Although they are very weak, they cooperate very tacitly, even to the point of inconceivable. In the Marvel movie world, Thanos in the spaceship has an expression of interest on his face, and he praises the cooperation of the agents very much. As the overlord of the universe, he does not know that there are countless members under his command. But none of the group can have such a tacit understanding and cooperation, which has to surprise him, and even praise him. Chapter 14. What a mysterious organization, both the timing and cooperation are just right, without any delay. In the fighting spirit world, with Xiao Huohuo's current knowledge. Still shocked by the tacit cooperation of the members of the Foundation, and even connected everything together, I couldn't stop being amazed. All of this seemed to be controlled by an invisible big hand, and then contained the Ghost King with a nearly perfect posture. Even the Soul Palace and the 8 great ancient clans are not as mysterious as those from the abnormal Containment Foundation. Not only him, even Yao Lao in the ring couldn't help muttering to himself. Originally, he thought that the 8 great ancient clans and the Soul Palace were the most mysterious organizations in this world. Now it seems that this so-called Anomaly Containment Foundation, far more mysterious and frightening than the Soul Palace and the 8 great ancient clans, even he, the former Dozun powerhouse, can only see the tip of the iceberg. It's great, it's really great, the Ghost King is actually contained. In the Butterfly House of Demon Slayer, Tanjiro's trio couldn't help cheering, they were genuinely happy that the Ghost King was taken in. Not only them, but almost all the members of the Ghost Killing team, as well as those humans who knew the existence of the Ghost King, couldn't stop cheering, with unprecedented excitement in their hearts. While cheering and jumping, they were also constantly grateful to the Abnormal Containment Foundation in their hearts, thanking this organization that appeared suddenly, and contained the evil Ghost King. Wu Mi has been taken in, the ghosts of the lower strings are all wiped out, and the ghosts of the upper strings are dying, and almost all of them are wiped out. This is the best opportunity in history, a great opportunity to wipe out the ghosts in the world. At the pillar-level meeting, Yoyomiyashiki's breathing became short of breath, his face flushed even more, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. In this regard, almost all the pillar-level powerhouses couldn't help being excited, even Tomioka Yoshiyuki, who had always been cold-faced, showed obvious excitement on his face. As for those sentimental pillar-level powerhouses, such as Yanzu who kept crying, Lianzu who couldn't stop cheering, Fengzu who kept laughing, everyone behaved differently. Obviously, the Ghost King was taken in, and the Shangxian ghost was almost wiped out. For them, it is the best news in the world. Meanwhile, in Jiang Cheng's world. Ding! Abnormal Containment Object Ghost King Giwatsuji Yumi, the containment was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Ghost King trait. Ding! The inventory video spread value has started to be settled, and the reward has been issued. When Jiang Cheng heard the angel-like system prompt, the corners of Jiang Cheng's mouth could not stop rising, and his heart was filled with excitement. He is very satisfied with this containment. As for the rewards of the system, let alone. Just this time, the reward of spreading the value, the system gave him an abnormal containment base that was comparable to a city and extremely strong, and it even had rewards such as A-level agents and higher authority. Although there is no authority for the Supreme Divine Containment right now, the permissions for the rest of the containment have basically been unlocked. If you use it well, you can make a big deal next time. The Heavens and Worlds, the world of Shinigami. Hueco Mundo, Void Knight Palace. Sitting on the throne, watching Espada, Aizen slowly stood up, with a faint smile on his elegant face, and then said, We are in front of us, absolutely invincible. The war of the world has broken out. Under Aizen's series of coquettish operations, Godi I-13 lost. Even the captain Yamamoto Genryusai, who claims to be the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, was also calculated to death. And Kurosaki Ichigo as the protagonist, combined with Urahara Kisuke and Kurosaki Ashine, also failed to stop him, and let him evolve to the third stage of fusion with Hogyaku. And at this moment, under the attention of all the audience in the heavens and the world, a new stock-taking video appeared. Even Aizen, who has evolved to the third stage and came to the real Karakura town, couldn't help but stop and watch the inventory video. I want to see what the Foundation will expose and contain next, what novelty it will be. Not only him, but the existence of other worlds also raised his spirits. Even the existences such as Dragon Ball Supreme God Quan Wang, Ultra World Mysterious Four Austrians, Life Forbidden Supreme, etc., all set their sights on the video screen. After a period of innocuous narration, subtitles appeared on the screen again. Top 10 Abnormal Containment Items. Top, Abnormal Containment Hogyaku. Huh? Hogyaku? What is that? Something like jade. Interesting, the last time it was exposed and taken in was the Ghost King, this time it was indeed a piece of jade. Could it be that this piece of jade is more powerful than the immortal Ghost King? Boring, I thought it was some kind of novelty, just a piece of jade, what's there to take stock of? Instead of taking stock of those containment items, I'm more interested in containment items similar to the sculpture peanut. By the way, what containment will be arranged to contain Hogyaku this time? It can't be the little peanut sculpture, right? Once that thing knows the rules, it won't be a threat. At this moment, when the new inventory video appeared and the name of the thing that was exposed and about to be contained appeared, many viewers were talking about it. Some are curious, some are guessing, and some are just bored. What's more, some people think that these Ghost Kings, Hogyaku, and so on are not good looking, and they are not as good as sculptures of small peanuts. And more, I am curious about what containment will appear this time, and come to contain this so-called Hogyaku. Shinigami World, True Karakura Town. Huh? The object to be contained this time is actually Hogyaku. Standing on the street, Aizen stared at the contained information on the screen, and then couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Interesting, now that Hogyaku has merged with me, this so-called anomalous containment foundation actually wants to take advantage of it. Fun, it's so much fun. Come on, try it, see if you can take Hogyaku from my body. At this moment, Aizen, who has merged with Hogyaku and reached the third stage, has grown so much in self-confidence that he doesn't even pay attention to the abnormal containment foundation. He even took the initiative to fight the foundation. Chapter 15. At this moment, when he heard Aizen's words, Ikijin Maru silently withdrew his hand on the knife, narrowed his eyes slightly, and also stared at the video screen. I don't know why, but he suddenly doesn't want to sneak attack. Although this is a great opportunity for a sneak attack. But he wanted to see what methods the abnormal containment foundation would use against Aizen, who had merged with Hogyaku and reached the third stage. Huh? It's Hogyaku to be contained this time. On the other side, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was fighting against Baisu in the spiritual world and wanted to learn the last crescent moon, couldn't help being stunned. It never occurred to him that at this time of despair, the abnormal containment foundation is actually going to take action? Then does he still want to learn the last crescent sky rush? If after he learns it, Aizen is defeated by the foundation instead, and even Hogyaku is taken away, then what is the significance of his learning the last crescent sky? Oh my god, the Anomaly Containment Fund has also taken a fancy to Hogyaku? But with this organization's means, maybe Kurosaki won't be needed. Not only Kurosaki Ichigo, but even Urahara Kisuke opened his fan and made sarcastic remarks. However, that being said, but there was no relaxation in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't think Aizen would be brought down by the Anomaly Containment Foundation. No one else, because only he knows the horror of Aizen, or rather Hogyaku. With Aizen's mind and Hogyaku, if it is not powerful enough, it is impossible to threaten him. And like the sculpture peanut in the storage object last time, it is impossible to play a role. And at this moment, under the watchful eyes of all the audience in the heavens and myriad worlds, the information about Hogyaku was clearly presented in front of them. Name: Abnormal Containment Object Hogyaku. Project Level: Safe Level. Description: Abnormal Containment Hogyaku, shaped like a common round black-blue gemstone. Ability: Possess self-awareness, can absorb and realize the hearts of things around you, and can protect the host's body from death to immortality. When the host's ability reaches its limit or its life is threatened, Hogyaku can make the host evolve endlessly to the next dimension. Character: Unknown. Weaknesses: None for now. Note: this containment cannot be destroyed, the upper limit is not yet known, theoretically it can evolve infinitely. At this moment, when they saw the ability about Hogyaku, almost all the audience couldn't help but gasped, their hearts couldn't stop their horror. Even existences such as God of Destruction, God Tier Officer, Forbidden Zone Supreme, Strange Ancestor, etc., are all shocked by Hogyaku's ability. Shit, what the hell is this Hogyaku's grandma? Not only does he have self-awareness, but he can also absorb the hearts of things around him and materialize. Awesome, all I can say is awesome. Immortality is worthless these days, right? What the hell is endless evolution? It's too buggy, right? Oh my dear, compared to Hogyaku, the Oni King is nothing but garbage, and it's the garbage of garbage, there's no way to compare it. Hastily, it's no wonder that the Anomaly Containment Foundation wants to contain this thing. With such terrifying abilities, who the hell isn't jealous? I'm even jealous. Theoretically, it can evolve infinitely, and let the host be immortal. Whoever gets this thing will be invincible. Even a pig can dominate the world, right? In just a moment, the entire heavens and myriad worlds seemed to explode, and almost all the audience were boiling, discussing fiercely. Obviously, Hogyaku's ability shocked most of the audience. It also makes many existences who pursue power can't help being jealous. Hey! If I got Hogyaku, wouldn't I be able to be immortal like that Ghost King? And also able to evolve endlessly. In Xianyang Palace, Qin Shuang Yingzheng couldn't help but gasp, staring at the information on the screen with wide eyes, with an unstoppable longing in his heart. It is immortal, and it is still the kind that has no sequelae. Most importantly, this thing can also allow the host to continue to evolve and be promoted to the next dimension endlessly. If he can get it, he will gain unimaginable power. Not to mention what kind of Ghost King, even Ji Kuyuanyi who had 1,000 knives in a second, or even the fairy in Legendary, could not be his opponent. Gu la la la, it's really enviable. Not only can it be immortal, but it can also evolve infinitely. In One Piece world, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, on the Moby DK laughs while drinking hard liquor. Having said that, Marco and the others on the side could hear that Whitebeard wasn't too envious, but just sighing with emotion. Without him, because Whitebeard has already reached the top of the world, even Roger, the Pirate King, has never been afraid. For this immortal Hogyaku, who can make the host evolve infinitely, he doesn't have much desire. However, although Whitebeard is not eager, Marco and the others are very eager. Without him, they want to get Hogyaku for Papa if they can. The strongest man in the world, their father. It shouldn't be so miserable in his later years. They hope that Whitebeard can regain his glory and gallop the sea like he used to. On the other hand, when he saw the information about Hogyaku in the screen, Blackbeard suddenly felt that dark fruit was not good. To be reasonable, he felt that the dark fruit he worked so hard to calculate could not compare to 1/10 of Hogyaku's. Whether it's dark fruit or shock fruit, it's rubbish, right? If he had Hogyaku, what fruit would he need? Hogyaku? This is a good thing. If this king gets it, he may be able to match the God of Destruction, or even surpass the God of Destruction. In the world of Dragon Ball, when seeing Hogyaku's information, even someone as proud as Frieza couldn't help but widen his eyes, which were full of longing. If Hogyaku, which can evolve infinitely, is obtained by him. Not to mention being on par with the God of Destruction, even surpassing the God of Destruction is not impossible. Most importantly, if he evolves again, maybe it can grow 5 centimeters taller? Chapter 16. Can't be destroyed? Interesting, I wonder if I, as a god of destruction, can destroy this Hogyaku. Beerus, the god of destruction, located on the planet of destruction, was also intrigued by Hogyaku. I can't help but feel a little eager to try, wanting to see if I can destroy this indestructible Hogyaku. In this regard, what Angel Wise thinks is not whether the god of destruction can destroy Hogyaku, but whether the Almighty King of the Supreme God can erase Hogyaku. He doesn't think it's good for the god of destruction to destroy Hogyaku. No one else, because the anomaly containment foundation is too mysterious. Since even the data shows that it cannot be destroyed, this is enough to show how terrible Hogyaku is. However, he is more confident about the Quanwang who can easily erase even the universe. No matter how scary Hogyaku is, he still feels that the Quanwang can erase it. After all, Hogyaku cannot be destroyed, but it can be erased. Let the host be immortal, and when it reaches the limit or its life is threatened, it will be able to evolve endlessly to the next dimension. This is simply a miracle. In the life-forbidden area of Zandi Star, even with the knowledge of the great supreme beings, they couldn't help being shocked, and there was an uncontrollable longing in their hearts. What is most important to them? There is no doubt that it is longevity and strength. Now just a jade can possess such terrifying power. How can this make them not shocked? How can it make them not yearn for it? If you can get it, maybe you can become a fairy without hitting the immortal road. At this moment, even someone as proud as the Stone Emperor couldn't help being stunned. If it is as it is said in the data, then this thing named Hogyaku will be an unimaginable fetish, something that even existences like them have to fight for. Without him, the allure of becoming a fairy is too great for those supreme beings who cut themselves off. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, even a few bits and pieces, it is enough to make them work hard for it, no matter what the cost. Hogyaku? After all, it's just a foreign object, just like the supreme bone. In Perfect World, unlike others, Milkman doesn't have the slightest desire for Hogyaku, and even dismisses it. For him, Hogyaku is just a foreign object after all, just like the supreme bone. Even without the help of external objects, he has the confidence to continue to become stronger and become the strongest. Hehe, so what if you let your evolution continue forever? I am always above you. In the world of dragon talismans, the ancient factory manager who has already stood at the top has a disdainful expression on his face, and he is extremely contemptuous of Hogyaku, who claims to be able to evolve endlessly. Without him, he thought, even Hogyaku could evolve endlessly. He who created Wolong mentality will always be above it, even if the opponent continues to evolve, he will always be one realm higher than the opponent. Is this true? If Hogyaku can make the host evolve endlessly, even if I master the last crescent moon, I can't defeat him. In the world of Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the introduction of Hogyaku on the screen, and he was immediately paralyzed, with unprecedented despair in his heart. Don't be afraid of opponents who are like gods, but be afraid of opponents who can continue to become stronger. It can make the host immortal, and can also evolve endlessly. No matter how strong he is who has mastered the last crescent sky, he will eventually be overtaken by Aizen. This TM is still a hair, there is no need to fight at all. Oh? I didn't expect the Foundation to know so much about Hogyaku's abilities, even more than I do. On the other hand, when Aizen saw Hogyaku's introduction, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. However, to Shi Yunmaru's astonishment, Aizen not only didn't panic at all, but showed a smile on the contrary, and said unscrupulously to himself. Interesting, since you know that Hogyaku has such abilities, how do you contain it? Faced with the endless evolution of me, can you do it? Soon, when countless viewers in the heavens and worlds were shocked by Hogyaku's ability, the screen also began to change, introducing the origin and ability of Hogyaku. In the picture, a black-blue round jade appeared. That's what Hogyaku originally looked like, glowing with black-blue. And as the angle of view was pulled, a young man with square-frame glasses and a black suit appeared with an elegant face. The eyes that stared at Hogyaku were full of excitement and excitement. Aizen Sosuke, creator of the half-finished Hogyaku. At this time, a line of subtitles appeared on the screen, introducing Aizen's identity. Okay, so handsome, Aizen-sama is really handsome. Ah, how can there be such a handsome guy in this world? I love it. Aizen Big Brother is too handsome, isn't he? He's even more handsome than Chicken Big Brother, if only he could be my husband. With the debut of Aizen, many female audiences around the world are obsessed, and are immediately attracted by its beauty. However, compared to the focus of female audiences, the vast majority of male audiences are not on Aizen's appearance, but on that line of subtitles. When they saw that this elegant man in front of him was the creator of Hogyaku, almost all the audience were shocked. You know, most people originally thought that Hogyaku was a kind of natural treasure. What they didn't expect now is that Hogyaku is actually man-made. Doesn't this mean that Hogyaku can be mass-produced? With a Hogyaku in hand, wouldn't it mean that everyone is immortal and infinitely evolved? Of course, some attentive viewers also carefully noticed the 3 words semi-finished product. But even so, many viewers are full of admiration for Aizen in front of them. Without him, even if it is only a half-finished Hogyaku, it is amazing. Huh? Isn't this me from before? I didn't expect the foundation to manifest even the past deeds. Could it be that it read my memory? When seeing this scene, Aizen in Karakura town raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little surprised. Of course, he didn't take it too much to heart, and even thought it didn't matter. For him, the stronger and more mysterious the opponent, the more excited he is. After all, if there is no challenge at all, then it is not worthy of being called an opponent. Chapter 17. In the picture, under the watchful eyes of all the audience, Aizen, who made the semi-finished Hogyaku, started the endless experiment. Among them, there are many inhumane experiments. For example, he collected the souls of hundreds of Shinigami and Rukanga people with Shinigami talents for experiments, in order to satisfy Hogyaku. What's even more shocking is that he also collaborated with Shi Yunmaru and Tuan Kaname. With the ability of Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu, he framed the 5th Division Captain Hirako Shinji and others. And using Hogyaku, make them hollow, and even get them sentenced to death. As soon as this picture came out, the heavens and the world were in an uproar. FK, this kid looks so elegant and kind, but he turned out to be a pervert. My dear, you really know people, know faces, but don't know people's hearts. In order to conduct experiments, hundreds of people's souls are actually used as materials. It is even scarier than ghosts. No, I don't believe it. Aizen is unlikely to be such a person. This is a lie. Someone must have framed him. Tisk tisk tisk, Aizen is really dark-hearted, and he is also a guy who is good at calculating, but their world is quite interesting. Shinigami, Su, Zanpakuto, Quincy, the relationship is really complicated. At this moment, when they saw the scene in front of them, the audience from all heavens and myriad worlds were all excited, and heated discussions started. Among them, the vast majority of people were horrified by Aizen's methods. They didn't expect him to be such a beast with a human face and a beast heart. Of course, there are also a group of guys who are like brain-dead fans. The 3 views directly follow the 5 senses, thinking that Aizen was framed by someone. A small number of people are attracted by the setting of the Shinigami world, and think this world is quite interesting. Thief, ha ha ha, interesting, Hogyaku is not buried in the hands of such a person. In the world of pirates, when seeing Aizen as a human being, Blackbeard couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the spirits in his mouth were sip after sip, and he was extremely optimistic about Aizen. Though desperate for Hogyaku, he feels, if someone like Aizen gets Hogyaku, it doesn't count as burying Hogyaku. Without him, because Aizen is the same kind of person as him. Kyoka Suijutsu? What a terrifying ability! It can completely hypnosis the opponent's 5 senses, even spiritual power. It's really hard to guard against. In the world of Hokage, even with Orochimaru's vision, he couldn't help but be frightened by Aizen Zanpakuto's ability, and couldn't stop being shocked. Such a terrifying ability is not inferior to Mangekyo Swalunyan in his eyes. Even worse than that, after all, if this ability is used well, it can be invincible. If it is placed in a war, it is simply an invincible artifact. Kyoka Suijutsu plus Hogyaku plus Aizen's brains, does this guy have any opponents? It seems that this time the Abnormal Containment Foundation has encountered a hard problem. In the Marvel movie world, Iron Man Tony, who also has a super high IQ mind, just feels extremely horrified. Kyoka Suijutsu's ability is complete hypnosis. And Hogyaku is immortal, an endless evolution. This kind of configuration coupled with Aizen's brains and calculations, it is completely invincible. This made him not only sympathetic, but how would someone play with Aizen? He was a little desperate to face Thanos at first, but at this moment he finally felt better in his heart. After all, he would rather fight against the mighty Thanos than against Aizen, who is strong, smart, and infinitely stronger. This level of ability is really terrifying, right? Unless you can crush him one-on-one and seal him up, it won't be solved at all. In the world covered by a single leaf, even with Yahei's mind, the only way to deal with Aizen at this moment is to crush and seal it. Woof, woof, why are there so many strange existences in the heavens and worlds? First, what is the Ghost King, then what is Hogyaku, and now there is an Aizen. How did the times change all of a sudden? On the side, the Black Emperor couldn't help the dog barking, it just ran out from Zi Yamanaka, it just felt that the times had changed. When following Emperor Wushi before, these things obviously didn't appear. Why is it just born? So many strange things come out, and each of them is quite awesome to some extent. Let's talk about the Ghost King first, but the thing of immortality makes it puzzling. Now that Hogyaku has appeared again, it simply refreshed his cognition. This thing is simply a divine object, even the Great Emperor's weapon and the magic medicine are much worse than it, and it is impossible to understand its existence. This made it, who has followed Wushi Great Emperor for many years and has extremely broad knowledge, feel the shallowness of knowledge for the first time. Damn it, is there no other way? The world of Shinigami is located in the fake Karakura town. When the defeated Hirako Shinji and others saw this scene, they only felt extremely angry in their hearts and wanted to find Aizen desperately. It's a pity that they were already defeated, not to mention that they are now unable to fight anymore. Even if they get back to their peak, they don't know how to compete with Aizen. This man is really too powerful, his strength has reached an unimaginable level, even if they are captain-level existences like them, they still feel desperate. And just when the reactions of the heavens and the worlds were different, the picture changed again. Aizen learns of the existence of another half-finished Hogyaku. That is the Hogyaku created by Urahara Kisuke, and when the two are combined, the real Hogyaku is born. However, the half-finished Hogyaku is hidden by him now. This scene surprised many viewers. Unexpectedly, there are actually two Hogyaku, and they are both artificially created. At the same time, many viewers also felt a little interest in the character of Urahara Kisuke. You know, the audience can see how terrible the mind and calculations of Aizen who can study Hogyaku are obvious to all. And how terrible is the mind of Urahara Kisuke, who can also create Hogyaku. This made many viewers quite curious, and some looked forward to Urahara Kisuke's debut. The formation of Hogyaku, there is still a share of Urahara Kisuke. In the Shinigami world, many people who know Urahara Kisuke can't help feeling numb. Unexpectedly, Urahara Kisuke was responsible for the birth of this Hogyaku. Dare to kill and live for so long, this kid actually put this backstab? Chapter 18. Soon, as the screen continued to change, the various abilities of the semi-finished product Hogyaku were also able to be presented in the hands of Aizen for the eyes of all audiences in the heavens and the world. And Kurosaki Ichigo, who was used as research material by Aizen, also attracted the attention of many viewers. Wuda, a human being with multiple abilities of Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy, has greatly attracted the attention of many viewers. I'll go, possessing Shinigami, Void Quincy, and human blood in one body at the same time, this kid named Kurosaki Ichigo, isn't it too buggy? The blood is so mixed, this is ABD with impure blood in our place. I feel so pitiful for him. He has been regarded as a research material by Aizen since he was a child, and even his life is under the control of Aizen. Damn, even such a small child has to calculate. Aizen, you are really a beast. GGG, Aizen is so bad, I like him so much, it's been a long time since I saw a man who suits me so well. Among the heavens and worlds, when they saw Kurosaki Ichigo, who was used as research material by Aizen, many viewers were excited. They never imagined that there would be such a complex power in a human body. This also made many viewers call out, Kurosaki Ichigo is simply a bug. But more, I still feel sorry for Kurosaki Ichigo's life experience. I feel that he has been calculated by Aizen since he was a child and has been under his control. It is really pitiful. Hokage world, in a laboratory somewhere. Human beings who gather the power of Shinigami, Su, and Quincy into one? Interesting, what a good research object. Orochimaru spoke, with excitement on his face. As an experimental maniac, he immediately became interested. Just the existence of Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy. If there is material, it is worth his exhausting research. Not to mention Kurosaki Ichigo who has all three powers in one. What kind of existence can be created by combining Sharingan, White Eyes, cells of the Senju family, and tailed beasts? At this moment, Orochimaru had a whim and was infected by Aizen's thoughts, and the expression on his face became more and more excited, even morbid. Dragon Ball World. Yes, why can't we combine various forces? The creatures created in this way will be extremely powerful. Whether it is Dr. Gallo on Earth or Dr. Meow somewhere in the universe, they are all equally inspired. Although the former has collected all kinds of information and genes about the strong on the Earth. But the direction of the artificial man has not been determined, and the created artificial man is at best just a few stronger robots. Now seeing this scene, Dr. Gallo had a bold idea in his heart. He wanted to use all the cells of the strong to create the most terrifying creature. In this regard, Dr. Liao, who is far away on a planet somewhere in the universe, also had the same idea. A world covered by a single leaf. Tisk tisk, possessing three different powers at the same time, if such a constitution is placed in the world of practice, it might not be weaker than a divine body, right? At this moment, looking at Kurosaki Ichigo with all three powers in one body, Pangbo couldn't help being amazed. You must know that existences such as Shinigami, Su, and Quincy alone are extremely good seedlings in the world of practice. Not to mention the holy body, the divine body is stronger than ordinary spirit bodies. And the combination of these three kinds of power is not as simple as 1 plus 1. Indeed, this kind of constitution is very unusual. If it is developed to ultimate, it might not be much worse than a divine body. Regarding this, the Black Emperor did not speak up after a long absence, but rather agreed with it. Without him, the great Emperor Washi he followed was the innate sacramental body. It was born from the combination of the ancient holy body and the innate Taoist embryo. And the three constitutions comparable to the spirit body, combined in one body, should not be much worse than the god body. Of course, at the level of the Eastern desolate divine body, there is still a gap with Yehei's ancient holy body and innate Dao embryo. Shinigami world. Is my whole life actually under the control of Aizen? Located in the spiritual world, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help talking softly to himself, feeling a sense of desolation in his heart. Although it was hinted by Aizen earlier, when he really learned the truth, he still couldn't help but find it hard to accept. Without him, anyone would find it hard to accept that their whole body is under the control of others, and even feel hopeless. However, as the protagonist, naturally, Kurosaki Ichigo would not be easily hit, and when he felt desolate, he couldn't help but burst into anger. In that case, let me show you the real power in my body. Accompanied by Kurosaki Ichigo's roar, under Baisu's gratified eyes. He broke out, desperately wanting to learn the last crescent sky. Want to control the real power in your body. Kurosaki Ichigo? Before, you were still a good toy, but now, compared to the Foundation, you are still much worse. On the other side, Aizen's expression is a little smile. After vaguely glancing at the direction of Kurosaki Ichigo, he ignored it. Soon, the screen moved again, under the gaze of all the audience. In front of all the audience in the heavens and the world, Aizen unfolded his almost demon mind, and set up all kinds of schemes to make the audience shocked. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by Kurosaki Ichigo's intrusion into the Soul Society, Aizen personally created the illusion that he was assassinated, and with the power of Kyoka Suijutsu, deceived everyone. A line of golden sentences kept coming out of his mouth. Its strength is truly displayed in front of everyone. My dear boy, Aizen is too bad, isn't he? How ruthless is he to attack his own little fangirl without mercy? Hey! Killing Hitsugaya Toshiro in Bankai's state with one blow, that's a captain-level existence. Isn't this level of strength too terrifying? Grandma, is this FG human? Not only the ability pervert, but also the strong pervert, plus Hogyaku, is there anyone who can stop him? Even the S-class heroes in our world are hard to compare to. This is simply a god, the real Shinigami. If possible, I hope you don't insist too much. In order to step on the ant without destroying it, it is very difficult to control the strength. Tisk tisk tisk, these words are too pretentious, right? At this moment, when watching the scenes in the picture, audiences in many worlds were shocked. Whether it's Aizen's strategy or his strength. It's even one of his golden sentences. It made them feel a lot of emotion, and they couldn't stop the horror in their hearts. Chapter 19. In the screen, under the watchful eyes of many audiences, in order to take out Hogyaku from Rukia Kukaki's body, Aizen started his pretend road. Facing Kurosaki Ichigo in Bankai's state, Aizen was in seconds. The face was full of anger, suddenly attacked from behind, and broke out Ryutsu, wanting to use Bankai 7th Team Captain Kashiwamura Seijin. Hado S90 Black Coffin. Once again, he killed a captain-level existence in seconds, which shocked countless audiences. One Piece World, Marshal's Office. Is this serious? This is at least the Shishibukai level, and even a captain-level existence comparable to Admiral. At this moment, Sengoku couldn't help but let out a horrified voice when he saw another insta-killing captain-level existence. You know, the reason why Hitsugaya was killed in seconds last time. Not because he is too weak, but Aizen's ability is too buggy. But this time is different, Kashiwamura, the captain of the 7th Division. It is obviously a powerful existence, even comparable to Admiral's existence. Now that he was killed in such an understatement, this is simply outrageous. Doesn't this show that Aizen's strength? Far above Admiral, even able to kill Admiral indiscriminately? Marvel Cinematic Universe. Hey, what kind of terrifying move is this? It actually killed the captain level in seconds. The Avengers, who were about to fight Thanos, couldn't help being frightened at the moment. Even Thor, the god of thunder, showed a dignified look. Without him, this move is too fast, too scary. It is simply impossible to guard against. Among them, the only ones who can resist this move are perhaps only him and Hulk. Even Tony's Iron Man armor may not be able to resist it. Dragon Ball World, Gaixian House. That's amazing, the guy's aura just broke out, I feel no less than that guy Lottie's. Kellen's eyes widened, and he couldn't help being a little surprised. You know, when Lottie's came to Earth, he was an existence that made them almost desperate. Although he has grown up now. But when he saw Aizen's aura burst out with a move that was no less than that of Lottie's, he couldn't help being surprised at the moment. His strength is far from being as simple as imagined. If he explodes with all his strength will probably reach several times or even dozens of times of what he just exploded. On the side, Gui Xianren, who was originally staring at the pornographic poster, couldn't help showing a solemn expression. Obviously, at the moment when Aizen shot. He also clearly felt that Aizen was unusual, and even guessed Aizen's true strength. Fighting continent. This move called Hado S90 is not inferior to Earth-level fighting skills. Looking at the black coffin in the picture, Xiao Huohuo couldn't help but gasp. Right now, he is in the middle of the desert, and the surrounding area is extremely hot, otherwise he would want to take a deep breath. Hado? Interesting, it's a good move. Regarding this, Yao Lao's voice also sounded in Xiao Huohuo's mind. It can be clearly felt that he is quite interested in Hado. Of course, those who are interested are interested. As a former Dozun strongman, he didn't pay attention to the mere Hado. Without him, at his prime. A single blow is enough to kill Aizen at this moment. In the screen, under the watchful eyes of many audiences, Aizen of Kashiwamura was instantly killed, and another Hogyaka was successfully taken out from Rukia Kokaki's body. However, just as he was about to kill Rukia, Byakuya Kokaki, who is also a captain, appears. Not only him, but Shihaoran Yoryuki, Sui Feng, Jingle Chun Shui, Jushiro Yukitake, even the captain Yamamoto Genri Yusai and many vice-captains also appeared. Huh? This old man makes me feel very unusual. Located in the place of death, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but let out a little surprise when he saw the old man Yamamoto appearing on the stage. Not only him, such as Gilgamesh, the hero king of the Fate world. Bo Ross, the cosmic overlord of the world of One Punch Man. Zhongli, the king of rocks in the original God world, Gu Yi, the supreme mage in the Marvel movie world. Demon Zunlu in the world of Xiangxia, Yao Lao in the world of Fighting Spirit. Everyone is powerful, no less than Yamamoto, and even stronger than him, they all feel that he is extraordinary. However, surprises are surprises. Not many people are afraid of him. Because there is no existence in the same world, it is impossible to meet each other. Even if they encountered him, how many of them were afraid of him? Oh! Sorry, it's time. At this moment, Aizen's chuckle caught the attention of all the audience, allowing their eyes to return to the frame. Under the watchful eyes of all the audience, 3 translucent gold beams of light descended from the sky and landed on Aizen, Ikijin Meru, and Tuan Kaname. And in the sky of Jingling Ting, a huge gap suddenly appeared. And among them, there was Jillian, who exuded a strong aura, and many viewers felt their scalps go numb. Among them, there are some audiences in the world of daily love and the world of low martial arts. Obviously, such terrifying monsters scare them even more than monsters. Actually teaming up with Su, have you fallen? Aizen. In the picture, staring at Aizen, who is slowly rising into the sky, Jushiro Yukitake couldn't help but say in a deep voice. You're too proud, Jushiro. Facing Jushiro's questioning, Aizen, under the holy light of the light film, slowly ascending into the sky like a god, although the sound is not loud, it resounds through the heavens. From the very beginning, no one stands on the sky, neither do you, nor do I, even God. In this scene, an inexplicable sense of oppression emerges from Aizen's body. Many viewers in the heavens and myriad worlds became nervous, swallowed subconsciously, and stared nervously at the screen. However, this unbearable gap period of the throne in the sky will also come to an end. Under the gaze of all the audience, Aizen slowly took off the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of the nose, and then put the other hand between the eyebrows, and then slowly lifted the slightly curly brown hair. With the close-up of the camera, the whole picture of Aizen is completely displayed in front of the eyes of the heavens and the world at this moment. If we talk about the original Aizen, with that pair of glasses and hairstyle, at least the last touch of refinement and elegance is still retained. So now he has completely exposed his fangs. When he took off his glasses and put his hair back into a big back, the feeling he gave to everyone has completely changed. From now on, I will stand in the sky. Chapter 20. From now on, I will stand in the sky. At this moment, as Aizen's voice fell, countless audiences in the heavens and myriad worlds felt the indescribable sense of oppression, and felt that breathing became more and more difficult. The contrast between the front and back of Aizen is too shocking, isn't it? Farewell, Shinigami. Goodbye too, boy who traveled in trouble. As a human being, you are really interesting. Above the sky, Aizen, with a new image, surrounded by many Minos Grande, slowly entered the black hole. At this moment, he is the king. It is the king who stands on the sky and stands on the top of all living beings. And as the figures of Aizen and others disappeared, the huge space entrance dissipated, and the many audiences in the heavens and worlds suddenly came to their senses. Call. Among the heavens and myriad worlds, the first reaction of countless spectators was to let out a heavy sigh of relief. But even so, their hearts still couldn't stop being shocked. Aizen in hairspray state. The deterrent power it exudes is too exaggerated. So much so that many audience members dare not take a breath, until they react, they instinctively exhale and breathe. Damn it! F-ed. Aizen is too pretending, isn't it? Damn, this wave of pretense is about to explode. Damn it, Aizen is so handsome, isn't he? He's absolutely perfect. From now on, I will stand in the sky. Tisk tisk tisk, these words are really shocking. I love it, Aizen is so handsome. He was super handsome when he was originally gentle and refined, but now he has a big back, and he is even more handsome. Cough cough, by the way, how did this kid smear his bangs all of a sudden? Could it be that this kid secretly hid a hand of hairspray when he was pretending? Soon, after reacting, countless audiences in the heavens and myriad worlds were all erupting, discussing uncontrollably, being so handsome by Aizen's famous scene. Needless to say, the original image of Aizen has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. As Aizen, who possesses super good looks, the intelligence that makes everyone play with applause, and possesses strong strength, he has already been admired by countless audiences. However, at this moment, when Aizen took off his glasses, combed his back hair, and said the words "I will stand in the sky," this man, in the hearts of many viewers, has already been conferred as a god. Even many people who hated Aizen, or even hated him. I can't help but feel fear in my heart. I fear this man from the bottom of my heart, and regard him as the most terrifying existence in the world. Conan World, Tidan High School. So handsome, Aizen-sama is so handsome, I love it so much. In the classroom, Sanako couldn't help screaming as she watched Aizen's disappearing figure. Not only her, but almost the entire Tidan High School girls screamed similarly, being completely attracted by Aizen's charm. Although the various behaviors of the original Aizen, it made them feel a little scary, they didn't expect him to be such a person. But at this moment, when Aizen's famous scene came out, they fell again. Sanguine followed the five senses directly. I can't wait to become Hinamori Momo, and be stabbed by Aizen. Because then you can hug Aizen before you die. The urban world of cultivating immortals. Chen Bei Xian Yi, pretended not to be inferior to others in my life, but today, I have to admit that you boy pretend not to be inferior to me. Looking at Aizen's figure, Chen Baichuan couldn't help but gasp, his heart couldn't stop being shocked. It never occurred to him that there would be such a pretender in all the heavens and myriad worlds. Originally, he thought that his way of pretending had reached the highest level. But now, a man turned out to be born. The compulsive style is immediately full, even he has to admire it. Although the opponent's strength is very weak, he can crush him to death with one finger. But in terms of pretending, he still needs to learn from the other party. Perfect big world, exotic and Lan ancient tribe. Hi! The top of the fairy, proud of the world, if you have me, and Lan, there will be heaven. This sentence, I will stand in the sky, is really a good pretend sentence, I accept it. At this moment, Wang and Lan looked at Aizen in the picture, and his eyes became more and more appreciative. Whether he should say it or not, although he thinks Aizen is quite useless. You need to rely on some means to achieve your goals. But should I say it or not, this kid pretends to be pretty good. Some classic quotations are quite extraordinary. And this sentence "I will stand in the sky," and hairspray hands. Even he couldn't help but be amazed. On the other side, it is located deep in the ultimate ancient land. Aizen? Not bad guy, although the strength is much lower, but the road to pretend has already been accomplished. I look forward to your growth. I hope you will not be easily defeated by the so-called Foundation. Sitting on the Emperor's throne, Emperor Kang's withered head slowly opened his eyes, and his deep voice resounded through the ruined heaven. As a quasi-immortal emperor, he is very concerned about his own personality. That's pretty confident. And in the face of the king who suddenly came out, he couldn't help feeling sorry for each other. Even if the other party is an ant, he also hopes that Aizen can be stronger, hoping that one day he can rise up and not be easily killed by the Foundation. Of course, not many viewers adore, or appreciate, Aizen. Some powerful existences, facing the pretending Aizen, have no feeling at all. Even, they think Aizen is like a clown. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't make a move, they might all want to shoot this ant to death from the air. Soon, after the shock of many audiences from the heavens and the world, the picture changed again. Head over to Hueco Mundo's Aizen to combine two half-finished Hogyaku into one. The truly flawless Hogyaku was born. Soon, Hogyaku's ability appeared again in the eyes of the audience. Hueco Mundo's many powerful ghosts have been put under the command of Aizen and become Espada. Moreover, each of the Espada has been Arancarized, and has obtained props similar to Zanpakuto, and its strength has been improved to a higher level. And Aizen has become the well-deserved king of Hueco Mundo. Hey, should I say it or not, Hogyaku is really awesome, he really has the ability to make creatures evolve. Tisk tisk tisk, a group of Su who are not weaker than captain-level existences have gone one step further. In a one-on-one situation, this level of strength is not weaker than most captains, right? Oh, my dear, Aizen was able to play with those people in the applause, but now there is a group of people, isn't this completely invincible? By the way, in the face of such an Aizen, how can the foundation contain Hogyaku? It's not realistic at all to rely solely on the previous sculpture, Little Peanut. I don't know. The foundation should send other objects to contain it. After all, with Aizen's intelligence and strength plus Hogyaku, only with strong suppression can Hogyaku be taken away and contained. At this moment, when seeing this scene in the picture, countless audience members couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, they really saw the power of Hogyaku. And this is just the tip of the Hogyaku iceberg. This also made them start to guess, what kind of containment will the Foundation use to deal with Aizen? Chapter 21. And just as the audience was guessing, in the stock-taking video, Aizen also started his plan, and the world war with Soul Society Godii 13 is about to break out. Facing the Godii 13th Division headed by Captain Yamamoto, Aizen and his party appear. However, what shocked many viewers was, even as strong as Aizen, this powerful yet extremely intelligent character. He didn't even dare to confront Captain Yamamoto head-on, and could only rely on tricks to drag him down abruptly. But even so, many viewers were shocked by the strength of Captain Yamamoto. Especially his Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, who is said to be the strongest in the flame system. The flames released made most of the audience in the world feel horrified. The world of tutors. Hiss, what kind of flame is this? It's too scary, even if it's the fire of death, it can't be far less than 1/10 of it. Looking at the flames bursting out from Yamamoto's Captain Zanpakuto, even though Tsunayoshi Sawada has grown up now, he still couldn't help being shocked. Without him, because he is also playing with fire. Moreover, the flame of death energy on his glove is his invincible weapon. However, compared to the flame of Captain Yamamoto, his flame of dead energy is simply not too weak, it is not a flame of the same level at all. One Piece World, Grand Line. Isn't this flame too terrifying? If my Maramara fruit can create such a flame, let alone Blackbeard, even Marine Admiral Akainu with lava fruit can't be my opponent. Looking at the blazing flames like a scorching sun in the picture, and eating Maramara fruit's fire fist ace, I couldn't stop being amazed. Although he owns the Maramara fruit, the flames he possesses are only ordinary fires after all. And the flame of Captain Yamamoto really surpassed the flames of common flames who don't know how many levels. If Maramara fruit can create such terrifying flames, his strength will be greatly improved. Even in the face of Akainu, the owner of lava fruit who suppressed his Maramara fruit, he has the confidence to overwhelm and even defeat him. On the other side, located on Cake Island, Prometheus, created by Big Mom's soul fruit ability, one of the 4 emperors, was also frightened by the flames at the moment. Not only it, but even Big Mom couldn't stop being frightened when they saw Captain Yamamoto make a move. Without him, the other party is really terrifying. Even Prometheus, who claims to possess the heavenly fire, has far less powerful flames. And even as one of the 4 emperors, she was also shocked by Yamamoto's strength. This level of strength has far surpassed her cognition. Even her original captain rocks. It is far from such strength, which has to make her frightened. Fairy Tale World. What a powerful flame, this flame is stronger than Ignir's flame, how delicious is such a powerful flame. Different from other powerhouses, Natsu, who is a dragon slayer of fire, marveled at the power of Yamamoto's Captain Zanpakuto's flames, but he was not frightened at all. On the contrary, he was extremely eager, and even hoped to eat that flame. Without him, for him. The more powerful the flame, the tastier it is. Most importantly, the powerful flame can stimulate his potential, allowing his strength to rise to an unimaginable level in a short period of time. If you can eat this kind of flame, Natsu, who is an end, should be able to fully awaken and display the true strength of an end, right? Maybe he can kill Akunologia. And in Naz's body, the Flame Dragon King Ignir couldn't help but come up with this idea when he looked at the flames in the video. But in an instant, it shook its head and shook off the thought. Not to mention whether Naz can eat this flame. Even if he could eat it, he would not allow it. Because once Naz becomes end, it will be an irreversible tragedy. That terrifying force will destroy the entire world and become the second Black Dragon King. Fight the world. Hiss, teacher, this flame is so strong, I don't know how much stronger it is than the beast fire. If I can absorb it, can it improve the Fenju? Seeing this scene, Xiao Huohuo in the desert couldn't help but gasped, and couldn't help but ask Yao Lao. Well, this flame is indeed very powerful, even if it is compared to the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire we are looking for, it is not far behind. To this, Yao Lao responded, and after a pause, he went on to say. The powerful Shinigami in their world seem to be able to Bankai. If we look at the increase in strength of the original captain-level existence Bankai, the flame after the chief captain Bankai may be even more terrifying, even reaching the level of my bone spirit cold fire. In this regard, Xiao Huohuo couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect Yao Lao's evaluation of Yamamoto's Captain Zanpakuto flame to be so high. You know, his bone spirit is cold. But the 11th flame of the wood expulsion line. And that old man Yamamoto, whose flame of Zanpakuto could reach that level, isn't it incredible? Just when many audiences were amazed by the strength of Captain Yamamoto, Aizen's pretend show on the screen also started. After defeating the first Espada and the second Espada, Aizen beheaded Hurley Bell of the third Espada under the incredible eyes of many audiences, which made many audiences extremely angry. While being angry, the audience couldn't help being amazed. Without the help of Espada, this means that the three of them have to face all the captain-level existences of Godai 13. What's more, the opponent has the Arankar Legion who came to support. This is simply too big. Soon, under the shocking eyes of many audiences, Aizen faces all captain-level existences alone. Not only did he not panic at all, but he took the battlefield as his one-man show. Constantly playing with captain-level powerhouses in applause, even Hirako Shinji, who has the ability to change the opponent's various perceptions, is no match for him. The most important thing is that when a group of captain-level beings paid a bloody price and successfully penetrated Aizen's chest, a terrible scene appeared. What are you doing? Accompanied by the roar of Kurosaki Ichigo, in the eyes of all captain-level powerhouses and even 99% of the audience in the heavens and myriad worlds. Aizen, who was pierced through the chest, turned into Hinamori Momo. When did you guys start giving the illusion that I'm not using Kyoka Suijutsu? Under the scalp-numbing gaze of countless audiences from all over the world, Aizen's face was calm, and a faint smile appeared on his face, which made many audiences shudder. Chapter 22. When did you guys start giving the illusion that I'm not using Kyoka Suijutsu? At this moment, as Aizen's words fell, almost all the audience was boiling. They only felt that their scalps were numb, and their hearts were shocked to see ultimate. Holy shit, this shit is too buggy, isn't it? You beat your life and death, but in the end it's your own people. Hey, when did you guys start to have the illusion that I didn't use Kyoka Suijutsu? This sentence really makes people's scalp tingle, it's really scary. Tisk tisk, this girl named Hinamori Momo is really miserable. She was stabbed by Aizen last time, and this time she was stabbed by her childhood sweetheart again. It's so pitiful. My dear, with Aizen's strength and ability, even without using Hogyaku, he can kill them indiscriminately, that's amazing. This is not only a crushing in strength, but also a crushing in intelligence. Hirako Shinji's Zanpakuto is also very capable and good in intelligence, but unfortunately it is still far behind Aizen. Faced with Aizen, who played with all opponents, and even the audience from all heavens and myriad worlds, in the applause. Audiences from countless worlds couldn't stop their scalps from getting numb, and they called out, "What the hell?" Even an existence stronger than Aizen can't help but be shocked by its terrifying intelligence. Such a character is really terrifying, making them fearful from the bottom of their hearts. However, many viewers couldn't help but burst out laughing when it was Hinamori Momo who was stabbed again. "I think this girl is really miserable, she is the one who gets hurt every time." Soon, under the watchful eyes of many audiences, the captain-level beings in the screen fell down one after another, and were killed by Aizen one after another. However, the captain of Yamamoto is still the captain after all. Facing Aizen, who played with many captains in the applause, he still found his weakness. Kyoka Suijutsu can indeed hypnosis the five senses of people, the vision of the eyes, the touch of the skin can be hypnosis, but the riots irradiated from Zanpakuto, this perception cannot be hypnosis. 96 of Hado, cremation with one knife. Boom! At this moment, under the horrified gazes of many audiences, the terrifying flames directly swept across the sky and the earth, piercing through even the top of the clouds in this world. The power is terrifying, far surpassing any previous attack. In this regard, even if it is as strong as Aizen, it will be injured by such a terrifying Hado. And this is the first time Aizen has been injured since the beginning of the war. The crescent sky is rushing. And the next moment, Hollow's Kurosaki Ichigo appeared. The terrifying dark red crescent moon shot out instantly, directly piercing through Aizen's left shoulder. Countless blood soared into the sky, staining the screen red. Hehe, ginger is still old and spicy. I didn't expect that even Aizen was tricked by Captain Yamamoto. Tisk tisk, this is the first time Aizen has been injured in this battle, right? It's a pity that even Captain Yamamoto can only injure Aizen. Oh my god, this shows how terrible Aizen is. The strongest Shinigami in the millennium, at the cost of one arm, only let him get injured. Kurosaki Ichigo, this kid, is still very good at sneak attacks, and after Hollow, his strength is stronger than that of a captain-level existence. He is indeed a human being with 3 powers in one. Speaking of which, Kurosaki Ichigo only used 2 powers, right? The Quincy's power hasn't been fully displayed yet. Next, Aizen should use Hogyaku, right? Before using Hogyaku, Aizen was already invincible. How terrible would it be if he used Hogyaku? At this moment, looking at Aizen, who was injured for the first time in the screen, many viewers couldn't help talking. Some are lamenting that ginger is still old and spicy, and some are still lamenting the power of Aizen. And some are lamenting the strength of Kurosaki Ichigo. And more viewers began to pay attention to Hogyaku, thinking that Aizen should use Hogyaku. Hokage world! Come on, let me see how powerful you will be with Hogyaku. Located in the place of death, Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, looked at the picture intently, and couldn't help talking softly to himself. There is no doubt that Aizen's strength has been recognized by him. Now, he wanted to see how powerful Aizen would be if fused with Hogyaku. What a terrible man, can anyone really stop him? Located in the belly of the ghoul, the first-generation Hokage Senjo Hashirama couldn't help showing a solemn expression at this moment. What an interesting human being! How far can you go? Does Hogyaku, who claims to be able to evolve endlessly, really have that kind of power? On the moon, the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya also awakened, and Aizen in the picture stared at him with a little interest on his face. As a member of the Otsutsuki family, her horizons are far beyond ordinary people's imagination. At this moment, she is quite interested in whether Aizen after merging with Hogyaku can evolve endlessly. If so, how far can Aizen evolve? Can it reach a level comparable to the god of Otsutsuki? Soon, under the watchful eyes of many audiences, Hogyaku's Aizen was integrated into the screen, and in just a few seconds, the severely injured body healed. Then he ruthlessly told himself the process of arranging Ichigo's life. But when he wanted to tell the origin of Ichigo, Kurosaki Ishine appeared. And teamed up with Ichigo and Urahara Kisuke to attack Aizen. As for Urahara Kisuke's debut, many viewers are quite concerned about it. And Urahara Kisuke's IQ and a series of operations did not disappoint the audience. Although his strength is not strong, his IQ is indeed ridiculously high. In a way, it's even scarier than Aizen. However, even so, the trio still couldn't do anything to Aizen, and made Aizen evolve to the second stage, and his strength rose again. And this also convinced the audience that Hogyaku really has the power to evolve the host. Finally, after defeating the trio, Aizen evolved once more, reaching the third stage of fusing with Hogyaku. What the abnormal Containment Foundation said is actually true. Aizen has evolved again and again, and its strength has reached an inestimable level. My dear, Hogyaku is really a bug, it really is immortal, and it can make the host evolve continuously. Tisk tisk, what's going to happen next? Aizen, who has reached the third stage, has no opponent, right? Is the Foundation going to make a move? At this moment, when seeing Aizen, which merged with Hogyaku, continue to evolve and defeat the trio, many viewers were overjoyed. Unexpectedly, what the Anomaly Containment Foundation said is actually true, Hogyaku really possesses such a terrifying power. And this also made them curious, is it the Foundation's turn to take action next? And what method and what kind of containment will the Foundation use to deal with Aizen? Chapter 23. The introduction of the ability of the contained object has been completed, and the containment project has officially started. Soon, under the gaze of many spectators, Aizen, who has evolved to the third stage in the screen, descends into the real Karakura town together with Ikijin Meru. And the two of them, when they came to the real Karakura town, but standing in place, as if being attracted by something. But what surprised the audience was that there was nothing worthy of attention around Aizen, as if they were looking at something invisible. Could it be that Aizen and the others are also watching the inventory video? At this moment, when seeing the strange behavior of Aizen and Ikijin Meru, many viewers couldn't help but have this idea in their hearts. Without him, the behavior of the two is really abnormal. Now apart from this possibility, there seems to be no other reason. And the next moment, an abrupt yet somewhat familiar voice sounded, confirming their thoughts. The introduction of the ability of the contained object has been completed, and the containment project has officially started. Ding! Inventory video updates the latest features, the barrage function has been launched. Woohoo, containment has begun. Interesting and interesting, will there be new containment objects? Hey, what is this barrage function? It seems to be the latest function. Oh, I understand. This barrage is to allow viewers from the heavens and myriad worlds to send barrages in the inventory video, and present what they want to speak in the video. Xiaomai's situation, I can only speak once a day? I'm so cold. Hey, Doraemon, this function is so interesting, does it mean that I can chat with beings in other worlds? Interesting, let me be the first barrage sender. All heavens and all worlds. When all the audience heard the familiar voice, many audiences were boiling. Even some powerhouses in the high-dimensional world stared at the picture intently. However, with the launch of the barrage function, many viewers couldn't help being surprised, and with the introduction of the inventory video transmission, many viewers also understood the function of the barrage. Of course, for some characters who have no sense of existence, only one barrage can be posted every day. And the higher the rank, the stronger the strength. The more times you can send barrage. Like the protagonists of some worlds, such as Nobi Nobita. The strength is not good, but the number of barrage sent is 5 times. And like Frieza, Uchiha Madara, Saitama, Thanos, Xiao Huohuo, Yahei, Milk Baby, and Lan, Weird Ancestor, Prehistoric Sage, Ancient Factory Manager. For these characters, the number of times has gradually increased from 10 times to dozens or even hundreds of times. Hello, everyone, I am Nobi Nobita, please give me your advice. Nobi Nobita. Ah, Aizen-sama, you are so handsome, can you sign me? Garden. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become One Piece. Pirate, King Luffy. Oh he, let me, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, be the sender of the first barrage, you ants, feel honored. Cosmic King Frieza. Aizen, Uchiha Madara, approve of you, I hope you won't be easily defeated. Uchiha Madara. I am Tang San, the strongest God King in the God realm, the sea god Shura god. With all due respect, everyone in the heavens and worlds is rubbish. The strongest God King in the God realm. I am Yan Emperor of the Endless Fire Territory, and I would like to say hello to all fellow Taoists. If you have the opportunity, you can communicate. Emperor Yan of the Endless Fire Domain. The top of the fairy, proud of the world, if there is me, and Lan, there will be a day. The red spear and the immortal shield will kill all the immortal kings and destroy the 9 heavens. And Lan, immortal king of exotic lands. If you don't worship the emperor, you will lose your true life. Your name is on the steel of reincarnation. Kowtowing one step at a time, the sins on the way to death will be cut in half, and your true spirit will be protected. Emperor King. Soon, with the launch of the barrage function, most of the audience in the heavens and worlds happily sent out barrage, hoping to show their faces in front of the heavens. Of course, some viewers also stayed on the sidelines, just watching the changes on the screen all the time, wanting to see how many creatures there are in the heavens and worlds. For some barrages that are not nutritious, many viewers simply skip them. After all, some of these people are introducing themselves like idiots, while others are nympho. If you watch too much, you will really feel that your intelligence will decline. And when many viewers saw the pirate, Wang Luffy's speech, they couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Isn't this guy called Monkey D. Luffy? Why is the inscription on the back saying the pirate, King Luffy? One Piece World, aboard Sunshine Sunny. Hey, Zoro, look, my speech has appeared. But isn't the one I typed Luffy, the One Piece? Why is there an extra dot? At this moment, Luffy was obviously extremely excited when he found his own speech among the many barrages. However, what surprised him was why there was a small dot added to the follow-up label. Idiot, you must have accidentally added it just now. For this, Zoro gave him a blank look. But when he saw his label name, he didn't dare to send the barrage. Without him, when he sets the label name, accidentally became, 3 Swords Lu Zoro. The most important thing is that this thing must be set, and there is no way to change it. Wanakuni Ghost Island. Huh? Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe? What kind of rubbish is that? Want to try my Thunder 8 trigrams? When seeing Frisia's speech, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors and the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, was upset. Picking up the super mace on the side, I can't help but want to give him a thunderous 8 trigrams. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was upset. Almost all the powerhouses in the heavens and the world were angered by Frisia's speech, and they wanted to kill him. Dragon Ball World, Destroyer Planet. Hee, Frisia? The strength is not strong, but the tone is getting louder. It seems that next time I have to let you experience the true might of the God of Destruction. Seeing Frisia's barrage, Beerus, God of Destruction's lazy face, suddenly turned cold. Although he also felt that the existences in those inventory videos were all ants. But the barrage sent by Frisia included the entire heavens and worlds. This also means that Frisia, together with him, even the Supreme God and the whole King are regarded as ants. This had to make him murderous, thinking that the next time he travels, he will destroy Frisia, and let him see the mighty power of the God of Destruction. Chapter 24. However, when God of Destruction Beerus saw Tang San's speech, he couldn't sit still. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying aura swept across the entire God of Destruction star, and the power of the God of Destruction that was difficult to conceal caused everything around to dissipate continuously. However, even in the face of the power of such a destructive God, the angel Weiss standing beside him not only did not have the slightest influence, but instead comforted him in a flat tone. Master Beerus, don't get angry easily. After all, there are all kinds of existences in the heavens and myriad worlds. It is normal for 1 or 2 ignorant creatures with little knowledge to appear. If I meet you, I will definitely make this so-called God King feel worse than death. Hearing this, God of Destruction Beerus finally calmed down, but he was still very upset. Not only the God of Destruction, but also the existence of other worlds are angry. Frisia, the previous emperor of the universe, made them angry, and now there is another stupid bird who claims to be the strongest god king in the god world. And also said that everyone in the heavens and the world is rubbish. Isn't this saying that all exist? Is it bearable or unbearable? Uncle can bear it, but auntie can't bear it. Immediately, many spectators fought back directly, and some strong men even issued threats. If it weren't for the screen, the powerhouses of countless worlds would all want to go to the place called the God Realm and level that world. Hang up this so-called strongest god king in the god world, and beat him hard. Live broadcast in front of Zushin Wanja, let him experience what is called real terror. It's a pity that there is still nothing that can be done through the screen. Many strong people can only hold back their anger, or vent it in other ways. However, in their hearts are extremely hopeful. The abnormal containment foundation can contain this idiot god king. Fight the world, Tagal Desert. This fellow named Tang San, is it possible that he is a fool? He actually said such a brainless thing, and the speech of Yandi Yandi of the Endless Fire region is more than one grade away. When seeing Tang San's speech, Xiao Huohuo couldn't help but shook his head. From the bottom of his heart he despised this strongest king in the god realm called Tang San. And with Tang San's speech, he is full of affection for Emperor Yan of the Endless Fire territory. But, don't know why. He has a different feeling for this Yan Emperor of the Endless Fire territory. It's as if this Emperor Yan of the Endless Fire territory is inextricably linked with him. The small world of the Soul Clan. The top of the fairy, proud of the world, if you have me, and Lan, you will have the sky? It's a big tone, I don't know how strong it is compared to my Soul Emperor. When he saw in Ian's speech, Hun Tiendi, who was the pinnacle of the 9-star fighting saint, couldn't help but raised his brows, shocked by an Ian's tone. Should I say it or not, these words are so forceful. Even with his thousands of years of knowledge, he has never heard of such a loud existence. Shinigami World, True Karakura Town. Oh? Barrage function? Interesting. And that Emperor King, judging from his tone, his strength may be quite terrifying. Looking at the bullet screens of the heavens and worlds, even Aizen, who has integrated Hogyaku, couldn't help being speechless, and was quite shocked by the speeches of one of the strong ones. You know, his strength has been fully displayed in front of all the audience in the heavens. But there are still some people who don't pay attention to him, and even pretend to talk dirty about themselves. This had to shock him. How many terrifying powerhouses must there be in this so-called heavens and myriad realms? In this regard, not only Aizen, but also many audiences were equally astonished. Even if his strength was not weaker than his existence, they couldn't help being shocked. Without him, even Aizen is called an ant or even garbage. How terrifying would those existing strengths be? Forget it, let's deal with the foundation first. If it doesn't work out as I expected, the foundation should take action. In the screen, under the gaze of many audiences, Aizen spoke again. Standing on the spot, looking around in all directions with a solemn face. At this moment, the perception has been upgraded to ultimate, exploring the crisis that may suddenly appear. Without him, although he is very confident. But in the face of the extremely mysterious foundation, even he must treat it with caution. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you may become like a ghost king. The next moment, the stock-taking video in the minds of Aizen and Shi Yinmaru was interrupted, and this made them even more defensive. This scene immediately aroused the interest of many viewers. Forget about the previous thoughts triggered by Tang San and the others, and stare at the video engrossed. Soon, the picture began to change. With a sudden turn of the camera, a creature that looks like a human but is much taller than ordinary people appears in the sky of the real Karakura town. Its figure is very weird, with almost no muscles on its body, as if it is malnourished, and its arms are out of proportion to its body, which makes many viewers frown. And from the beginning to the end, the face of a humanoid creature never appeared on the screen. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of breaking through the sound barrier, the strange humanoid creature. Under the watchful eyes of all the audience and even Aizen and Ikijin Meru. It fell straight from the sky and landed on the road of Karakura town. Countless dust rose into the sky, countless gravel splashed everywhere, and oval potholes with a diameter of tens of meters appeared before the eyes of many audiences. It's just that due to the dust rising into the sky, the full picture of the humanoid creature still cannot be fully presented. Oh? Are you here? What kind of strange anomalous containment is this time? At this moment, when the shy person came, many viewers were looking forward to it. Although they saw part of the shy man's body, his appearance had not yet been presented, which made them curious. At the same time, they are also waiting for the information from the Abnormal Containment Foundation. Soon, a line of information about the sculpture was presented to all audiences. Foundation Anomaly Containment Shy Person. Object Level, Euclid. Description: Abnormal Containment. A shy person with a humanoid appearance, about 2.38 meters tall, with almost no muscle tissue all over his body. Analyzed from a human point of view, shy people suffer from mild malnutrition, which also causes their arms to be severely disproportionate to their bodies. The body of a shy person can be distorted to any extent, and the eyes have no pigment. After extensive testing, it is suspected that a shy person does not possess wisdom, that is, the ability to think. Huh? This thing looks like a human, but I didn't expect it to have no intelligence. In the Marvel movie world, when Tony saw part of the information of the shy man, he couldn't help but let out a little surprise, which was a little unexpected. You know, shy people look weird though. But it should be a creature. I didn't expect it to have no wisdom, which is really strange. Chapter 25. And just when many viewers were as surprised as Tony, and even a little puzzled, the information about the shy person was completely presented. After long-term observation, shy people are usually extremely docile and non-threatening. However, once someone sees the shy person's face, whether it's directly seen, or seen in a video, or even a photo, it will trigger the abnormal containment rules and make it fall into a serious state of sadness. The rules are specifically expressed as follows: after about a minute or two, the shy person will kill all targets who see its face, and the data will be deleted. Note: the shy person cannot be stopped by any circumstances. Until the target dies, the shy person will regain his composure and return to his habitat docilely. FK. At this moment, when seeing the full profile of the shy person, almost all the audience in the heavens and the world, the pupils shrank suddenly involuntarily, and someone even swears directly. Marvel Cinematic Universe. Damn it, the face of this thing can't be seen, otherwise it will be killed? And it can't be stopped by any circumstances, isn't this TM2 pervert? When he saw these materials, Tony couldn't help but swear. He never thought that this time the Foundation would actually send out such perverted containment objects. Wait, if that's the case? Wouldn't it be? Suddenly, Tony seemed to think of something. Then he looked at the video in his mind in horror, swallowed uncontrollably, and felt extremely terrified in his heart. Huh? A shy person whose face cannot be seen? Interesting. Before it was a sculpture that couldn't take your eyes off, but now there is a monster that can't see the face. It's so interesting. Tisk tisk tisk, this thing can't be seen, no wonder it's called a shy person. The Foundation is really called a ghost. Ahem, should I say it or not? I was not interested in this thing at first, but after being told like this, I am interested instead, and I especially want to see the face of the shy person. You kid is really punished. Once you see the face, you will be hunted down endlessly, even through the screen. You can kill you, don't you kill yourself, kid? Etc. By the way, when the face of the shy person appears, all of us will see it. Doesn't this mean that all the audience in the heavens and the world will be killed by the shy person? Sloppy, isn't it? You can't play like this. I don't want to be killed by him just because I see the face of a shy person for no reason. Hehe. Just come on, if it can kill me. But if possible, I hope that stupid, shy people named Frisia and Tang San can kill them and ravage them to their heart's content. Interesting, a shy person who can't be stopped, or Aizen who can be immortal and evolve endlessly, which one is stronger? At this moment, as all the audience in the heavens and 10,000 worlds saw the shy person's information, the bullet screen also boiled up, and many audience members spoke enthusiastically. Apparently, many viewers are interested in shy people. Even when some viewers learned about this situation, they were looking forward to seeing the face of the shy person, and wanted to see if it could follow the video to kill them. Of course, the vast majority of viewers are still very resistant, they don't want their lives to be threatened because of this inexplicable inventory video. Soon, under the watchful eyes of many viewers, Aizen and Ikijin Meru in the picture saw the face of the shy man after the dust cleared. To the surprise of many viewers, facing a group of captain-level existences. Even Aizen, who is like Captain Yamamoto, doesn't change his face. At this moment, when he saw the shy person, he showed a stunned expression. Obviously, he saw something beyond his cognition, something incomprehensible. Even Shi Yunwan with squinting eyes, those squinting eyes that could barely see the eyes, opened to the maximum at this moment, and his face was also extremely stunned. At this moment, a minute had passed since they saw the shy man's face. One Piece World, aboard Sunshine Sunny. Damn, what kind of face did they see? Why didn't the inventory video show its full face? I really want to see it. Facing the stunned expressions of Aizen and the others, Luffy's curiosity was also thoroughly aroused, and then he complained about the inventory video, wanting to see the face of the shy man. Of course, he is not the only one who is curious. Many viewers in the heavens and worlds were as curious as he was, wanting to see the face of the shy man and see what kind of monster it was. Woo woo woo. But at this moment, an incomparably shrill cry suddenly came from the screen. Terrible, but extremely resentful. This cry made many viewers shudder. The barrage that was originally boiling had a fault at this moment, and everyone was obviously frightened by it. Then at the next moment, the barrage exploded even more. My mother, this voice is too frightening, isn't it? Compared with all the miserable sounds I have heard before, it is much more terrifying and frightening. Scratch, I just feel goosebumps when I hear this voice, it's even more penetrating than the screams that the old sow next door to my house made when she was RD before. To be reasonable, I work in the underworld. Over the years, I have heard countless screams of ghosts, but this is the first time I have heard such infiltrating ones. Ahem, I just want to thank the Foundation. I was playing a haunted house with my girl, but I didn't expect this miserable cry, and the girl threw herself into my arms. I love it. My brother who just got up, was going to explore the underworld path in the dense jungle, but he just went limp. Faced with the intruding screams, many viewers were taken aback, and the barrage had mixed reactions. Spirit World. FK. At this moment, when he heard the shy man's cry, Tang San, who was the strongest god king in the god world, was startled immediately, and an uncontrollable fear surged in his heart. Hey, what's wrong with you, third brother? Why are you still sweating? For this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but let out a small gasp, startled by Tang San's violent reaction. Ahem, it's okay, it's okay. Hearing this, Tang San coughed lightly, forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, and pretended nothing had happened. But if you watch carefully, you can see that Tang San's legs are shaking unstoppable at this moment, and he can't stop. Are you sent by the Foundation? At this time, the voice in the picture suddenly attracted many viewers, it was the voice of Aizen. At this moment, he has returned to his original calm appearance. Obviously, facing this sudden appearance, even the shy one who utters a shriek. He didn't have too much fear, but was extremely calm, trying to communicate with him. Boom! To this, the only reaction the shy person made was to slam his foot forward and rush towards Aizen's direction, directly breaking through the sound barrier at such a fast speed. And at this moment, the angle of view of the video screen. It also slowly shifted to Aizen, allowing the audience to see the face of the shy person through his perspective. At this moment, many viewers are looking forward to it. His eyes widened, staring at the screen. I want to see what a shy person looks like. Even some JOEI powerhouses also cast their eyes on the picture. Chapter 26. With the perspective of the screen shifting to Aizen, countless audiences also quietly clenched their fists at this moment, with their hearts hanging in their throats. He was staring at the screen with all his attention, eager to see what a shy person looks like. However, to the disappointment of many viewers. But when the screen shifted to Aizen's perspective, what many viewers could see through the screen was just a blurry face. Obviously, the picture has been processed, and the shy person's face cannot be seen at all. Not even a single pixel can be seen. Of course, in addition to the face, all other appearances are displayed in front of the eyes of all audiences. Nima, Laozi has been looking forward to it for a long time, but you actually came out with a whole mosaic? FK, it's too much to deceive, isn't this deity worthy of seeing this face? Or does your foundation think that a mere container can do nothing to get me? Laozi's pants are all off, you want me to watch this? Is there any reason? Is there still Wang Fa? Sigh. I knew things were not that simple, tell me, how much does VIP cost? Is it still not possible to activate Laozi? By the way, Aizen and the others saw the same situation as us? I wonder if they have seen the true face of the shy person? I must have seen it, otherwise Aizen and the others would not have violated the rules of shy people, but this is fine, we are not in any danger. That's right, I really don't know what you guys are thinking, just to see a face, you don't even want your life, it's outrageous. At this moment, when they saw the incomparably blurred face of the shy man, almost all the audience exploded, and the bullet screen couldn't stop pouring out. Obviously, most of the audience. I'm very disappointed that I didn't see the face of the shy person. Of course, part of the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was a little disappointment in their hearts, they were more fortunate. Marvel Cinematic Universe. Hi. It's okay, it's good to put a mosaic on it. If all the audience can see the face of the shy person, I'm afraid the whole heavens and worlds will be messed up. At this moment, when he saw the extremely blurred face of the shy man, Tony couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and then couldn't help touching his back, only to find himself breaking out in a cold sweat. If it were the rule of the shy, the audience in the entire heavens and worlds saw his face, so it really exploded. At that time, there will be no need for Thanos to point his hand. I am afraid that just a shy person will be enough to destroy all living beings on the earth and even in the universe. Boom! At this moment, a violent roar caught his attention, letting him know to focus on the picture again. In the picture, under the gaze of all the audience, facing the shy man who suddenly attacked, Aizen did not panic at all, but was extremely calm, slowly raised his right hand, and whispered in his mouth. Hados 91, Senja's bright day to eliminate the cannon. In an instant, many sakura-colored lights appeared around Aizen. It is condensed by the powerful Ryotsu, and there are dozens of them in number. Boom! In the next moment, dozens of Ryotsu cannons of Sakura design roared out, hitting the shy man directly. The bright light was like the sky, and the surrounding buildings were wiped out in an instant. Rumble! Accompanied by the eruption of terrifying power, the long and narrow figure of the shy man flew upside down in an instant, smashing through tall buildings, and it was not until thousands of meters away that he barely landed on the ground. But even so, the shy man didn't seem to be injured, just let out a hoarse roar, as if this move didn't cause any harm to it. Then in the next moment, it rushed towards Aizen again. This scene surprised many viewers. Those who feel shy seem to just stare at Aizen and completely forget that there is an Ikijin pill beside him. Could it be that the shy person will stare at the powerful existence and make the first move? In this regard, many viewers have this question. However, what they don't know is that the reason why shy people stare at Aizen is mainly because Ikijin Maru's eyes are too small. Just squinting his eyes, opening them as if they didn't open them. Make sure to stare at the wide-eyed Aizen first, because his eyes were the widest just now. Hado, is it useless? Or is it not powerful enough? In the picture, facing the unscathed and shy man, Aizen frowned slightly, and couldn't help talking softly to himself. In response, he drew the Zanpakuto from his waist, intending to test the situation with the Zanpakuto. And Shi Yunwan, who was beside him, withdrew a certain distance very wisely, obviously not wanting to get involved in this battle. Call out! However, just when Aizen was paying attention to the shy man, its figure suddenly disappeared from the path ahead. Even with Aizen's Ryotsu perception, he couldn't judge the location of the shy person, which caused a flash of surprise in his eyes. Behind. The next moment, under the surprised eyes of many audiences, the shy man suddenly appeared behind Aizen, and the distance of several thousand meters was approached in an instant. At this moment, even with Aizen's perception, he only felt it the moment the shy person appeared. However, when he wanted to turn back, the attack had already come. Boom! With the long arms of the shy man waving, its fist broke through the sound barrier dozens of times, infinitely close to the speed of light, and smashed directly into Aizen's face. Boom! In an instant, under the horrified gazes of many powerhouses, Aizen's elegant face twisted rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a wave of air exploded between the two. That's the shock wave caused by the shy man's terrifying force hitting Aizen. It is not difficult to imagine how terrifying the power Aizen is suffering at this moment will be. Call out! With such terrifying power, Aizen's body flew upside down. It was several times faster than the original shy person being blown away. It directly broke through the sound barrier, smashed through buildings, and landed 10,000 meters away from the original position. And this is not over yet. The next moment Aizen hit the ground. The ghostly figure of the shy man is like a shadow, and his fists are falling down like rain. Hitting on Aizen's distorted face, the terrifying power shook the entire Karakura town. At this moment, when seeing the scene in front of them, many audiences from the heavens and myriad worlds couldn't help but gasp, and couldn't stop their shock. You know, the power of Aizen is obvious to all. It's okay that the original move Hado didn't work, but the one who played with many captains exists in the applause. Even Captain Yamamoto is an existence that is difficult to check and balance, but he is directly suppressed and beaten by a shy person. This TM is too incredible, too unbelievable, right? Chapter 27. No, Master Aizen, you hateful and ugly guy, how can you hit my Master Aizen? Garden. What a terrifying containment. It feels scarier than the little peanut sculpture, even that Aizen was crushed and beaten. Kamado Tanjiro. The shy man is far stronger than I thought. I'm afraid I can't resist such a terrifying power even if I use Susanoo. Uchiha Madara. It's a terrifying existence. I'm afraid this level of power can rival the Hulk, right? Pretty country captain. What speed is this? I didn't even see it clearly just now. But the shy person suddenly appeared behind Aizen. It feels like the speed of light, right? Hehe, that's it. Tang-san, the strongest god king in the god realm, sea god Shura god, can kill him with one halberd, okay? The strongest god king in the god realm. I didn't say that. What is Gaoba, the strongest god king in the god realm? I, Emperor Yan of the Endless Fire region, will ravage you with one hand, okay? What kind of wolf with a big tail is this pretending to be? Emperor Yan of the Endless Fire domain. Oh he, ants are worthy of being ants. It's ridiculous to be shocked by this kind of rubbish. Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, can kill you all with one finger. Cosmic King Frisia. Frisia, you seem crazy? It seems that the position of God of Destruction is better left to you. God of Destruction Beerus. Among the heavens and worlds, many viewers were in disbelief when they saw Aizen being continuously ravaged, and the barrage exploded directly. Many beings whose strength is lower than Aizen, or even close to Aizen, are lamenting the horror of shy people. Even some existences with much stronger strength can't help being afraid in their hearts. And when the strongest god king in the god realm came out to pretend again, Emperor Yan of the Endless Fire territory couldn't sit still, and immediately started to mock. Let the strong people who had a good impression of him in the first place look at him much more pleasing to the eye again. As for that sea god, in the eyes of many powerhouses, he is just a clown who can't be bothered to talk to him. But to the surprise of some viewers, the guy named Frisia was still shouting. But when Beerus, the god of destruction, spoke, he was scared all of a sudden, and he didn't even dare to say nonsense, which surprised many viewers. At the same time, some strong people have also noticed the god of destruction. Obviously, an existence that can make even the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia, fearful, is enough for them to take it seriously. Shinigami World, Hueco Mundo. Hey, isn't this shy person too scary? Even Aizen was beaten violently. When seeing Aizen being beaten violently, Abarai Renji couldn't help but gasped, his heart couldn't stop being shocked. Not only him, but also Byakuya Kokaki, Rukia Kokaki, Ishida Uryu, and others were also shocked by the shy man's terrifying strength. However, at this moment, an unexpected but expected voice sounded. Interesting, this shy person is really interesting, I really want to fight with it. This is the voice of Zaraki Kenpei. At this moment, when he saw the terrifying combat power of the shy man, not only did he not have the slightest fear, but he became more and more excited. What's more, I have great expectations and even desire to fight the shy person in my heart. It's not difficult to imagine that if he was in this world at this moment, he would rush to face the shy person immediately and fight a life and death battle with him. On the other side, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was fighting with Baisu and learning the last crescent sky, fell silent. At this moment, he couldn't help thinking, do he still need to learn this trick? If you learn it, do you still have to go there? I feel that this shy person is enough to clean up Aizen. If he went, seeing the shy person's face, he would probably feel cold too. In the screen, just when many viewers had forgotten the existence of Hogyaku, a bright purple light emerged. In an instant, a terrifying Ryutsu shot up into the sky, shaking the entire Karakura town, and the spirits in the air seemed to freeze, and a terrifying hurricane swept out and rushed in all directions. And the shy person's fists, which rained down like raindrops, suddenly stagnated. Boom! In the next moment, the shy person flew out backwards, submerged into the building, covered by countless rubble, and dust was flying everywhere. And under the watchful eyes of many audiences, Aizen, who was supposed to be beaten up so much that even his mother couldn't help it, has already recovered his face at this moment. Most importantly, his form has changed again. Behind it, a pair of butterfly-like wings appeared. Not only was there no injury at all, even the dust was not contaminated. Most terrifying of all, Aizen's Ryutsu has soared again. Reached the 4th stage of Fusion Hogyaku, which is the evolution stage. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of all the audience, Aizen started to fight back. He evolved again, whether it was speed or strength, and even Ryutsu almost doubled. Wow, I almost forgot, Aizen has Hogyaku, he can evolve endlessly. Tisk tisk, it seems that this one-sided battle is about to start to reverse, but I don't know if the evolved Aizen can beat a shy person. My dear boy, Hogyaku is really terrifying. He recovered from such a serious injury in an instant, and his strength has doubled directly, which is really enviable. Damn it, I have worked so hard for a lifetime, but in the end, it is not as quick as someone else being beaten, I am numb. I feel like, even if Aizen evolves, he probably won't be able to handle a shy person. After all, the Foundation knows Hogyaku so well, so how could it send a containment object that can't deal with Aizen? Wait and see, I just want to see how far Aizen can evolve, and what this shy person will do to Aizen. I remember that before killing the shy person, there will be some kind of inhumane behavior, right? Although it was deleted, it is not difficult to imagine what a terrible behavior it was, and it should be interesting to think about it. Among the heavens and worlds, when they saw Hogyaku show off their power, many viewers couldn't help but slap their heads, and then they thought of Aizen and Hogyaku. It turned out that they were all shocked by the information and strength of the shy man. I even thought that Aizen was about to be defeated like this. Now Hogyaku has started to evolve Aizen, which has excited many viewers. Want to see how intense the battle between the two will be? Chapter 28. Boom! In the picture, under the gaze of countless audiences from all heavens and myriad realms, a terrible war broke out. The figures of Aizen and the shy man are constantly clashing at a speed that cannot be seen by the naked eye. The air waves generated by the collisions continue to sweep Karakura town. Every building, every piece of ground was completely destroyed. The originally peaceful city is already on the verge of destruction. However, to the surprise of many viewers, the battle between the two is constantly moving away from Karakura town until they reach a wide world full of hills. The most important thing is that Aizen, who has evolved to the 4th stage, is still at a disadvantage. And with the passage of time, the disadvantage has become bigger and bigger. How is it possible? They suppressed me with only brute force. Facing the shy man who is getting stronger and stronger, Aizen's face is full of disbelief, and his heart is getting more and more palpitating. Without him, with constant battles with shy people, he could clearly feel that the shy man's strength was constantly improving, as if there was no limit. The most important thing is that he is on the body of the shy person. I didn't feel the slightest breath similar to Ryutsu. That is, until now. Shy ones are fighting it with sheer physical strength. How can this make him not surprised? How can he believe it? World of One Punch Man, Association of Heroes. It's so strong, such a terrible battle, whether it's Aizen or the shy one, they are all so strong. Looking at the battle on the screen, the S-class hero Atomic Samurai couldn't help but let out a voice of horror at this moment, and his heart couldn't stop being shocked. This is not the most terrifying thing. As time goes by, the combat power between the two is constantly improving, as if there is no limit. At this time, the Metal Bat, who is also an S-rank hero, also spoke. As an existence that is also more courageous as it fights, and stronger as it gets injured. He has already felt the changes in the shy person. The change in Aizen can also be explained because of Hogyaku. But the changes in the shy person made him extremely incomprehensible. No other, because Hogyaku can evolve endlessly, but shy people don't have this setting. It's a terrible monster. If we meet a shy person, I'm afraid the whole army will be wiped out, right? In this regard, Bangu with silver fangs narrowed his eyes, and his tone was a little dignified. Hearing this, the other S-class heroes were silent. Even King, who is as arrogant as a small tornado and as powerful as the number 1 S rank. At this moment, the indifference on his face also dissipated, and his heart was full of fear. Apparently, they felt the same way. On the other side, at Saitama's house. Teacher, if you face a shy person, are you sure you can defeat it? Seeing the shy man whose strength was beginning to show, Genos couldn't help asking Saitama beside him, wondering if he could defeat the shy man. I don't know, if possible, I also want to fight a shy person. Saitama shook his head at this, not sure he could beat the shy one. However, his sluggish face showed a look of anticipation that had not been seen for a long time. This scene shocked Janos, but also surprised him. You know, he knows Saitama's strength. Although he doesn't know where his limit is, Genos knows. If there is a god in this world, it will only be his teacher, Saitama. But such an existence, dare not say defeating a shy person, and even look forward to fighting a shy person. This simply made him unbelievable, unimaginable. Shinigami world, present world. Oh, this shy person is much more terrifying than I imagined. It seems that even Aizen, which is fused with Hogyaku, will not be its opponent. Looking at the picture in his mind, Urahara Kisuke said with a smile on his face. For this scene, he is happy to see it. However, although his expression was very brisk, it could be seen from his eyes that he was not calm at the moment. On the other side, after accepting Baigzu, Kurosaki Ichigo finally learned the last crescent sky, and his strength reached an unprecedented level. However, at this moment, he is hesitating whether to go there or not. Without him, even the current him would not be able to see through how scary shy people are. He was afraid that after he passed by, once he saw the shy person's face, he would also be cleaned up by it. Forget it, wait for their war to end. In the end, Kurosaki Ichigo sighed and chose Kungzin between life and death. And just when many viewers were full of emotion, Aizen in the screen broke out again. The Hogyaku purple light on its chest burst out, causing the butterfly wings on its back to bloom, changing from 1 pair of wings to 6 pairs, and the terrifying Ryutsu swept across the heavens and worlds. Clang! The next moment, the Zanpakuto in Aizen's hand moved, and directly chopped on the shy man's fist. Boom! Not far from the two, a mountain with a height of tens of meters turned into dust in an instant under the aftermath of the collision between the two, and disappeared between the sky and the earth. Although I don't know what kind of monster you are, if you are wise, you will be very surprised, right? I just swung the knife lightly, and the terrain changed so drastically. This is my current power. At this moment, when he saw the aftermath crumbling the mountain, the corners of Aizen's mouth could not help but rise slightly, and when he collided with the shy person, he continued. To be honest, I didn't expect my ability to improve so much. I'm very happy. It's all thanks to you. This surpasses Su and Shinigami's power. I can finally try it to my heart's content. Boom boom boom. At this moment, as the blade of Aizen collided with the Shyman constantly, the mountains in all directions were also shattered by the terrifying aftermath one after another, turning them into ashes between heaven and earth. Oh my god, what a terrible aftermath, just a collision shattered a mountain. Is this the current strength of Aizen? Kamadu Tanjiro. Kulalala, Aizen is really scary, he has such power in his body alone, he is simply a monster. Whitebeard. It's too scary, even the Hulk in our world doesn't have such terrifying power, Iron Man. Oh my god, Master Aizen is really amazing, he is simply a Superman, I just love it to death. Garden. Hehe, it's just a mountain collapse. My king can burst stars with one finger. You guys are really ignorant, even more stupid than those Sun monkeys. Cosmic King Frisia. The one called Frisia, you are so awesome, why don't you go meet the god of destruction? I was bullied last time and didn't even dare to fart. Pombo. Woof, woof, what is a pop star? This can also be boasted. When I followed Washi Great Emperor, I didn't know if you were there. Black Emperor. Among the heavens and myriad worlds, many viewers couldn't help being horrified when they saw such a terrifying scene. And some viewers even sighed on the barrage. However, that is only limited to those whose strength is similar to that of Aizen, or those who did not notice the existence of careful observation. Such as Frisia, Black Emperor, and others. But some really strong people, or audiences with subtle observation skills, have strange expressions on their faces. No one else, because it wasn't Aizen who broke the mountain. Chapter 29. Shinigami World, Present World. Damn, this guy Aizen has become stronger again. Seeing this scene, Hichuga Tashiro's face turned livid, and his fists were clenched tightly. He didn't expect Aizen to become stronger so fast. Hey! It seems that even the so-called shy people can't help Aizen, but this is normal, after all, that is an existence that even the captain can't handle. Regarding this, Byakuya, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Although he doesn't want to admit it, Aizen is too strong. Strong enough to make him despair, strong enough to make the strongest Shinigami in the millennium. Even Yamamoto Genryusai with the strongest Zanpakuto of the fire element can't handle it. This made him feel desperate, thinking that shy people can't compete with Aizen. Aizen, did you make a mistake? It wasn't his sword that shattered that mountain, but the power of a shy man. On the other side, Kurosaki Ichigo's complexion became strange. Obviously, with his current state, it has long been seen that it is not Aizen who smashed those mountains. It's the shy one. Not only him, Captain Yamamoto, Urahara Kisuke, and even Yuhabak in the Invisible Empire, have noticed this. And they can all sense it, let alone those top powerhouses from the heavens and the world. Should I say it or not, at this moment Aizen. In their hearts, he is a clown. Even those who saw the existence of Aizen couldn't help shaking their heads, feeling disappointed. Originally they thought that Aizen who owned Hogyaku. With his super high IQ, he should be able to step into a higher realm, leave the world where they are, and enter the universe. Even transcend the universe and go to a bigger world. But, like so many geniuses who gain power and lose it, Aizen is lost after all, lost in the power of Hogyaku, and becomes blinded by a leaf. This really made those strong people who were expecting Aizen and thought he could do something feel extremely disappointed in him. It was not Aizen who shattered those mountains, but the shy ones. Kurosaki Ichigo. Finally, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't bear it anymore and sent this remark on the barrage. And as soon as this remark came out, many viewers were blown up instantly, and then they became more suspicious, and they didn't believe Kurosaki Ichigo's words at all. You know, Kurosaki Ichigo was easily defeated by Aizen before. It's really funny to come out to question Aizen's words now. Are you here to be funny? How could it not be Aizen who shattered those mountains? That's right, Master Aizen is so powerful, how dare you hack him? Humph, I must have been defeated by Lord Aizen before, but now I feel resentful, and I can even make up such a lie. The one who shattered those mountains was indeed not Aizen, but a shy person. God of Destruction Beerus. However, when the God of Destruction and even more powerful people made similar remarks, most of the audience in the heavens and worlds were silent. Then he looked weird. And some loyal fans of Aizen will naturally not believe their words, and stubbornly believe that it is the power of Aizen that makes those landslides. However, the next scene convinced all the audience. Boom! In the picture, under the watchful eyes of all the audience, Zanpakuto, which Aizen slammed down, was caught by the shy man directly. At this moment, countless spectators were stunned. Even Aizen in the picture is the same, a look of confusion flashed across his face, and a drop of cold sweat fell directly from his forehead. Even if the aftermath of this knife directly caused a terrifying moat several kilometers long to appear on the surface, it didn't let it slow down. How is it possible that you caught it? If it can avoid it, I can still understand. But it directly ended my knife, how is this possible? At this moment, the voice of Aizen resounded through the heavens. The faces of many viewers also became weird, and even those loyal fans of Aizen had a judgment in their hearts at this moment. Perhaps, as those strong men said, those who collapsed those mountains were shy people. No, it's impossible, how could you easily take my knife? What kind of monster are you? Soon, Aizen in the picture spoke. That refined face no longer had the calmness it had before. Instead, it became extremely distorted, and the tone was full of panic. Obviously, this situation has surpassed his cognition. Click. In the next moment, a crisp sound stunned Aizen and even many audience members. Aizen's Zanpakuto, shattered. The shy person directly crushed it. Then, the shy person moved. It directly pinched Aizen's head at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, making his distorted face rub against the ground directly. Bang bang bang! Immediately afterwards, the sound barrier was surpassed, and even a fist that surpassed the speed of light fell. In an instant, the wasteland thousands of meters away from Fang Yuan suddenly sank downward, and a large oval pit appeared. And as the fists of the shy man keep falling, this range is still expanding. As the camera turns, it is located above the sky. All the audience could clearly see that countless dust directly covered Fang Yuan's land for several kilometers, and that big pit continued to expand. In just a few tens of seconds, it directly reached tens of thousands of meters in size. Even Karakura town, hundreds of thousands of meters away, was shaking uncontrollably, as if a major earthquake had occurred. And as the camera continues to lengthen, even, together with the entire planet, is trembling slightly. At this moment, when seeing such a horrifying scene in the picture, almost all the audience were stunned. They never imagined that the strength of the shy person, it will be so powerful. Relying on its own explosive power, it actually smashed a pothole tens of thousands of meters away. Most importantly, this terrifying force, it actually made the whole planet tremble. Chapter 30. At this moment, when seeing the shy person's fist drop, when the whole planet can't help shaking, almost all the audience was boiling, and the barrage exploded directly. Holy shit, is this FG human? Grandma Liz is outrageous, even the entire planet is moving, what kind of terrifying power is needed for this? Awesome, I can only say awesome. I thought Aizen had a chance to beat the shy person, but now it seems that I underestimated the shy person too much. This thing is simply a monster. Damn it, what kind of organization is the Abnormal Containment Foundation? It's outrageous that even shy people can be accommodated. Luliulio, I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe it. The rules of this shy man are probably true. Once you see its face, you are not far from death. Sorry, I admit that I was a little loud before. I shouldn't question the strength of the shy person, let alone the foundation. I'm so numb, why are there so many monsters in this world? The collapse of the mountain is already enough, and now that even the planet has been shaken, isn't it going to destroy the universe in the future? The guy upstairs, it's really possible, that guy named Frisia, didn't he say he could explode a star with one finger? I didn't believe it at first, but now I really believe it. The god of destruction that even he is afraid of may really destroy the universe. At this moment, countless spectators were shocked by the Shy Man's terrifying fighting power. As strong as the 4 emperors of One Piece world, Marine 3 Admiral, 7 warlords of the sea. As strong as the S-class hero in the world of One Punch Man, the cosmic overlord Bo Ross. As strong as Uchiha Madara in the Hokage world, the cage-level strongmen of the major villages, the Otsutsuki clan. Stronger than the heroes of the Marvel movie world, even Thanos. It is even the magic respect building in the world of fairy tales, the strongest god king of fantasy floor tiles. Xiao Huohuo who has not yet grown up, De Wang who sucks milk, and the magical girl Madoka who has not yet become Kamu Madoka. They were all shocked by this scene, they never thought that the shy person would be so terrifying, it was simply too strong. Shinigami World, Hueco Mundo. Ahem, Captain Kenpei, just now you seemed to say that you were going to fight a shy person. At this moment, when he saw the terrifying combat power of the Shy Man, Abarai Renji was stunned, and then turned his head to see Zaraki Kenpei, remembering what he just said. In this regard, Zaraki Kenpei, who had hoped to fight against the shy person, was silent. Obviously, even if he is a battle-mad man. In the face of shy people, I can't help but follow my heart. After all, he is indeed a fighting maniac, and he is not even afraid of death. However, he is not a fool, he is not stupid enough to seek death. Renji, our task has not been completed yet, hurry up. At this time, Byakuya Kokaki came out to make a solution, which stopped the conversation. However, Zaraki Kenpei looked at Abarai Renji more and more often. If nothing unexpected, after this battle, Zaraki Kenpei will often find him to discuss and discuss. After all, this kid has become arrogant since he mastered Bankai, so he needs to be cured. This. On the other side, the stronger Kurosaki Ichigo was also stunned. If Zanpakuto was not connected with his right hand, the knife would have fallen to the ground. At this moment, he was extremely happy. He just got it right. Otherwise, his end will not be better than Aizen. This stuff is so pervert. In the picture, under the shocking eyes of many audiences. Boom! With the final punch of the Shy Man, the shaking of the earth finally stopped. And on the ground, a huge pit with a size of 1 million meters is also presented in front of the eyes of all audiences. After the smoke and dust dissipated, the figures of Aizen and the Shy Man appeared in the eyes of many audiences again. At this moment, even through the screen, all the audience can clearly see that the Aizen in the giant pit is like blood mud. At this moment, he is already out of shape. Blood was spilled all over the surroundings, and he really didn't even recognize his mother. If it weren't for the pile of blood mud, Hogyaku could still be vaguely seen emitting purple light. It is estimated that the audience will not think that the bloody mud in the giant pit will be the elegant and handsome Aizen. However, just when the Shy Man was about to do something to Aizen, a mutation has happened. Overwhelming purple rays of light emerged from Hogyaku, and an unprecedentedly powerful Ryutsu swept across the heavens and all worlds. Roar! The next moment, an angry roar sounded. With the endless purple Ryutsu gushing out, a purple beam of light soared into the sky, and Aizen's bloody body quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble! The terrifying Ryutsu rolled up one after another terrifying hurricane, even the body of a shy person, under the action of the hurricane, kept moving outwards, leaving a deep mark. As Aizen's body returned to normal, his crazy face gradually became distorted, and a black eye appeared on his forehead, and blood dripped from it. Puff! In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of many audiences, Aizen's face was torn apart, revealing a black face like a void, and the 3 eyes became pure white. And behind him, a white skull grows out of each wing. There are 3 hollow holes on the body, and the black Hogyaku is located in the top hole. At this moment, apart from the appearance, all viewers can clearly feel that Aizen has been greatly improved in all aspects. The most intuitive one is the Ryutsu that is as turbulent as the sea. FK, Aizen is not a human being? Since you can't do it as a human, how about fighting as a monster? Will you, my Aizen-sama, how did you become what you are now? My god, who the hell is the monster? Didn't Aizen even give up his face in order to evolve? Oh my dear, why do I feel that the more Aizen evolves, the uglier it becomes? I remember that he was an elegant and handsome man at first. Tisk tisk, are you envious of Aizen's power? This is in exchange for appearance, isn't it enough? Forget it, beauty is justice, Aizen without beauty is sure to lose. If the price of Hogyaku's evolution is to constantly become ugly, then I would rather not have this kind of evolution. Among the heavens and worlds, when the audience saw the brand new appearance of Aizen, they were immediately frightened, and even burst out with foul language. They never thought of such a refined and handsome man. Now it would turn into such an ugly monster, even those loyal fanatics would run away with their buckets at this moment. Chapter 31. One Piece World, Naval Headquarters Marshal's Office. Is this the power of Hogyaku? It's too scary. Today's Aizen, with Ryutsu alone, is probably enough to overwhelm me. At this moment, when feeling the terrifying oppression from Aizen, even Sengoku, who is the marshal, couldn't help being horrified at this moment. It's so scary, even the red-haired conqueror's haki is less than half of it. Even Marine Admiral Kizaru had a terrified expression on his wretched face at this moment, and there was no trace of ridicule in his voice anymore. There is no doubt that Aizen's powerful. Even through the screen, it was enough to frighten him, the Marine Admiral. Marvel Cinematic Universe, on a spaceship. Is this the mighty power of Hogyaku? If there is only one Infinity Gem, I'm afraid it's far inferior to it. Only by collecting all 6 Infinity Gems and snapping your fingers can you surpass it, right? When looking at Aizen in the picture, even with the knowledge of Thanos, he couldn't help being shocked. Today's Aizen has reached the surface level. Although it may not be at the level of Explosive Star, even he dare not underestimate him. If it continues to evolve like this, it will be a matter of time to surpass him. And all thanks to Hogyaku. You know, among the 6 infinite gems, none of them can achieve this level. Only by collecting all 6 Infinity Gems and using the Infinity Glove to make a wish and snapping fingers can he surpass Hogyaku's mighty power. How can this not shock him? A leaf covering the sky to bury the Emperor Star. Interesting, it was originally just an ant, but in a short period of time, it has been promoted to several great realms in a row. It is worthy of the so-called endless evolution of Hogyaku. Located in Bulao Mountain, Stone Emperor's voice came out with great interest. Even with his knowledge, he was amazed by Hogyaku's ability. You know, looking at the entire 9 heavens universe, there is no divine object that can instantly restore a living being from a severely injured level, and its realm soars. Even without Shinigami medicine, Jizaimai, one of the 9 secrets, can only restore people. Now in that small Shinigami world, such a fetish actually appeared, which really surprised him a bit. Not only him, but the rest of the restricted area supremes were also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, as said in the introduction, Hogyaku has the ability to make the host evolve endlessly. It's a pity that they can't go to that world. Otherwise, I'm afraid they want to take action directly and take Hogyaku away for research. Soon, after being shocked, many viewers turned their attention to the picture again. They want to see if the re-evolved Aizen has the ability to fight shy people. In the screen, under the watchful eyes of many audiences, Aizen, whose face is beyond recognition like a monster, spoke, and the hoarse voice spread all over the sky. Is that so, you still can't forgive me? Hogyaku. I'm actually one monster behind. The next moment. Behind Aizen, the skeleton growing out of the wings suddenly moved, and a high-density Ryutsu with small fists and a purple light popped out. The horror Ryutsu contained in it, even the Ryutsu that exists at the general captain level. Compared with them, they are far worse, even reaching more than 10 times. The Ryutsu bullet exuding purple light, under the flicker of the wings, draws a graceful arc from the skull's mouth, and falls towards the shy man's direction. Boom! However, it is this seemingly inconspicuous Ryutsu bullet. Its power is 100 times more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. The terrifying explosion instantly covered tens of thousands of meters of Fang Yuan, and the fiery red air wave swept across Karakura town hundreds of thousands of meters away. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, unable to dissipate for a long time. This scene shocked countless audiences in the heavens and the world. Whether it is some animation world, film and television world, or the world of Xiangxia. There are even some relatively low-level fantasy worlds, such as the existence of Doluo world. At this moment, everyone was shocked to the point of being incoherent, their eyes widened, and their hearts were filled with unprecedented horror. This move is simply too terrifying. In the picture, as Aizen rushed into the center of the explosion, the appearance of the shy man was fully revealed to the audience. To the surprise of many viewers, even the shy. At this moment, its body suffered severe burns, even its face. Although I can't see clearly with the mosaic, I can still vaguely see the appearance of the burn. And this is not over yet. Aizen, who rushed into the flames, directly grabbed the shy man by the throat. And the 6 skulls behind it also directly enveloped the shy person completely, and used the high-density Ryotsu shot from the skull to create a 4-circle ring entity Ryotsu. Next moment, a high-density Ryotsu that is dozens of times larger than the original fist size appeared. And the number reached an astonishing 6. It's not hard to imagine. Once they collide together, what a terrifying power it will produce. Do this trick again? Not only are there 5 more at once, but they are also dozens of times larger. Is this the rhythm of destroying the world? Damn, how powerful is Aizen now? I feel that even that old man Yamamoto can't beat him, right? Grandma, Hogyaku is outrageous, it forced Aizen to evolve to such a level, no wonder even the foundation has to contain it. If it is not contained, the whole world will be destroyed. As expected of the strength traded for appearance, it is really powerful. I didn't expect that even the shy people would overturn. It seems that this time the foundation is not working. Hehe, don't underestimate the shy person, you don't really think that the power it's displaying now will be its limit, right? With pure physical strength, even the planet can be shaken. This kind of existence is not as terrible as you imagined. Although Aizen has become stronger, shy people will only become stronger. Tisk tisk tisk, I'm starting to look forward to it more now. Will the planet be destroyed if the 2 of them are defeated in the end? Among the heavens and worlds, when they saw Aizen perform the same attack as before, and the power was dozens of times more terrifying than before, countless audiences were excited. Even, some viewers began to question whether the shy person could stop Aizen. I feel that the abnormal containment foundation may be overturned this time. However, some real powerhouses don't think so. They have long seen the horror of shy people and don't think Aizen can win. And some strong people are looking forward to it, wanting to see if they can destroy the planet. Chapter 32. In the picture, under the watchful eyes of all the audience, 6 high-density Ryotsu bullets with a diameter of several meters fell directly on the shy man. The next moment, boom! An explosion that was hundreds of times more terrifying than before was born, and the endless sea of flames was surrounded by surging air waves, rushing in all directions. A hurricane comparable to a dozen or so levels roared across the entire land, and pieces of land dissipated in the aftermath of the explosion. Fang Yuan, hundreds of thousands of miles away, was wiped out in an instant. At this moment, if you look at any corner of the earth, it can be clearly seen that a huge mushroom cloud is slowly rising. That strong light, even across the screen, would blind many viewers. At this moment, the heavens and the world seemed to be quiet. Almost all the audience stared blankly at this scene in the picture. At this very moment, they no longer knew what words to use to describe the shock in their hearts. Like what the hell, awesome or something. No words can describe their shock at this moment. Their worldview has been shattered at this moment. They never thought that there would be such a terrifying existence in this world. This blow, like destroying the world, directly annihilated all cognition in their hearts. Hokage world. This, what a terrible blow, even if it is a tailed beast bomb, it is far less than 1%. Located in Hokage's office, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground in shock, his eyes full of horror. Not only him, cage-level powerhouses from other villages. Akatsuki Organization, Uchiha Madara, Senjo Hashirama. Even the Otsutsuki clan who lived far away on other planets were stunned. World of One Punch Man, Association of Heroes. What kind of monsters are these? No wonder they are called Shinigami. What is the difference between them and real gods? Seeing this scene, the S-class hero Metal Bat was numb. The same is true for other S-level heroes, even the number 1 S-level blaster. Even Saitama, who was shopping for discounted goods in the supermarket, had a solemn look on his sluggish face that hadn't been seen for a long time. Obviously, even he dare not underestimate the strength of Aizen. And the cosmic overlord Bo Ross, who is far away on the cosmic starship, has an excited smile on his face. Interesting, very powerful, I really look forward to fighting with you, Aizen. Fight the world. Teacher, how can this trick be compared with the realm of our world? Looking at this scene on the screen, Xiao Huohuo couldn't help swallowing. While being shocked, he was also curious about Aizen's strength at the moment. From the perspective of purely destructive power, it is estimated that it can reach the peak of the Duhuang, and it must be a Duhuang peak powerhouse who uses the ground-level fighting skills. Hearing this, after Yao Lao thought for a while, he gave an evaluation that made Xiao Huohuo speechless. Duhuang peak powerhouse. That was a powerhouse that was rare in the entire Jiama Empire. Not to mention the ground-level fighting skills, I am afraid that the entire Jiama Empire cannot find a copy. If he hadn't been taught by the old medicine master, I'm afraid he might not be able to get in touch with Earth-level fighting skills in this life. Shinigami world. Hey, if this trick is used in the Soul Society, I'm afraid the entire Jingling court will be wiped out. Facing this scene, Hichugaya Toshiro couldn't help but gasp, feeling unstoppable in shock. At this moment, in his heart, Aizen has already been placed at a level comparable to that of a captain. Aizen in this state is really scary. In the 13th division, I am afraid that except for the captain Yamamoto, no one can withstand such a terrible offensive. It's terrible, Aizen. On the other side, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help muttering to himself, feeling a little apprehensive in his heart. Facing Aizen at this stage, even he has to be cautious. After this move, even he will be severely injured. An Aizen who wants to defeat this stage. Although he can do it without using the last Crescent Sky Rush. But once he enters the next stage, even if he uses the last Crescent Sky Rush, it will be difficult to get Aizen. Ha ha ha, in the face of this blow, I don't believe you can survive. In the picture, after successfully hitting the shy man, Aizen, standing above the sky, couldn't help laughing hoarsely. It seems that the death of the shy person can already be foreseen, and even the scene of being wiped out. However, it didn't take long for Aizen to laugh. Roar! Located in the extremely huge pothole, an extremely shrill roar resounded through the sky. It was the sound of a shy person. The intrusive voice stopped Aizen's laughter abruptly. However, it has not waited for Aizen to react. A figure broke through the smoke and dust at an extremely fast speed, and directly attacked Aizen. That is the figure of a shy person. Under the horrifying eyes of countless audiences and even Aizen, the shy person who was originally burned has returned to his original state at this moment. And the terrifying blow just now didn't seem to have caused it the slightest damage. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of all the audience, the shy man directly bumped into Aizen's body, and the two bodies hit the ground hard. And then, an extremely cruel scene happened. With Aizen's miserable cry, his limbs were torn apart. The blood can't stop gushing. And behind him were the wings of a skeleton, which were torn into pieces. Even his 3 pure white eyes were blown away with one punch. Even Hogyaku's relentless repairs at breakneck speed are still no match for the shy man's brutal methods. At this moment, Aizen felt as if he was being subjected to the most terrifying torture in the world. There was a sound that made the scalps of countless viewers tingle. It was much more shrill than the voice made by the shy person before. Repaired again and again, torn apart again and again. This cruel scene deeply shocked every audience. Just when Hogyaku shines again and wants to make Aizen evolve again. The shy man's palm pierced Aizen's chest, and Hogyaku was pulled out straight away. An unknown force directly cut off the light of Hogyaku, making it impossible for Aizen to evolve, and cutting off the connection between the two. No, it's impossible, how could my connection with Hogyaku be cut off? At this moment, Aizen was terrified and even collapsed. The moment Hogyaku was cut off from him, he felt a greater fear than ever. However, before he could say anything more, the shy man's fist fell again, and the terrifying power directly shook the entire planet. Chapter 33. Boom! At this moment, under the horrified eyes of countless spectators from all heavens and myriad realms, the entire planet vibrated violently. And the original big pit suddenly sank downwards. Countless clouds of dust rose into the sky, covering the figure of the shy man. And as the line of sight was covered, the rustling sound came out slowly. Immediately afterwards, Aizen's voice of collapse came out. No, no, you can't do that. Please, kill me, kill me. Ah! This scene made many viewers look at each other in blank dismay, unable to stop swallowing. Without him, they remembered the information that appeared in the previous screen. It seems to say that after killing the target, the shy person will perform some kind of inhumane behavior. Although the data has been deleted, it does not hinder their bold imagination. After all, this is an act that even that elegant man broke down and screamed. Finally, after a minute or two, the dust and mist gradually dissipated, and the sound gradually disappeared. The scene in the giant pit can also be presented to all audiences. I saw that in the huge pothole, only the figure of the shy person stood. And the figure of Aizen disappeared without a trace. It was as if he never existed from the beginning to the end, and all traces were erased. Hiss, is that guy Aizen dead? This shrill cry gave me goosebumps all over my body. It seems to be like this, didn't you see that even Hogyaku was dug out? And it seems that the connection with Aizen has been cut off. Without Hogyaku's Aizen, it is impossible to withstand this blow. Damn it, making the earth vibrate is not the limit of a shy person. This punch directly made the earth vibrate. How terrifying is this? Tisk tisk tisk, what about those guys who questioned the shy people and the Foundation? Although Hogyaku claims to be endlessly evolving, it is true that it cannot be isolated. Aizen without Hogyaku is just an ant in front of shy people. It's a pity, Aizen who owns Hogyaku should have been able to rise, but it's a pity that now that he has encountered the Foundation, he is still cold after all. I just want to ask, what did the shy person do to Aizen in those 1 or 2 minutes just now? That rustling sound gave me goosebumps. But I think it's better not to know. Didn't you see that Aizen didn't even have a hair left? And even the Foundation has deleted those data, which proves that it is for our own good, so don't be too curious. At this moment, when countless audiences from all heavens and myriad worlds saw this scene on the screen, they couldn't help but gasp. They never imagined that a shy person would be so terrifying. With physical strength, the whole planet was shocked, and that Aizen, not even a single hair was left, as if it had never existed. This is really shocking and unexpected. Of course, there are also some viewers who are curious. What did the shy man do to Aizen for a minute or two covered by the dust cloud? However, some viewers said that it is better not to know. After all, it was an act that even the Foundation wanted to delete data, and the extent of its horror was beyond what they could imagine and know. Shinigami world, present world. Aizen, is it really dead? At this moment, when seeing this scene in the picture, whether it was Hichuga Yatashiro, or other captain-level existences, they couldn't help muttering to themselves. They couldn't believe it, that Aizen died just like that. Just that Ryutsu that disappears, and that scene in the picture. All of them are telling them that this is the truth. Great, that guy Aizen is finally dead. Compared with the disbelief of the captain-level powerhouses, the vice-captains and the chief executives cheered, their faces filled with smiles that survived the catastrophe. However, one of the vice-captains did not smile. Instead, as if he had thought of something, his face was full of panic, and then he rushed to a certain place in the real Karakura town as if flying. She is Matsumoto Rangiku, who has a big tolerance. However, when a certain place was in ruins, a scene in the video made her freeze in place. In the picture, under the gaze of all the audience in the heavens and the world, the figure of the shy man moved and rushed towards the direction of Karakura town. However, before it has rushed far, a sudden figure appeared. It was Ichimaru Jin. At this moment, there was no trace of fear on his face. With only a faint smile, he walked straight towards the shy person. And this scene also stunned many viewers. To be honest, they really didn't expect. This squint-eyed called Ichimaru Jin. When faced with killing the shy one who possesses Hogyaku Aizen, not only did he not escape, but he tried to save his life in any way. Instead, like a warrior who is about to die, he walks towards the shy person without fear. I remember this person is called Ichimaru Jin, right? Kamado Tanjiro. It is indeed him. I remember that he is quite strong, but facing a shy person, what can he do with his strength? Detective Conan. Looking at his appearance, it seems that he is not afraid of shy people. Could it be that he is stronger than Aizen? Ice Mage, Grey. Kulela, Lala, it's really interesting. Could it be that he wants to fight against a shy person? Whitebeard. Hehe, don't even look at what kind of rubbish you are, and actually want to challenge a shy person? That is an existence that even the strongest God King in my God world is afraid of, so is he worthy? The strongest God King in the God realm? No, it shouldn't be. I can't feel the slightest fighting spirit from him. I feel he might want to take the initiative to die. The Great Elder of Deity Academy. Oh he, this squinting is a bit interesting. It seems that he knew that he couldn't escape, so he chose to take the initiative to die. Cosmic King Frisia. Could it be that he gave up the hope of living because of Aizen's death, and wanted to take the initiative to bury Aizen? Zhu Qichen, the god of war of the Ming dynasty. Among the heavens and worlds, looking at this scene in the picture, many viewers don't understand, why did Ichimaru Jin make such a suicidal behavior? Although some viewers have speculated that Ichimaru Jin might be stronger than Aizen, and he wants to take the initiative to crush the shy ones. But not many agree, because they all know the strength of a shy person cannot be countered by manpower at all. And this Ichimaru Jin can't possibly have a stronger combat power. The only possibility is that he intends to die. Even, some people think that Ichimaru Jin wants to sacrifice Aizen. Chapter 34. The World of Shinigami, Present Karakura Town. No, Silver. When seeing this scene, Matsumoto Rangiku panicked, and his eyes turned red all of a sudden. And just when she tried to catch up, a snow-white letter suddenly attracted her attention. On that letter, there was a mark known only to her and Ichimaru Jin. There is no doubt that it was left to her by Ichimaru Jin. And just when she picked up the letter and rushed towards Ichimaru Jin's direction again. On the envelope, a little Ryutsu suddenly appeared, and a white barrier appeared, covering it. Even if she bombarded it with all her strength, it couldn't be broken. Then, something that made her desperate and almost collapsed happened. In the picture, under the gaze of all the audience, facing the shy man who attacked and killed him, Ichimaru Jin did not resist at all. And when he was thrown down by the shy person, there was still a faint smile on his face. However, his eyes were full of regret. It seems to be telling something. It's just that he didn't say anything after all, and just passed away. Like Aizen, forever in this world, disappeared. This scene surprised many viewers, and they really couldn't understand it. But they don't care that much. After all, this is just a small episode after all. They don't bother to think about it, and they don't want to know what Ichimaru Jin is doing. And the only thing that disappointed them was still the 1 or 2 minutes covered by the dust and mist. They still haven't been able to see what cruel behaviors shy people will do when they see the existence of its face. But to their surprise, this guy named Ichimaru Jin. He didn't make any sound at all, not like Aizen screamed before. And just out of sight of the audience, with the passing of Ichimaru Jin, the barrier that bound Matsumoto Rangiku disappeared. And when I saw the letter left by Ichimaru Jin, she couldn't stop crying, and sat on the ground, crying silently. That man, at the end of his life, still protecting her in his way. He doesn't want shy people to enter Karakura town. I don't want anyone to see the shy person's face again. The only thing he can do is die alone. And the only farewell he left behind was this letter. In the picture, under the gaze of all the audience. After killing Aizen and Ichimaru Jin who saw its face, the shy person became docile as shown in the data. He just sat there, burying his head in his lap. And the contained object that was counted, Hogyaku. It was randomly placed aside, exuding a faint light. At this moment, countless viewers were jealous when they saw Hogyaku placed randomly. Can't wait to cross the screen and travel to that world to get Hogyaku. Where, with some longing force. Even the craziest audience at all costs. Even some existences in the high-latitude world are a little moved. Rumble. And at this moment, the roaring sound from the screen attracted the audience's attention. In the sky, several helicopters appeared. Then, some agents wearing clothing logos of the Anomaly Containment Foundation. Through the latter, land not far from the shy ones. Those agents all wore uniform black eye patches on their faces. Containment project begins. Target Shy 1, Hogyaku. Accompanied by the yelling of the leading agent, under the command of the left-behind members of the plane, a group of people groped in the direction of the shy man very skillfully. It was not until he packed it in a mysterious box that he took off the blindfold. As for Hogyaku, it was naturally contained in a seemingly simple but extraordinary box. Tisk tisk, this ending is really unexpected, but it feels reasonable. Should I say it or not, this abnormal containment foundation is really mysterious, and the cooperation is quite tacit. I just want to know, how many items are there in the foundation? Is everyone as pervert as a shy person? God knows, but the only thing we can know is that the Abnormal Containment Foundation is the most mysterious organization in the heavens and worlds, bar none. In other words, these contained objects are so terrifying, how powerful will the existence behind the foundation be? I don't know, but the only thing that is certain is that the existence behind this foundation is above the heavens and worlds, otherwise such a feat would not be possible. Why do you think so much? I feel like I know now, what is the next containment being? At first it was the immortal king of ghosts, now it is the endlessly evolving Hogyaku. What strange creature or thing is next? Well, my expectations may be a little different from yours. Instead, I am looking forward to the next foundation containment, which is much more interesting than these things. I think they are all good, one can be used as an appetizer, and the confrontation between the same contained objects is also quite interesting. At this moment, when you see this scene in front of you, all viewers of the Heavens and Myriad Worlds know that this episode of the Storage Inventory video is coming to an end. And this once again made the audience sigh, the horror of the Abnormal Containment Foundation. Some people even think that the existence behind the Abnormal Containment Foundation is an existence that transcends all heavens and worlds. Of course, more people pay attention to. It's still the next storage inventory, as well as the upcoming foundation storage. And just when many viewers were feeling emotional, the inventory video that was originally dimmed. Instead, new subtitles appeared. Inventory of the top 10 abnormal containment items. Top 8: Hi? A new inventory video has appeared. At this moment, when they saw the subtitles on the screen, almost all the audience became excited. Staring at the subtitles on the screen, I want to watch a new inventory video. What exactly is the existence it counts? Chapter 35. Inventory of the top 10 abnormal containment items. Top 8, Abnormal Containment Object Otsutsuki God. Containment is added, Tailed Beast. At this moment, with the release of this string of information, many viewers in the Heavens and Myriad Worlds were directly attracted to the attention. Without him, the title of God of Otsutsuki is really extraordinary. After all, it is impossible to be an ordinary existence that can be called a god. What's more, this exists on top of the Hogyaku inventory. If it's not a bit aggressive, it's also on top of Hogyaku, which claims to be endlessly evolving. The god of Otsutsuki? The containment this time sounds awesome. Could it be that it is really a god? That would be so interesting. Tisk tisk tisk, this time the containment object is actually a god? Interesting. Although there are no gods in our world, there are also some so-called gods in mythology. God? Joke, what god is there in this world? It's just some powerful existence, and it's worthy of being called a god? In the world where Hogyaku lives, isn't there a group of people who call themselves Shinigami? If it is such a god, it is nothing more than that. Even gods are divided into strong and weak, right? Didn't a god of destruction speak before? That's a character that even Frisia, who is known as a one-finger starburst, is afraid of. Well, there are gods in our world, but they are called gods, but his strength is quite poor, and now even I may not be able to beat him. Speaking of which, have you noticed that this time the inventory contains a tailed beast? What is that? I saw it too, but since it's an additional thing, it probably shouldn't be too bad. In the heavens and worlds, countless audiences started discussions in an instant, and the barrage became lively again. Obviously, the existence of the god of Otsutsuki attracted many viewers and surprised them a bit. However, as a tailed beast that was added, it is quite useless. There are not many people who pay attention, and they don't even care. However, viewers in other worlds don't care. But the audience in one world exploded directly. Hokage World, the scene of the Fourth Ninja War. At this moment, all the ninjas in the major shadow villages were dumbfounded. They don't know what the so-called Otsutsuki god is. But they know what a tailed beast is. That is the terrifying existence in the Jinchuriki body of the major villages. Although it has been taken away now, it has become the so-called 10 Tails. An Uchiha Madara who just sneaked up on Obito and became 10 Tails Jinchuriki. He just froze in place, staring blankly at the inventory video, full of horror in his heart. He also doesn't know what the god of Otsutsuki is. But he knows Otsutsuki Kagaya, who is known as the creator god of the ninja world. And this is the god of Otsutsuki, if nothing else. Even if it's not Otsutsuki Kagaya, it's inextricably linked to it. Not to mention the tailed beasts, now as 10 Tails Jinchuriki, almost all the tailed beasts are on him. If the Anomaly Containment Foundation takes action, then what the hell is he playing? On the moon, the sealed Otsutsuki also widened his eyes, his face full of horror and disbelief. Not only him, but also the Otsutsuki people on other planets. As the Otsutsuki clan, they naturally know the existence of the Otsutsuki god. To put it bluntly, the god of Otsutsuki is the real god. Its power is terrifying. Although they have not seen it with their own eyes, they still understand it. Those so-called world-destroying forces even shake the planet. Nothing before the god Otsutsuki. That is possible. The terrifying existence that destroys the planet is the supreme god. Well, take me in? Although I don't know your origin, but if you want to fight, I will accompany you at any time. Located somewhere in a strange space, the god Otsutsuki who voluntarily gave up his body has awakened. As the supreme existence in the universe, he has reached the level of almost omnipotence. But even so, he still can't see through the foundation. And this also filled his heart with fear. However, as a god, he naturally has his own pride. Even in the face of this unknown organization, he will not be afraid, just a fight. In the screen, while many viewers were discussing, new information appeared. Name, Additional Abnormal Containment Tail Beast. Object Class, Euclid. Description, a monster with a tail, huge in size, there are 9 in total, 1 tail has 1 tail, 2 tails has 2 tails, and so on. Up to 9 tails, transformed by the sacred tree, has the power to destroy the country. Abilities, possess a large number of chakra, various powerful abilities, and release tailed beast bomb, etc., which can be sealed into the human body, making human beings become Jinchuriki, and gain their corresponding abilities. Collect all 9 tailed beasts and make them into 10 tails through Gadu statue. Using itself as a container, it can become 10 tails Jinchuriki, which can be changed into 6-path Sage mode. Note, under 6-path Sage mode, it can only be damaged by physical and fairy arts, and its own ability has been greatly improved, which is comparable to surface-level existence. Sage of 6 paths used to create the moon in this mode. Tail beasts will not perish, even if Jinchuriki is disappointed, they will reappear after a while. Personality, the 9-tailed beasts are different and have independent consciousness. I'm sorry, this tailed beast is a bit pervert, right? Just a single-tailed beast has the power to destroy a country. This is not the most pervert, this thing can actually be sealed into people's bodies, and it also makes them become Jinchuriki, with corresponding power. FK, you can also turn into 10 tails by collecting all 9-tailed beasts, and use yourself as a container to become 10 tails Jinchuriki and 6-path Sage mode? Can you still play like this? Oh my dear, there is a surface level existence, and there is a guy named Sage of Six Paths who created the moon in this mode. Isn't it too cool? I guess this thing is no less than Aizen's three-eyed form, and it only seems to have to use special power to hurt it. No, the most important thing is that this thing is actually just an addition, not something to be contained. From this point of view, doesn't the Otsutsuki god have the power to destroy the planet? It's really possible. Who the hell can resist this? Why are there so many perverts in the heavens and worlds? The one called Frisia before can really explode? Among the heavens and worlds, when countless viewers saw the information about the tailed beast on the screen, almost 99% of the audience were excited, and everyone couldn't help but swear. And the barrage was even boiling, shocked by the power of the tailed beast. What makes them even more unbelievable is that this thing is actually just an add-on. Chapter 36. Ghost destroys the world. No, isn't it? Every tailed beast has the power to destroy the country? Isn't this terrifying power even worse than the Ghost King? In the butterfly house, Tanjiro, who was recuperating from his wounds, stuttered from the shock. Not only him, but also my wife Zenitsu and Zura Ina shook beside him. Even the members of the Ghost Slayer squad who had already gone to various places to wipe out the remaining ghosts and the pillar-level powerhouses showed expressions of disbelief on their faces. Without him, originally they thought, the so-called Winding Ghost is an extremely terrifying existence. And the Ghost King is enough to subvert the existence of a country. However, with the exposure of inventory videos one by one, they were horrified to discover that there are still so many terrifying existences in the heavens and worlds. The original Captain Class Shinigami were scary enough, but the Aizen are even more terrifying. As for the shy ones who can kill Aizen, make them dare not even mention it. Now, just the additional containment has the power to destroy the country. And not only that, once the nine-tailed beasts are united, it can even give humans the ability to create the moon. You know, creation is much harder than destruction. This TM is simply refreshing their worldview, constantly refreshing their cognition. They are about to be shocked to the point of numbness. Marvel Cinematic Universe. Damn it, why do terrifying monsters appear so easily one after another? Even the Hulk needs to be extremely angry to destroy a country, right? In the Avengers, Tony couldn't help but swear, and was shocked by the pervert of the tailed beast. And so do others. Even Thor, the god of thunder, couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. A single-tailed beast can destroy a country, and 10 tails with 9-tailed beasts in one. It can even give humans unimaginable power, and even create the moon. This TM is outrageous. The most important thing is that this is just an additional containment. To what extent will the follow-up Otsutsuki god be perverted? Isn't it more terrifying than his father, God King Odin? Located in the space battleship, even with the knowledge of Thanos, his face is full of dignity at this moment. Although he is not afraid of the so-called tailed beasts, not even the 10 tails Jinchuriki. If the thing contained this time is this one. But if this is just an additional containment, it's worth making him dignified. Without him, surface-level existences can become a foil. The so-called Otsutsuki god is probably capable of destroying planets. Even if it is him, he dare not underestimate it. He didn't dare to say that he could suppress the opponent without collecting all the infinite gems. One leaf covers the sky, and the emperor is buried. Interesting, has this inventory gone out of the planet? Maybe this god of Otsutsuki really has 2 tricks. Located in the restricted area of life, an ancient supreme spoke. Obviously, this ancient supreme, feeling a little bit interested in the so-called god of Otsutsuki. After all, it is possible to travel across the starry sky, and to be able to explode the existence of stars. In their eyes, they are also slightly ants that can catch the eye. And this is only the inventory of the 8th place, and the existence of the subsequent inventory. As the ranking rises, won't it become more and more powerful? That's enough to get them interested. You know, during these long years, they are very lonely in the restricted area. It is also good to watch this inventory video for entertainment. Not only him, but also many restricted zone supremes, who raised a little interest. Of course, there are also some restricted areas who are dismissive. For example, Shuang, Changsheng Tianzun, Xiaoao Tianzun, etc. exist. The original Hogyaka was interesting to them because of its functionality, but now the so-called tailed beast and Otsutsuki gods are not worthy of their attention at all. Hokage World, the scene of the Fourth Ninja War. Ha ha ha, it really is a tailed beast in our world. This time, what the Foundation wants to contain is actually a tailed beast. Great, with the Foundation taking action, what else is there to fear from Uchiha Madara? Originally, I was already desperate, but the Foundation will take action next, so there is nothing to be afraid of. As long as there is a containment object like a shy person, Uchiha Madara will definitely die. Looking at the information on the screen, the ninjas of the major ninja villages were all overjoyed, and couldn't stop laughing, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed in their hearts. Originally they thought that facing Uchiha Madara, who became 10 Tails Jinchuriki, they can only let it be ravaged powerlessly. But now, the Foundation actually wants to house the tailed beast. Even if it's just an addition, it's enough to get them excited. Without him, with the power of the Foundation, killing Uchiha Madara is simply not too easy. After all, although the current Uchiha Madara is strong, compared to that form of Aizen, that's it. In this regard, Uchiha Madara, who just became 10 Tails Jinchuriki, turned green immediately. At this moment, he no longer has the excitement of becoming a 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Now, there is only boundless despair and panic in his heart. Facing shy people, facing the Foundation, even he dare not be an enemy. The last surface level existence has been fed so hard that even mom can't help it, without leaving a single trace. The current him, even if he possesses similar strength, he would not dare to do anything wrong. Even, he is already thinking. Do you want to take the initiative to give up 10 Tails, but if 10 Tails dies, he seems to be cold. Hey, can Taijutsu hurt 10 Tails Jinchuriki? On the other side, Might Guy, who was rushing towards the direction where Uchiha Madara and others were, his eyes lit up when he saw that physical skills could harm 10 Tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, he only felt that his whole body was full of strength. It seems that it's time for the blue beast to appear. And just when many viewers were shocked by the tailed beast and looking forward to the god of Otsutsuki, the picture changed again and new information appeared. Name, Abnormal Containment Object, the god of Otsutsuki. Object Class, Keter. Description, Abnormal Containment Object, the god of Otsutsuki, who looks like a humanoid male, wearing a black robe, with a pair of crown-like horns on his head, and born with 3 eyes. Hi. Item level Keter, a new level has appeared. At this moment, when they saw the item level of the god of Otsutsuki, many viewers couldn't help being surprised. Obviously, they all noticed this detail. To know the original containment, it was either Euclid or safe. Now a Keter actually appeared, which really surprised them a bit. The most important thing is that the god of Otsutsuki is considered to have the possibility of starburst. Doesn't this mean that Keter level powerhouses may have the power to burst stars? Chapter 37. Just when many viewers were amazed at the level of the project containing the god of Otsutsuki, the following information once again made many viewers in the heavens and worlds boil. Ability, Divine Art, possesses the power to destroy the world and even destroy the planet, create a big storm at will, roar to create lightning, etc. Malicious Rebound, any enemy who wants to kill him, the killing intent will be completely rebounded. Clairvoyance, can observe the present in real time or choose to watch a certain scene in the past, but cannot see things before birth. Almighty, realize anything, turn your thoughts into reality. White Eyes, with a 360% viewing angle, super insight, and the ability to derive various abilities. Joguyurin Egan, Infinite Tsukuyomi, use the moon as a medium to pull creatures from all over the world into the illusion. Tianziu's Hong, can transfer the space where you and other people are to other spaces in an instant, slightly. Xiaoming Viguna, can make anything smaller, but cannot shrink other life forms except yourself. Dehenshian, you can store the shrunken objects or creatures in a different dimensional space where time stops, so that you can take them out freely at any time. Reincarnation Wedge Imprint, avoid death in times of crisis, reincarnate into other beings, and recover power to seize the opponent and obtain corresponding abilities, can survive in the universe. Omitted. Character, moody. Weaknesses, none. I am damn, this TM is really a god. The power of this Otsutsuki god is simply too many to count, but damn it is outrageous. Any existence that intends to kill him will be completely rebounded. Isn't this TM too buggy? Doesn't this mean that no one can kill him? FK, being able to observe the present moment in real time or choose to watch a certain scene in the past, wouldn't it be possible to peek at Miss Sister taking a shower at will? I'm so in love with it. I'll go, you upstairs have so many abilities, you only notice this, right? That Joguyurin Egan is the real pervert, who can actually activate the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi, causing the creatures in the whole world to fall into a fantasy. The skill of the Great Black Sky is really terrifying. When paired with the young name Viguna, it can place anything in a different space where time stops. That ability called Almighty is super cool, right? Realize anything, turn your own thoughts into reality, this is simply a real god. Oh my dear, I finally understand why the tail beast can only be used as an add-on to the god of Otsutsuki, who the hell can compare to him? At this moment, when they saw the various abilities of the god of Otsutsuki, countless viewers were shocked to ultimate, and couldn't help calling this god. And the barrage exploded even more. For those terrifying abilities, I was envious and shocked at the same time. They never imagined that there is an eighth existence in the storage inventory. With such terrifying power, it's no wonder that even such a terrifying tailed beast has to be reduced to an add-on. World of One Punch Man, Association of Heroes. What kind of monster is this? Could it be a real god? Looking at the information in front of him, the Atomic Warrior, an S-class hero, lay down on the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably. If this is not a god, is there still a god in the world? Regarding this, even the well-informed Silver Fang Bang couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Even though he had seen part of Saitama's strength, he was still refreshed by the god of Otsutsuki. Not just the two of them, but all the rest of the S-class heroes also had the same idea. Obviously, their cognition was completely broken at this moment. Facing the god of Otsutsuki, even if he is as proud as a small tornado and as powerful as a king, he can't afford to contend with him. If there is a god in the world, it can only be the god of Otsutsuki. Old teacher, is this god of Otsutsuki really a god? Only a real god can achieve such a terrifying ability. On the other side, at Saitama's home, Genos was also stunned. I don't know, but I want to fight him. Regarding this, Kyu still shook his head, but at this moment, he was not as dull as before, but his face was full of fighting intent, and an unprecedented momentum emanated from him. A leaf covers the sky, somewhere in an ancient land. This god of Otsutsuki is too scary, right? Let alone his strength, just some of his abilities are far beyond what we can imagine. At this moment, when he saw the information on the screen, even Pangbo, who had seen many things, couldn't help but gasp, and his heart couldn't stop being shocked. Wow, woof, there is something about this god of Otsutsuki. The ability to manifest anything and turn one's own thoughts into reality is indeed terrifying. If it is as it is said in the introduction, then even the Emperor will impossible. At this time, even the Black Emperor couldn't help but speak, shocked by his ability. Needless to say, this ability to materialize anything. It's simply a magic skill. Even if it is the Great Emperor, it is impossible to materialize a thing out of thin air. And other skills, there are some that even the Emperor can't do. For example, the killing intent bounces back, and the ability to place creatures in a time-stopping space. You must know that even a powerhouse at the level of a great emperor can only rely on the source of God to seal the creature and make it fall into a deep sleep, so that it can achieve the effect of stopping time. But this Otsutsuki god has such abilities with him. It really surprised him, the big black dog who had followed Washi Great Hokage World, the scene of the Fourth Ninja War. How is this possible? How can there be such an existence in this world? As strong as Uchiha Madara, who became 10 Tails Jinchuriki, she couldn't help but scream out of horror at this moment, her eyes widened and she couldn't believe the scene in front of her. And even Uchiha Madara is so horrified, let alone other ninjas. Even the cage-level powerhouses of the major villages, the Hokages of Impure World Reincarnation. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was sealed away on the moon. I can't believe the mighty power of the god of Otsutsuki, and I don't want to believe that there is such a terrible existence in this world. Without him, a single ability is fine, but so many abilities stacked together. It's simply outrageous, directly refreshing their cognition and crushing their worldview. Chapter 38. And when countless audiences from the heavens and worlds were shocked. In the screen of the inventory video, the screen began to appear. Under the gaze of all the audience, an ancient world emerges in the picture. And in that piece of heaven and earth, there is a sacred tree that is extremely tall and reaches the sky. Rumble. Accompanied by the violent tremors of the divine tree, this directly intersecting divine tree turned into an extremely huge super creature. On its face, there is a single eye, and there are 10 tails behind it. What shocked many viewers was that with the riot of this super creature, the entire land was torn apart, and the huge mountain was directly smashed to pieces. Even the endless rivers have been swallowed up in half. This scene directly shocked the audience of many worlds. Especially those who don't have any superpowers and only know about the everyday world of love. There are also some audiences in the world of martial arts and film and television, who were directly stunned. Of course, compared to the shock of those audiences, the powerhouses in some worlds are extremely ordinary, as if this super monster just did something insignificant. Not even interested in making them pay attention or even watch it. It seems that this is the so-called tail beast, but it has 10 tails, so it should be the so-called 10 tails, right? Well, it should be 10 tails, that's right, it is indeed 10 tails that can make people have surface-level combat power. It is really surprising to have such terrifying destructive power. By the way, this 10 tails was actually manifested from an incomparably huge tree. The origin is really interesting. Hey, who is that woman? It doesn't look like immortal, but it looks pretty good, I love it. But, why are her eyes so weird? There are no pupils, only a piece of pure white, and no eyebrows. Don't even have eyebrows? Doesn't this mean that she has no hair there? White tiger. Upstairs, where is there no hair worth it? And is this woman manifested by the white tiger beast? Could it be that there are such mythical beasts in the world of this inventory? In the various worlds, when you see the 10 tails transformed from the sacred tree. After careful observation, many viewers recognized it. And the barrages kept popping up. I didn't expect the tailed beast to be manifested by a huge sacred tree. And when the audience saw Otsutsuki Kagaya appearing in the screen, many old color batches appeared, attracted by Kagaya's appearance. Some even drove cars. Hokage World, the scene of the Fourth Ninja War. Mother. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya appear in the picture, Black Zetsu couldn't help crying out. And when he saw the barrage in the screen, his expression suddenly became ugly. Obviously, although he doesn't really understand what the white tiger means. But it can be clearly felt that something is wrong on these bullet screens. On the moon, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was still sealed, couldn't help but wrinkled her delicate brows, with a displeased expression on her face. Being judged like this, even with her temperament, it's also a little unbearable. On the other side, he was teaching the Sage of Six Paths to Mingzhou in the spiritual space, and his brows could not help but frown slightly. Whether it should be said or not, Otsutsuki Kagaya is his mother no matter what. Now that he is being commented like this by the audience of the heavens and the world, he can't stand it anymore. Compared to the thoughts of these people, the rest of the ninjas are a little curious, who is this beautiful woman in front of them? Of course, they can still recognize Otsutsuki Kagaya's white eyes, just don't know her identity. Huh? That woman, Otsutsuki Kagaya, actually swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree. On a certain planet, many members of the Otsutsuki family are boiling, and Otsutsuki Yoshi couldn't help but burst out in anger. Obviously, they saw something in Otsutsuki Kagaya. I understand better why the sacred tree becomes 10 tails and the reason for the riots. No other, apparently Otsutsuki Kagaya took the chakra fruit from the sacred tree. This woman betrayed the Otsutsuki clan. In the screen, Otsutsuki Kagaya appeared under the gaze of many audiences. Pale skin, blue and white long hair, exquisite face, and a white dress with a jade pattern, fascinated many viewers. Among them, there are many female audiences. It can be said that Otsutsuki Kagaya is for men, women, and children. However, just when the audience was amazed by her appearance, a change happened. Facing the rioting Ten Tails, Otsutsuki Kagaya not only showed no fear, but approached it proactively. Then, the two became one. Infused with 10 Tails Otsutsuki Kagaya, it's even more powerful. On her forehead, there is also a reincarnation Sharingan. Should I say it or not, at this moment Otsutsuki Kagaya, giving some viewers the feeling that it is no less than Aizen who has evolved to have 3 eyes. And this kind of change, not only did not make it hideous, but a different kind of beauty appeared. It's not hard to imagine if Aizen was still around at this moment. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya like this, I'm afraid I'm going to spit blood out of anger. Without him, the strength he exchanged for his appearance is nothing more than this. And Otsutsuki Kagaya, not only has she become stronger, but she hasn't become ugly. It's like comparing people to people, it's so PG off. And at this moment, 2 more figures appeared. They also wore white clothes with hook jade patterns on their bodies. It's just that one has brown skin, purple eyes, and a red mark between the brows. The other one is similar to Otsutsuki Kagaya, with pale white skin and pure white-purple eyes. The confrontation between the two of them with Otsutsuki Kagaya left many viewers a bit confused. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Hamura. Otsutsuki Yui Sage of 6 Paths. At this time, some subtitles appeared on the screen. Presented on the side of the screen of the 3 people, introducing their origins to the audience. And briefly introduced the relationship and the reasons for the confrontation. Huh? Otsutsuki? Isn't that the same surname as the god of Otsutsuki? Interesting, is Otsutsuki actually a family? Holy shit, Otsutsuki Kagaya actually has a baby? And the kids are all this old? Damn, my heart is broken. Ahem, I don't mind being a stepfather, after all, there are only 2 children, so let's go. Among the heavens and worlds, many viewers were surprised when they saw the subtitle introduction. Unexpectedly, Otsutsuki is actually a surname. And the god of Otsutsuki is extremely likely to be inextricably linked with them. Much to the heartbreak of many viewers, though, Otsutsuki Kagaya had a baby. Of course, there are also viewers who face the difficulties and bluntly say that they can be stepfathers. These bullet screens, the faces of Sage of 6 Paths and Otsutsuki Kagaya are all black. And Black Zetsu couldn't help cursing, and even sent a barrage to start scolding. Chapter 39. By the way, in the previous Tail Beast information, there seems to be a guy named Sage of 6 Paths mentioned. That guy seems to have created the moon, right? Is it the one in the picture? It seems to be. One thing to say, although these 2 people give me the feeling that they are not as scary as Otsutsuki Kagaya, but they are not much inferior. Tisk tisk tisk, mother and son have different ideas, so they are going to fight, right? It's really interesting, I didn't expect there to be such love and hatred to watch. BD, these 2 guys actually want to attack their mother, they are sons of men in vain. Upstairs, it's because they don't agree with each other, right? Besides, Otsutsuki Kagaya wants to kill both of them and recover the chakra in their bodies, can't resist? Playing and playing, the vast majority of the audience is quite serious. And some barrages also mentioned the previous Tail Beast information, reminding me of Sage of 6 Paths. After all, being able to create the existence of the moon really deserves the attention of many powerhouses. However, many viewers have different views on the confrontation between the 2 sides. One side thinks that the 2 Sage of 6 Paths brothers are sons of men in vain for attacking their mother. On the other hand, Otsutsuki Kagaya is going to kill them both, and resistance is normal. Hokage World, the scene of the 4th Ninja War. Hey, that woman is actually Otsutsuki Kagaya? The princess from Legendary. Is that the Sage of 6 Paths? I didn't expect such an origin. 10 Tails merged with Otsutsuki Kagaya, so it's not just 10 Tails that was sealed on the moon, but also Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this moment, when seeing the information on the screen, the surviving ninjas were all amazed. Even the cage-level powerhouses of the 5 villages couldn't stop being shocked, and they even thought of the 10 Tails who were sealed on the moon. Otsutsuki Yuyi, Otsutsuki Hamura, you two ungrateful brutes. On the other hand, Black Zetsu looked very angry, staring at the Sage of Six Paths brothers in the picture, wishing to kill them all. For Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Kagaya is everything. Even if he dies for Kagaya, that is his blessing. And those two beasts actually sealed his mother on the moon, which made him want to dig out their hearts, drink their blood, and eat their flesh. Boom! In the picture, under the watchful eyes of all the audience, a terrifying battle broke out. Otsutsuki Kagaya, fused with 10 Tails, takes on the Sage of Six Paths brothers all by himself. Needless to say, Otsutsuki Kagaya incorporates 10 Tails. The strength is really terrifying. Even the Sage of Six Paths brothers were crushed and beaten. Don't say it's as simple as a father beating his son. Just like a mother beating her son, it feels oppressive. However, there are not many pictures of the battle. It's just a rough rendering of some fragments. Of course, even so, many viewers were horrified. Without him, the great war between two sides. It is not an exaggeration to call it ruinous. The most important thing is that some of the abilities they displayed shocked the audience. Like Susanoo from Sage of Six Paths. The huge figure and extremely cool appearance made many viewers call it cheating. Moreover, the Susanoo cast by Sage of Six Paths can even compete against the 10 Tails controlled by Otsutsuki Kagaya. The terrifying power cannot be underestimated. And the tailed beast bomb performed by 10 Tails also shocked many viewers. No one else, because the power of the tailed beast bomb is really terrifying. Although it is not as good as the high-density Ryutsu cast by Aizen, it is not much inferior. And this battle, which lasted for several months, made the audience amazed. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya lost in the end. Six Paths Planetary Devastation. Accompanied by a shout from Sage of Six Paths, under the gaze of all the audience. Sage of Six Paths is linked with his younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura. The power surpasses Otsutsuki Kagaya in an instant, and touches Kagaya with 2 powers. Rumble! Under the shocking eyes of countless audiences, the boundless earth split open. Boulders that looked like mountains, under the terrifying attraction, kept hitting Kagaya as the center point, and buried them together with the huge 10 Tails. In the end, at the cost of consuming the vast and boundless land of the earth, a huge moon was born. Then, by constantly attracting meteorites in the universe, it became an existence with a quarter of the volume of the earth, hanging high above the sky. Oh, my dear, the battle between the two sides is too terrifying, right? They have been fighting for several months. How long has it been since Grandma's Aizen and the others fought in this world? I am really convinced of this kind of staying power. If anyone becomes their partner, won't they be wiped out? By the way, that Susanoo is so handsome, he can even resist the attack of 10 Tails. Not only is he a group with strong attack power, but his defense power is also amazing. 10 Tails' tailed beast bomb is also very fierce. This seems to be the exclusive skill of tailed beasts, right? Although it is not as good as Aizen's high-density Ryutsu bomb, it is not difficult to destroy a city. No wonder a single tailed beast claims to be able to destroy a country. With the terrifying destructive power of 10 Tails, it is not that difficult to destroy the world. Even if it is divided into 9 parts, it is enough to easily destroy the country. The most important thing is the move of Six Paths Planetary Devastation, which directly created a moon. It is really hard to imagine such a terrifying existence in the world. Ah, the Earth said, what kind of skill is it for you to make a moon with my body? There is not much land at all, you just sucked up so much. One thing to say, Sage of Six Paths is indeed Sage of Six Paths, no wonder there is such a title, except for real immortals, who else can do such a feat? At this moment, when watching the scenes in the picture, many audience members were excited. Not to mention the barrage, most of them are lamenting the horror of both sides. Whether it is Susanoo cast by Sage of Six Paths, or 10 Tails controlled by Otsutsuki Kagaya, The terrifying power between the two shocked them. And what shocked the audience the most? Nothing is better than sealing Otsutsuki Kagaya's 6 paths planetary devastation. This move directly plundered countless lands on the earth. Make it form the moon with that terrifying volume. This kind of feat obviously shocked many viewers, and even surpassed their cognition. Chapter 40. Ghosts destroy the world, Butterfly House. My God, what kind of existence are these? Compared with them, the Ghost King is simply a docile kitten. At this moment, when I saw the shocking scene in the picture, my wife Shanyi couldn't help but yelled, and couldn't help but compare the Ghost King with Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others. Obviously, compared to Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others, the Ghost King is simply a docile cat, a chicken that can be killed by them at will. It's unbelievable, there are so many strong people in this world, even the moon can be made. On the other side, Purgatory Xing Shaora, who was sweeping away ghosts, couldn't help but scream at this moment. As a pillar-level powerhouse, his cognition has been refreshed countless times. Although I know that the world is huge, the heavens and worlds are even more unimaginable. But why did he never expect that there are so many strong men in the heavens and worlds? In the world where Aizen lives, if they can crush their existence, just grab a lot. Now in this world where the god of Otsutsuki lives, there are too many strong people. All of their column-level powerhouses added up, in front of 10 Tails tailed beast bomb, it is estimated that there will be no scum left. Marvel Cinematic Universe. What are these things? It's simply not something human can compete with. Located in SHIELD, all the top executives were numb. Even Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, was stunned at the moment. Without him, this battle is really terrible. Now even the moon has come out, refreshing their cognition once again. Even those so-called superheroes don't have such great power. This. On the other side, members of the Avengers, even Thor, changed their expressions. Facing such opponents, apart from Hulk and Thor, who can't run away, the tailed beast bomb alone is much scarier than the nuclear bomb. Once it hits, everything will be cool. As for the 6 paths planetary devastation move, they estimated that even the so-called Thanos would not be able to withstand it without using the Infinity Stones. Hokage World, the 4th Ninja World War. I always thought that the legendary of Sage of 6 Paths was a fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, the surviving ninjas in the major villages were numb. Even those strong cage level couldn't help but look up at the moon, feeling their scalps tingling. The moon is actually artificial, and the legendary of Sage of 6 Paths is real. The seal on the moon is really 10 tails. And it's not just 10 tails, there's an even scarier Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hehe, this is what happens when you betray the Otsutsuki clan. Hey, the shameless woman not only secretly took the chakra fruit, but also gave birth to an heir there. Is she sealed now? Humph, even so, we can't let her go, we should send someone there to recover the tailed beast, and bring back Otsutsuki Kagaya for punishment. The Otsutsuki family who lived far away on other planets couldn't help but mocked when they saw this scene. Even, someone proposed to send someone to recover the tailed beast and bring back Otsutsuki Kagaya for punishment. However, when the man said this, many tribes, including Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Jinchiki, and even Ichishiki, they all looked at him with the eyes of the mentally retarded, the meaning of which is self-evident. In that case, I will send you there. At this time, Otsutsuki spoke up, and the words made the man's face turn green. Without him, because he dared not go. Of course, not only him. The powerhouses of the entire Otsutsuki clan dare not go. As for the reason, if you think about it with your butt, you will know. Soon, under the gaze of many spectators. In the screen, the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya and 10 Tails, the chakra in their body was drawn out, and then absorbed into the body by Sage of 6 Paths, making it 10 Tails Jinchuriki. And in the later years of Sage of 6 Paths, chakra of 10 Tails in his body. It was divided into 9 parts, thus creating 9 big-tailed beasts. So that's it, this is the origin of the tailed beast. At this moment, when seeing this scene in the picture, many viewers suddenly realized. And the audience in the world of Hokage, too. Those Jinchuriki are even more in a trance. Although I had guessed it a long time ago, I didn't expect it to be true. Wow, these tailed beasts are so cute, can't they be too cute? In the world of Conan, Sonoko looked at the tailed beast that had just been created by Sage of Six Paths in the screen, and was immediately attracted to it. Not only her, but many female audiences were attracted by the tailed beast. Even though he already knew that tailed beasts are extremely terrifying existences, he still loves them. If it wasn't because they couldn't hold it, I'm afraid they all wanted to hold the tailed beast in their arms and pamper them. And at this moment, the picture changed again. That's the scene of the Fourth Ninja War. And the 9-tailed beasts created by 10 Tails Chakra also gathered together. However, to the surprise of many viewers, facing the huge and oppressive 9-tailed beasts, there is actually a man standing in front of them, and his upper body is naked. Although his body was covered with cuts and bruises, his face was still indifferent, as if he didn't take the 9-tailed beasts seriously. Uchiha Madara. In the picture, a line of subtitles quietly appeared, attracting the attention of many viewers. Hehe, the gathering of 9 big-tailed beasts is interesting. But what's going on around here? It feels terrible. The 9 tails look fierce when they grow up, but I feel like 9 tails are stronger. In other words, the stronger the tail, the stronger the strength? Not necessarily, although 9 tails gives me the feeling that they are the strongest, but the other tail beasts are not weak, and the strength should not be ranked by the number of tails. By the way, this guy named Uchiha Madara, did you often see it on the barrage before? And my favorite sentence is that I, Uchiha Madara, recognize you. Speaking of which, it seems that there is indeed such a person. Could it be that the guy in the picture is that Uchiha Madara? Interesting, I remember that his tone seemed to be quite loud, but now it seems that he has the capital of arrogance, and he doesn't even pay attention to the 9-tailed beasts. Is there a possibility that this guy named Uchiha Madara has no eyes? I don't know why, but he really has no eyes. Among the heavens and worlds, when they saw the 9-tailed beasts gathered together, many audience members couldn't help being a little surprised. Especially when I saw the appearance of the 9-tailed beasts when they grew up, I was even more surprised. For the appearance of Uchiha Madara, many viewers were even more surprised. Without him, because Uchiha Madara frequently showed up on the barrage before, many viewers are quite familiar with his name, and now they recognize it immediately. The most important thing is that facing the 9-tailed beasts, Uchiha Madara was not flustered at all, but showed his true qualities as a master, which really surprised many viewers. Chapter 41. The World of Shinigami, Siritai. Huh? Uchiha Madara? Even I feel a sense of threat. Interesting, he is a strong opponent. Zaraki Kenpei, who had just returned to Jinglingting, frowned when he saw Uchiha Madara in the picture, with excitement on his face. Very strong, even Aizen without Hogyaku's fusion is no better than him. Beside him, Byakuya Kokaki, who was so cold, also spoke, with an extremely serious expression on his face. Not only them, but all captain-level existences, even vice-captain-level existences, felt the terror of Uchiha Madara. The man in the picture is truly terrifyingly strong. In the entire Jingling court, there are very few people who are stronger than him. Although he may not be as powerful as existences like Sage of Six Paths, he is definitely a strong one. It's not just the many powerhouses in the Shinigami world who think so. The same is true for the other existences that are similar in strength to them, or even slightly stronger. Now among the heavens and worlds, one strong man after another emerged one after another. It really shocked many viewers. Of course, the existence of some high-latitude worlds did not take Uchiha Madara seriously. Such as Frieza in the Dragon Ball world, God of Destruction. Thanos of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The Heavenly Soul Emperor, Gu Yuan, who fought to break the world. A leaf covering the sky to bury the Emperor Star's Forbidden Zone Supreme. Immortals from all walks of life in the perfect world Wang Qiang. Hokage world, the scene of the Fourth Ninja War. Damn it, Uchiha Madara is so powerful that even the 9-tailed beasts are no match for him, and now he has become 10 tails Jinchuriki. I don't know how many companions in the major ninja villages were brutally killed by him. It turns out that the Uchiha clan is not a good thing, and they all deserve to die. Wait, Uchiha Madara, even a strong man like Aizen can't stand against the Foundation, and you are the same, you will suffer retribution. At this moment, when seeing this scene in the picture, many ninjas present seemed very angry. No one, because there are too many ninjas who died at the hands of Uchiha Madara. Now Uchiha Madara has become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, trying to destroy the entire ninja world. How can this make them not hate, how can it make them not angry? Fortunately, now the Foundation has given them hope. While cursing Uchiha Madara, they are also looking forward to his end. On the other side, Uchiha Madara couldn't help being silent as he watched himself appear on the stage. At this moment, not only is he not the slightest bit happy. On the contrary, my heart became more and more heavy. Without him, because the Foundation will come soon. And this time, the target is the 10 tails in his body. Even if he could see himself pretending in front of the universe, attracting the shock and admiration of audiences from all over the world, he would not be happy. Just got the capture of the 9-tailed beasts and became 10 tails Jinchuriki, and now they will lose the power of the tailed beasts, and even be exterminated by the Foundation. The ups and downs of life are nothing more than this. And just when audiences in many worlds reacted differently, the screen began to move. Boom! In the picture, under the gaze of all the audience. Okay, I'm going to get you next, beasts. Uchiha Madara, who was naked from the upper body, spoke, and with a light step, she leaped into the air and rushed towards the direction of the 9-tailed beasts. Even without eyes, even in the face of the 9-tailed beasts. He also attacked brazenly, without the slightest fear. This scene surprised many viewers, and even felt that he was courting death. The screen turns. Facing the rushing Uchiha Madara, one tail Showerhe appeared in the eyes of all audiences. It was a civet cat covered with purple Roland curse marks all over its body. It was extremely huge and looked a little fat. At the same time, some information appeared on the screen. One tail crane. Abilities, wind style, magnet style, sealing technique, tailed beast bomb. Wind style, sand shot. Facing Uchiha Madara, who was rushing brazenly, one tail Showerhe directly formed seals with both hands. The next moment, its huge mouth opened. Boom! A terrifying hurricane suddenly burst out. It is also a shotgun formed by countless sandstones. Quickly bombarded Uchiha Madara, rushing in the sky, causing many wounds on its body, and even some sand shotguns fell into its body. Drink! At the same time, beside Shohi, the man with the huge gourd on his back and the word love engraved on his forehead made a move. That's 5th Kazekage Gaara. And with Gaara yelling, the perspective of the video screen reappeared on Uchiha Madara. And with the stretching of the perspective, the audience can even see the scene inside Madara's body. The sand and stones that had been submerged in his body before had played a direct role at this moment, causing his body to shake suddenly, and he couldn't move for a while. Roar! The next moment, a cat with faint blue flames burning all over its body appeared. That's 2 Tails Madatabi. It raised its big hand burning with blue flames, and directly slapped Uchiha Madara, flying away, directly bumping into the fast-rotating 3 tails, and was knocked out again. As the camera turned again, a red gorilla rose into the air and kicked Uchiha Madara away. That was the 4 Tails Monkey King, whose brute force horrified many viewers. Immediately afterwards, tail beasts such as 5 Tails Kokuo, 6 Tails Seiken, 7 Tails Kome, 8 Tails Jayaki, 9 Tails 9 Trumpets and other tail beasts also shot one after another, and Uchiha Madara, who did it directly, had no power to fight back. Of course, every tail beast shot has a corresponding subtitle introduction. The Great Burial Seal of the Desert Layer. With the linkage of 9-tailed beasts and 5th Kazekage Gaara, a pyramid made of sand and stone with 1 tail Showerhe sealing techniques appeared. As for Uchiha Madara, it is suppressed without exception. Ah! Is this TM a shrimp situation? I'm still waiting for Uchiha Madara pretend. Why did this kid hit the street all of a sudden? I really want to laugh. This Uchiha Madara is too much, right? I was instantly dismissed. I thought it was too cowhide. Clown, pure clown, I have waited for a while in vain, probably just like the so-called strongest god king in the god world, he will only pretend. Is there a possibility that this Uchiha Madara is not weak, but that the nine-tailed beasts are too strong? After all, this is a tailed beast that the Foundation wants to contain. I think what the upstairs said makes sense. No matter what you say about the tailed beast, it has to be a bit of a face. If it is jumped out by some cat or dog, it would be really strange. Should I say it or not, these 9 big-tailed beasts have quite a lot of abilities, and each has its own strengths. At this moment, when they saw that Uchiha Madara was instantly killed by the 9-tailed beasts and sealed under the pyramid, many viewers from the heavens and myriad realms were stunned. And the barrage exploded all of a sudden. Everyone was asking questions. Obviously, many viewers have big expectations for Uchiha Madara. But they never imagined that a person who was indifferent in front of the 9-tailed beasts and showed the demeanor of a strong man would be instantly defeated. It was outrageous, wasting their expectations in vain. And some viewers even comforted themselves, thinking that Uchiha Madara's strength is actually not bad, but the 9-tailed beasts are too powerful, which led to such a result. Chapter 42. And just when many viewers questioned and even comforted themselves, the mutation happened suddenly. Boom! In the picture, accompanied by Uchiha Madara's loud laugh, a blue beam of light rushes directly from the sandstone pyramid. Such a scene changed the expressions of many tailed beasts and 5th Kazekage Gaara. It was unbelievable. Not only them, but many viewers who thought Uchiha Madara sent it were also shocked. Unexpectedly, this Uchiha Madara, not only was not killed in seconds. It was really unexpected for them to be able to make such wild laughter. Rumble! The next moment, 2 huge arms of deep blue protruded directly from the hole, crushing the pyramid directly into sandstone, and then a titan composed of deep blue's chakra rushed out of it. On its chest, the figure of Uchiha Madara is clearly visible. Susanoo! At this moment, when they saw Susanoo performed by Uchiha Madara, many audience members couldn't help exclaiming, with some disbelief on their faces. You know, the last time Susanoo showed up, it was Sage of 6 Paths who cast it against 10 Tails, and now Uchiha Madara also cast Susanoo, which really surprised them a bit. Of course, compared to Susanoo of Sage of 6 Paths. Although many viewers were a little surprised by Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, it was not unacceptable. Without him, this Susanoo is too. Compared with Susanoo of Sage of 6 Paths, it's like heaven and earth, there is no comparison at all. Not only in appearance, but also in strength by more than 10 times. And just as many viewers were surprised. In the screen, Uchiha Madara who activated Susanoo rushed out of the encirclement, but was suddenly attacked by a yellow figure, and fell to the ground uncontrollably. That's the figure of 9 tails 9 horns. And the next moment, the 9-tailed beasts once again launched a fierce offensive. Boom! The 9 huge tails all fell at the same time almost instantly, covering a terrifying distance, and directly bombarded Susanoo's body. All of a sudden, the whole earth was shaken, and the dust was flying everywhere. It's not called imagination. What kind of heavy damage will Uchiha Madara, which is in the very center, suffer? However, a scene that surprised many viewers, even unbelievable, appeared. Faced with such a terrifying blow, although Uchiha Madara lost an arm, his action speed did not change at all, and he rushed out of the encirclement in the blink of an eye. Then, a white figure suddenly emerged from the ground beside Madara. White Zetsu! Did you bring it? Certainly. It was just a simple conversation, and many viewers understood that the two were in the same group, and even learned the identity of White through the subtitles. And the next scene left many viewers stunned. Uchiha Madara cut White Zetsu's arm directly. Then it was placed directly on his missing arm, and it became like his own arm in an instant, extremely flexible. The most shocking scene is when Uchiha Madara gently wiped his right eye, and an eyeball was placed. And as his right eye opened, countless spectators were excited, their eyes widened, and some couldn't believe the scene in front of them. FK, isn't this Rinnegan? How does this thing Uchiha Madara have? My mother, what White Zetsu brought is Rinnegan. I remember that besides the god of Otsutsuki, there are also Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya that incorporates 10 tails, right? My dear, this Uchiha Madara is actually equipped with Rinnegan, but if the eyes have half the power of the eyes of Sage of Six Paths, it may be enough to suppress the 9-tailed beasts. By the way, aren't you surprised by Uchiha Madara's arm? This guy just cut off White Zetsu's arm and grafted it on his body, so it can be used flexibly? Upstairs, what's so surprising about this? What is it to get an arm if you can be on the inventory video these days? The first two guys are immortal, what a fuss. It makes sense, why not pay more attention to Rinnegan? This thing is only owned by the god of Otsutsuki and Sage of Six Paths. It seems that Uchiha Madara is likely to collect the 9-tailed beasts and become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Should I say it or not, Uchiha Madara is still quite unlucky. It is estimated that when he becomes 10 tails Jinchuriki, the Foundation will make a move. I don't know if he is watching the barrage at the moment. I want to interview him about his mood. 666, you kid, shrimp and pig heart, Aizen, who is immortal and capable of infinite evolution, has been killed. I guess Uchiha Madara wants to die now. At this moment, when Uchiha Madara regained his arm and pressed Rinnegan, the barrage exploded. Obviously, the audience never thought of it. White Zetsu will suddenly appear and also bring a Rinnegan to Uchiha Madara. You know, those are the eyes only god Otsutsuki, Kagaya fused with 10 tails, and Sage of Six Paths have. Now Uchiha Madara also owns Rinnegan, which really surprised them. The perfect big world, 9 heavens, 10 underworlds, and 8 domains. Rinnegan? I don't know if there is a big difference between Shi Yi's double pupils. At this moment, when Rinnegan reappeared, a look of surprise appeared on Milkman's face, and then he remembered his cousin Shi Yi. No one else, because Shi Yi also has a pair of extremely peculiar eyes called double pupils. And this also makes the milk baby a little curious, is there a big gap between Rinnegan and double pupils? After all, he is doomed to fight Shi Yi in the future, and compared to Rinnegan, double pupil is definitely stronger than weaker. If possible, he would like to use Rinnegan to deduce some power of double pupils. At the same time, it is located in the Stone King's mansion. Shi Yi, who claims to be the reincarnation of the ancient sage and has double pupils from the ancient times. Just glance at Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan and look no further. Without him, as the owner of double pupils, he is very clear about the terrifying power of double pupils. Not to mention the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara, even the Rinnegan of Sage of Six Paths, even the Rinnegan of the god of Otsutsuki who has not yet appeared, he doesn't pay attention. He didn't even bother to compare double pupils with Rinnegan. Chapter 43. Will it be more interesting this way? Finally, I can feel the real battle. Ha 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 ha. In the picture, under the watchful eyes of many audiences from the heavens and the world, Uchiha Madara with Rinnegan on, can't stop laughing wildly. This scene confuses many viewers. They don't understand why this Uchiha Madara has become so rampant just by installing a Rinnegan. The miserable appearance of being hanged and beaten by the tailed beast was forgotten in a blink of an eye. And at this moment, Madara in the picture stopped laughing. With a light swipe in his palm, his right hand suddenly pressed down on the ground, and then he shouted loudly. Summoning technique. The strange lines composed of mysterious black symbols covered the earth in an instant. And the next moment, rumble. Accompanied by the roar that resounded through the sky, a gigantic golem rose from the ground, and appeared behind Uchiha Madara in an instant. Gadu statue. This scene makes everyone in the picture, even audiences in many worlds, couldn't stop being shocked. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara actually relied on a small ninjutsu. It is really unexpected that such a huge Gadu statue can be summoned. Is the right arm broken? It seems that the enemy still has good eyes. And just when some audiences were shocked, Uchiha Madara spoke again, glanced at Gadu statue's missing right arm, and then said to White Zetsu beside him. It will take some time to get the left eye back, right? It should be. It seems that there is no way to solve it quickly. Don't compare me with that kid who took years to bring a pet home. It only takes a few seconds. Look at it. Eye wipe? Uchiha Madara's tone is not normal, he actually described the tailed beast as a pet? I'm a good boy, I didn't know who was hanged up by the tailed beast just now, but now he dares to pretend like this, who gave him the courage? Tisk tisk, it only takes a few seconds? Bragging doesn't even make drafts, does it? Do you really think that with a Rinnegan installed, you think you are invincible? Is there a possibility that this Uchiha Madara can really do it? He has a Rinnegan after all, which is pretty cool. Ahem, people were at the scene, and the 9-tailed beasts were instantly defeated. This one is called Uchiha Madara, and its strength is really terrifying. Kindness? Are you kidding me upstairs? The 9-tailed beasts were directly killed? At this moment, when they heard the dialogue between Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu, countless audiences in the heavens and myriad worlds were all excited, and everyone felt that Madara was bragging. And the bullet screen exploded directly, and some audience even started to mock wildly. However, when they saw someone saying that at the scene, and when Madara directly killed the 9-tailed beasts, they were all stunned, their eyes widened in disbelief. Afterwards, countless viewers cast their eyes on the screen. Want to see if what those barrages say is true? Even the captain of Yamamoto, the cosmic overlord Bo Ross and other existences. They couldn't help raising a little interest and turning their eyes to the picture. Wheel Tomb Border Prison. In the screen, under the gaze of many audiences, Uchiha Madara standing on the head of the Gadu statue spoke. What followed was a terrifying pupil power, a terrifying power from Rinnegan. At this moment, any audience whose strength is lower than Uchiha Madara. I just felt a terrifying sense of oppression suddenly hit from the screen. Even if it is a little bit stronger than Uchiha Madara, I feel a little threatened. Only those who are really strong can be indifferent in front of this pupil power. It's just that when some existences see the pupil power activated, there was a strange look in his eyes, as if he had seen something, and there was something playful on his face. And the next moment, a scene that shocked countless audiences happened. He is going to attack, everyone pay attention. With the opening of the second tail Matatabi who is burning with the blue flame. An invisible terrifying force directly bombarded its head, causing it to fall heavily to the ground. Bang bang bang! With the continuous sound of collision, the rest of the tailed beasts all suffered terrifying impacts. Even 9 Tails, the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts, was still hit by this huge force. Without exception, they flew upside down, collapsing to the ground like airway. Not only that, it is as strong as the 9-tailed beasts. When suffering from this fierce attack, it is difficult to get up for a while. This scene directly left countless audiences stunned. While they were shocked, they didn't know what happened. Only some strong people can see through Uchiha Madara's actions. Understand why the 9-tailed beasts were defeated all at once. The pets are finally a little more honest, so I can finally put collars on them. And at this moment, Uchiha Madara on the screen spoke again. With the mudra of his hands, the Gadu statue at its feet also opened its huge mouth, and a burst of purple light suddenly emerged. Boom! In the next moment, 9 extremely thick chains, wrapped in the light of purple, flew out quickly, and then directly wrapped around the necks of the 9 big-tailed beasts. And when the 9 chains tightly bound the 9-tailed beasts, the dazzling purple light from Gadu statue's mouth burst out again, and a terrifying attraction dragged the 9 big-tailed beasts, causing them to leave the ground and fly towards its mouth. Wow, FK, the 9-tailed beasts were really killed? Isn't this TM2 outrageous? Damn it, what just happened? Why can't I understand anything? I only know that Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan burst out with pupil power, but the next second those tail beasts were bombarded by an invisible force, and they all fell to the ground. Lulu, I thought Uchiha Madara was a clown at first, but I didn't expect the clown to be me. This guy is really powerful. It's amazing, it can be solved in a few seconds, no wonder you dare to treat the 9-tailed beasts as pets. This level of strength can be regarded as a strong one in the world, right? Hehe, why can cats and dogs be called strong? It's just a small trick, as long as it can be cracked, it's nothing special. That's right, it's just a trick at best. In front of the real strong, it's not even a trick, so only you ignorant people will flatter you. Let me explain. This move called Wheel Tomb Boundary Prison is probably to create a completely invisible self, which has close or equivalent strength to itself, so this will cause the nine-tailed beasts to be killed in an instant, because they can't see that shadow at all. At this moment, when they saw the nine-tailed beasts being chained, the stunned audience could barely react, and what followed was a barrage of bullet screens like a frenzy. Obviously, almost 99% of the audience didn't understand what happened. But if you don't understand, you don't understand. They also understood the true strength of Uchiha Madara at this moment. I understand that he was really not bragging, but really capable. Afterwards, many viewers even boasted directly, regarding Uchiha Madara as a real powerhouse. It's just that some people who see through Uchiha Madara's methods. But I felt extremely disdainful, and even sent a barrage directly off the stage, bluntly saying that it was nothing special. Chapter 44. Hokage World, the scene of the 4th Ninja Army. Huh? Is that the principle behind Uchiha Madara's round tomb and border prison? At this moment, when he saw the barrage introducing the principle of the round tomb and border prison, 5th Kazekage Gaara couldn't help but suddenly realized, and remembered the scene where Madara killed the nine-tailed beasts in seconds. No wonder they were clearly on alert at the beginning, but they were attacked by terror. It turns out that Uchiha Madara used Rinnegan to create a clone that is close to or even has the same ability, but also can be completely invisible. Just by looking at the screen, can you perceive some principles of the round tomb and border prison? On the other hand, Uchiha Madara, who has become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, couldn't help being surprised when he saw the bullet screen of the explanation. He never imagined that his move of Lun Tomb border prison. In just a few seconds, it was cracked. And this also made him even more afraid, even the Fear Foundation. Without him, so many powerful existences in the heavens and worlds have all been put on the inventory screen. With the ability of the Foundation, it is easy to capture the 10 tails in his body. Not only him, but even Black Zetsu began to hesitate. In case of surprise attack on Uchiha Madara, rescue Mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. Can the mother with the power of 10 tails stand against the Foundation? Would it harm her if he released his mother? Boom! In the picture, under the shocking eyes of many audiences, all the nine-tailed beasts were absorbed into Gadu statue's body. In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying power suddenly erupted from the Gadu statue. That's the nine-tailed beasts blending into the Gadu statue to make a difference. Gadu statue, by absorbing the nine-tailed beasts, is going to transform into 10 tails. Roar! Without the slightest surprise, with successive changes in the screen, 10 tails was born. Just like the 10 tails transformed from the sacred tree before, a terrifying super creature is presented to all audiences in the heavens and myriad worlds. Not only that, with Uchiha Madara seal, the gigantic 10 tails melted into its body in just a few seconds. At this moment, under the gaze of all the audience, as the 10 tails melt into Uchiha Madara, amazing changes begin to take place. An unprecedented terrifying power erupted suddenly, sweeping the heavens and worlds. And Madara's long hair changed into white in an instant. The robe with the white hook jade appeared on his body, and 9 guidance jade appeared on the back, and there was a tin staff of the same material in his hand. Uchiha Madara, 10 Tails Jinchuriki mode. Hiss, is this 10 Tails Jinchuriki? It is worthy of being called a surface-level existence, and it is really terrifying. My dear, originally Uchiha Madara was very strong, but now with the addition of 10 Tails Jinchuriki mode, isn't it almost comparable to Aizen with Hogyaku? Indeed, but he only has one Rinnegan, and his strength is even worse than that of Hogyaku Aizen. If he has all the Rinnegans, it will probably be almost the same. Tisk tisk tisk, what a terrifying strength, I just don't know what containment the Foundation will use against him next. It's really exciting. Compared to Tailed Beast, I still look forward to the god of Otsutsuki more. There is nothing worth paying attention to in 10 Tails Jinchuriki. By the way, if a shy person confronts the god of Otsutsuki, can he be wiped out? I don't know, but judging from the performance of the shy person, it's probably difficult. After all, it only has the power to shake the planet, and the god of Otsutsuki is suspected to be able to destroy the existence of the planet. Unless a shy person hides his strength, he may not be able to deal with the god of Otsutsuki. At this moment, when some viewers from the heavens and myriad realms saw Ten Tails Jinchuriki's Uchiha Madara, they couldn't help but gasp, being shocked by its terrifying strength. Nothing else, because they can feel it. Uchiha Madara at this moment is no less than Hogyaku Aizen. Most importantly, they are still looking forward to the Foundation's move. Of course, some viewers are looking forward to the god of Otsutsuki, and want to see if he can destroy the planet-level existence. And some viewers mentioned the shy person before, guessing whether the shy person can kill the god of Otsutsuki. The introduction of the additional Containment Tail Beast's ability is completed, and the introduction of Top 8 Otsutsuki God begins. Just when many viewers were looking forward to it, the inventory video screen suddenly dimmed, and then a line of subtitles appeared, attracting the attention of all viewers. And this also made many viewers raise their spirits. Without him, the god of Otsutsuki has much more to look forward to than the tailed beast. Soon, under the watchful eyes of many audiences, the originally dim picture appeared bright again. Then, the boundless cosmic starry sky appeared. As the perspective continues to zoom in, a pale green planet appears in front of the audience. Jupiter, the residence of the Otsutsuki clan. At this moment, when I saw the subtitles appearing on the screen, all the audience understood that this planet should be the planet where the god Otsutsuki resides. Or in other words, the birthplace of the god Otsutsuki. In this regard, many viewers looked at Jupiter curiously. They want to see, what is so strange about a planet that can give birth to such a terrifying existence as the god of Otsutsuki. Hokage world. That is, our planet. Unlike the curious gazes of other spectators, many members of the Otsutsuki clan changed their faces, and Ichishiki squinted his eyes with a serious look on his face. Obviously, they all recognized the pale green planet that appeared in the picture. No one else, because that's the planet where their Otsutsuki clan lives. On the other side, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was sealed on the moon, had a strange look on his face when he saw the planet in the picture, and a little ripple in his heart. For Jupiter, the living planet of their Otsutsuki clan. She is naturally very familiar with it, and even loves that planet deeply. It's a pity that she can't go back after all. Chapter 45. Soon, as the angle of view of the screen is continuously pulled in, the internal scenes of the pale green planet are also presented to the audience one by one. This is a planet full of trees and green everywhere. Trees stretching across the sky can be seen almost everywhere. And on this planet, there is a race living. Otsutsuki clan. They wear white robes with hook jade like Otsutsuki Kagaya. It's just that most of their skin colors are pale and white, and there are very few brown skin like Sage of Six Paths. As for the eyes, there are 3 types. A pure white eye like Otsutsuki Kagaya. A Rin-Egan in purple like the Sage of Six Paths. There is another kind, this is the Sharinon with Guyu and blood red. Then, under the shocking eyes of many audiences, the god of Otsutsuki appeared. As described in the data, it has a pair of crown-like horns on its head. Has long hair, wears a black robe, and is born with 3 eyes, namely Bun, Rin-Egan, and what other Otsutsuki people don't have, clairvoyance. However, his name is not Otsutsuki God, but Otsutsuki Shive. Hiss, is this the Otsutsuki clan? Why do people have a pair of strange eyes, and the so-called Rin-Egan, they are almost wholesale. Damn it, these Otsutsuki clansmen, why are they all strong? Each one gave me a horrible sense of oppression. Oh my dear, I didn't become the Uchiha Madara before 10 Tails Jinchuriki, even if I have a single Rin-Egan, I guess I can't beat some Otsutsuki people. 666, there are as many Meguo-level existences as dogs, and surface-level existences are walking everywhere. Even if that kid Aizen came, he would have to be slapped twice. By the way, this one called Otsutsuki Shive is the so-called god of Otsutsuki, right? But he gave me the feeling that he was much better than Otsutsuki Kagaya, and he didn't reach a particularly scary level, right? Is there a possibility that Otsutsuki Shive is hiding his strength, or that he has not yet reached the peak level? After all, This should be a scene from a long time ago, right? Indeed, let's read on. The god of Otsutsuki should not be so miserable. I am looking forward to the confrontation between him and the Foundation. Among the heavens and worlds, many viewers were shocked when they saw the Otsutsuki clan. No one else, because the Otsutsuki clan is horrible. What White Eyes, Sharinon, and even Rin Egan, are all caught. Moreover, the weakest among adults are all existences at the extermination level, and there are not many existences at the surface level, but there are indeed quite a few. Although most of them are far inferior to Otsutsuki Kagaya who took the chakra fruit, and Sage of Six Paths who became 10 Tails Jinchuriki. But the strength should not be underestimated, it is beyond the reach of ordinary strong. However, when Otsutsuki Shive came on the scene, it disappointed many strong players. There is no other, because although the current Otsutsuki god is very strong, it is even stronger than Otsutsuki Kagaya. But it is far from as powerful as they imagined before, which disappointed many strong people. Of course, some viewers speculated that Otsutsuki Shiba should have hidden his strength, or he hadn't reached the peak level. One Piece World, Martial Marine's office. There are so many strong people? What is the situation in this world? And this Otsutsuki family, is it too strong? It is simply a family of gods. At this moment, even Marine Marshal Sengoku couldn't help screaming in horror when he saw the scene in the picture. Apparently, the terror of the Otsutsuki clan. Let him, the Marine Marshal, be horrified, even terrified. Even, he wants to call the Otsutsuki clan a clan of gods. It's scary. Is this the Otsutsuki clan? Admiral-level existence is nothing in front of their clan. On the side, Kizaru, who is Marine Admiral, also showed fear on his wretched face, frightened by the background of the Otsutsuki clan. Not only them, but the rest of the generals, 7 warlords of the sea, and the supernovas of the new era all felt unprecedented fear. Without him, the appearance of the Otsutsuki clan. It directly refreshed their cognition and refreshed their worldview. This scene let them know that the so-called strong generals are nothing at all. In the Otsutsuki family, it is just a dispensable existence. Dragon Ball World, on a spaceship. Cut, what shit is the god of Otsutsuki? They're just ants, not even a Sun monkey. Different from the shock of other audiences, Frisia, who is the emperor of the universe, showed great disdain for the Otsutsuki family, even the god of Otsutsuki. Without him, there are too many races he has destroyed over the years. A race like the Otsutsuki clan has 800 if not 1000. Even the Sun clan that has been wiped out in recent years, many of them are enough to beat the Otsutsuki clan and even the god of Otsutsuki. It's boring, it's better to sleep. In the god of destruction star, Beerus, who is the god of destruction, glanced at the picture lightly, then lay down on the rocking chair and fell asleep. Without him, he thinks the same as Frisia. I didn't take the god of Otsutsuki seriously at all, and I didn't even want to complain about it. Hokage World, the scene of the 4th Ninja War. What's going on here? How come there are so many Rin-Egans? Even Mangekyo riding wheels. My god, is this the Otsutsuki clan? Each one is comparable to Uchiha Madara. If it comes to the ninja world, what a terrible disaster it will cause. The god of Otsutsuki is simply a real god, even the 6 Paths Madara of 10 Tails Jinchuriki is far inferior. At this moment, the survivors of the major ninja villages, and even the major cage-level powerhouses, couldn't help but scream out of horror and tremble in their hearts. They never imagined that there are so many terrifying existences in this world. Moreover, these beings are still in the same world as them. If this happens to the ninja world in the future, it will be a massacre. There is no power to resist at all. This. On the other side, 6 Paths Madara also froze in place, feeling infinitely desolate in her heart. Originally he thought that he who became 10 Tails Jinchuriki. It should be the most powerful existence in the world now, even comparable to Sage of 6 Paths. But at this moment he realized that even if he became a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he was still not qualified. Among the Otsutsuki clan, there are many existences stronger than him. He planned for so long and expended so much energy, but it turned out to be nothing. How could he, who was extremely proud, endure such humiliation? Chapter 46. Soon, under the gaze of many spectators, the video screen began to change constantly, and the situation of the Otsutsuki family was also displayed in the eyes of many viewers. The Otsutsuki family is divided into three parts: the main family, and the branch house. They are born with great strength and don't need to practice like ordinary people. Moreover, the lifespan of each of their clansmen is as long as thousands of years. The most important thing is that the Otsutsuki family all have a wedge, just like the wedge of the god of Otsutsuki. They can reincarnate through the wedge, and they are existences beyond death. Among the three, the main family is the highest level, that is, the owners of those Rin-Egans. Family members are also divided into guardian and guardian. As guardians, their duty is to protect the guardians. Their physical skills are usually stronger than the guardians, but the guardians have Rin-Egan, so the ninjutsu is even more powerful. The most important thing is that the guardian also needs to have the spirit of self-sacrifice, and at the critical moment, it must be transformed into a chakra fruit for the guardian to eat. The guardian, after eating the chakra fruit transformed by the guardian, will not only gain the power of the guardian, but also open a third gold Rin-Egan on his forehead, and his strength will skyrocket. Hiss, is this the Otsutsuki family? Born with great strength, no need to cultivate at all, and also has a lifespan of thousands of years, it is simply heaven-defying. FK, this TM is too pervert, right? The ability of that wedge is actually possessed by every Otsutsuki tribe, and it can turn around continuously, which is simply a different kind of eternal life. Existence beyond death, this is the Otsutsuki clan, it's like a clan of gods. Well, Rin-Egan is also a very powerful existence in the Otsutsuki clan, and is divided into three parts, and the rules are extremely strict. The guardian and the guarded? Interesting, one relies on taijutsu, the other relies on ninjutsu, so what is the third Rin-Egan? Is it similar to the Rin-Egan that appeared when Otsutsuki Kagaya took the chakra fruit? It should be, but Otsutsuki Kagaya's Rin-Egan is bloody, and the Rin-Egan they opened is gold. I think gold should be stronger, right? At this moment, after seeing the specific situation of the Otsutsuki clan, many audiences in the heavens and myriad worlds were deeply shocked, and the barrage exploded even more. Obviously, the horror of the Otsutsuki clan is far beyond their imagination. Whether it's the terrifying power they were born with, or their longevity, and their ability to reincarnate through the wedge. Many viewers are envious of it, and then awe. For many viewers, the Otsutsuki clan is a clan of gods. And when many audiences were shocked, the way Otsutsuki Shive and the Otsutsuki clan become stronger is also shown in their eyes. In order to obtain eternal life and great power, head of the Otsutsuki clan, the tribe will be sent to different planets to plant the chakra sacred tree. The so-called chakra sacred tree. That is, the tree that Otsutsuki Kagaya planted on the earth, which is the body of 10 tails. After the chakra sacred tree is planted, it takes 1,000 years to bear fruit. During this period, the chakra sacred tree will continue to absorb the life and energy on the planet, so as to grow and bear fruit. And once the sacred tree bears fruit, the planet will fall into desolation. In order to prevent the tribe from secretly taking the chakra fruit, the people who guard the chakra fruit need to continuously offer chakra to the Otsutsuki family. After the chakra fruit is ripe, the chakra fruit will be handed over to the Otsutsuki main family, and then the enshrined chakra will be returned to the tribe. As for the chakra fruit that is enshrined, needless to say, all of them entered the mouths of the Otsutsuki people of the same family, and among them, Otsutsuki Shiba lived, that is, the god of Otsutsuki had the most. And with Otsutsuki Shive, keep devouring the chakra fruit to evolve. In just a few thousand years, he became an almost godlike existence. Its terrifying strength far exceeded the imagination of the audience. Boom! In the picture, Otsutsuki Shive makes a shot. Just by waving his arm lightly, he caused a big storm enough to destroy the world. And his roar can trigger strong thunder. That world-destroying divine thunder is like the catastrophe experienced by monks, it can even destroy a planet, and its power is far beyond the imagination of the audience. And clairvoyance, malicious rebound, omnipotence and other abilities are also displayed in front of the audience one by one. This scene deeply shocked the audience of the heavens and the world. I finally understand why Otsutsuki Kagaya secretly took the chakra fruit. If it were me, I would probably take it too. Marine Marshal Sengoku. It's too scary, this is the real Kamui, such a power to destroy the world comes from just one fruit. Wine Sword Immortal. Compared with the chakra fruit, what is the devil fruit in our world? That's the real devil fruit. Enel, the god of thunder. It's too scary, that terrifying thunder can destroy even planets. The god of Otsutsuki is worthy of being called the god of Otsutsuki, this is the real god. Atomic Warrior. This method of becoming stronger is too cruel. I have seen similar chakra fruits before. What is the fruit of the spiritual tree? Cling. Using this method to become stronger is nothing but evil heretics after all, relying on self-cultivation is the right way. The Great Elder of Deity Academy. Hehe, just this kind of power shocked you? If this king makes a move, this so-called god of Otsutsuki is still just an ant. Universal King Frisia. Among the heavens and worlds, when they saw the ways and means of the god of Otsutsuki becoming stronger, many viewers were shocked to ultimate, and couldn't help saying that this is the real god. Some viewers even said, no wonder Otsutsuki Kagaya would steal the chakra fruit back then. If it were them, they would probably secretly take it too. No one else, because the chakra fruit is too heaven-defying, like some existences in the world of low martial arts, they simply cannot resist such temptations. Of course, the existence of some Jiaoyi worlds is still dismissive. In their eyes, this method of becoming stronger is just a crooked way of evil spirits. They firmly believe that relying on their own cultivation is the real strength. As for the god of Otsutsuki, some powerful people are still very disappointed, even despised. Chapter 47. Doluo Plain, God Realm. How is this possible? This god of Otsutsuki actually has the power to destroy the planet? I am the most powerful god king in the god world, and I don't have such strength. How can he do it? As the strongest god king in the god realm, sea god Shura god Tang San was paralyzed by fright when he saw the god of Otsutsuki summoning thunder to destroy the planet with just a roar. He never imagined that the god of Otsutsuki could actually destroy the planet. You know, even with his current state, with all his strength, it is also difficult to destroy the planet, at most it can only make the planet vibrate. Now, this god of Otsutsuki actually possesses the power to destroy the planet. How can this not frighten him, how can it not make him afraid? Thinking of what he said in the barrage before, he even wants to die now. Not only him, but the 7 gods of Shi Lake in the god realm except Tang San. They were all frightened by this scene, their eyes widened, and they couldn't stop trembling all over their bodies. At the same time, they couldn't help but blame Tang San in their hearts. They all noticed what Tang San said on the bullet screen. Although at that time they thought Tang San was a bit arrogant, but when they thought of Tang San's strength, they didn't take it to heart. Now, when they saw an existence even more terrifying than Tang San appear, they couldn't stop their fear. You know, Tang San said before that the existence of the heavens and the worlds are rubbish. If such existences came to the god realm one day, wouldn't they be liquidated? Dragon Ball World, Destroyer Planet. Boring, what Otsutsuki god, even Frisia is inferior, I'd better find the Super Saiyan god. When seeing the god of Otsutsuki make a move, Beerus, the god of destruction, couldn't help shaking his head, feeling unstoppable disappointment in his heart. Of course, he never expected it to be. It's amazing, this god of Otsutsuki is really amazing, he can conjure so many things out of thin air. In the Quan Wang Palace, unlike the god of destruction Beerus, the supreme god Quan Wang, who is like a child, thinks that the god of Otsutsuki is very powerful. Of course, it's not because the god Otsutsuki can destroy planets or anything. Simply because of his skill almighty. Looking at the Quan Wang who manifested many things at will, like a child. I just find it very interesting, and even think he is very powerful. One leaf covers the sky, and the emperor is buried. Hehe, the god of Otsutsuki? He does have some abilities, but he is still too weak, and the way to become stronger is just to suck energy, and he is still an ant after all. Located in the forbidden zone of life, when seeing the various abilities of the god of Otsutsuki, many Forbidden Zone Supremes felt quite disdainful, and one of them couldn't help but comment. For them, the power of the god of Otsutsuki does have some meaning. But its method of becoming stronger is really too low. They don't like the way of planting the tree of God and taking the fruit of chakra. Without him, one's own strength is the real strength, and one day it will be backlashed by external objects. And they, at most, use their essence to maintain longevity. I don't even bother to use such methods to become stronger. Just when many viewers reacted differently, the picture changed again. Otsutsuki Shivei, who is like a god, is still not satisfied with his current strength. Keep planting sacred trees and destroy planets one by one. Among them, there are some powerful planet residents trying to resist the footsteps of the Otsutsuki family. But in the end, they were all wiped out with just a wave of it. And as the god of Otsutsuki continued to become stronger, mutations also occurred. Rumble. In the residence of the Otsutsuki clan, a terrifying vision of heaven and earth happened. Countless thunder thundered and fell, terrifying hurricanes swept across Jupiter continuously, and the earth shook unstoppably. An unstoppable power swept across the heavens and worlds. And the one who caused this vision is undoubtedly the god Otsutsuki. After taking a lot of chakra fruit, his realm has surpassed his original level. It transcends dimensions and transcends the concept of life and death. It even no longer needs to be attached to the container to turn around, voluntarily abandoning its own body, leaving the current dimension, and roaming in the boundless universe and starry sky. And his strength is beyond the imagination of the audience. Even if it is as strong as Thanos, Saitama, or even Frieza. Don't even dare to underestimate him. With such terrifying power, this Otsutsuki Shivei has become stronger again. My dear, this level of strength is too terrifying. Compared with the time when the planet was destroyed before, I don't know how many times stronger. Now he can indeed be called the real Otsutsuki god, he has transcended the dimension, and he doesn't even need a physical body as a container. Oh my god, this is too dreamy. The god of Otsutsuki can travel freely in the vast starry sky of the universe, and his speed exceeds the speed of light, right? Too fast. The god of Otsutsuki is truly invincible, at least in their world, he is already invincible, reaching a situation that has never been seen before or since. Interesting, Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, has recognized you, you have the qualifications to be called a god. Beyond the concept of life and death, the god of Otsutsuki deserves his name. At this moment, as the god of Otsutsuki once again detached, crossed dimensions, and surpassed the concept of life and death, countless audiences from all heavens and myriad worlds were shocked. Today's Otsutsuki Shivei is a well-deserved god of Otsutsuki. The strength is so terrifying that even strong men like Thanos, Saitama, and Frieza must be treated with caution. At the very least, Thanos will not be his opponent without collecting all the infinite gems. And Saitama is also hard to say. Even if you are serious, you may not be able to defeat the opponent. As for Frieza, if he doesn't activate the third form, he will probably be killed in an instant. Additional containment, the introduction of the ability of the containment is complete, and the containment project is officially opened. And just when many audiences were shocked, a line of subtitles appeared on the screen. With the appearance of subtitles, all audiences in the heavens and the world, even some strong men in the world of Jiao, such as the god of destruction Beerus, the 9-star fighting saint Peak Soul Emperor, and the Zundi star Forbidden Zone Supreme. They couldn't help but become interested, turned their attention to the screen, and looked forward to the Foundation's action. You know, the god of Otsutsuki this time is no longer the cat or dog before. To deal with him, it's time for the Foundation to show its true strength. It deserves their attention, and even their attention. Chapter 48. Soon, under the watchful eyes of many audiences from the heavens and the world, the picture began to change. And a piece of ruins, an extremely messy land appeared. Under the cover of the dark night, it looked extremely desolate, as if it had experienced a great war. The audience is no stranger to this land. Nothing else, because this scene appeared in the original picture. This is where Uchiha Madara appears when she becomes 10 Tails Jinchuriki. That is the scene of the Fourth Ninja World War. And under the gaze of all the audience, Uchiha Madara, who became Ten Tails Jinchuriki, is standing on the ground at this moment. It seems to be watching something, but the situation is the same as that of Ghost King, Aizen, and others. There is no special situation in front of them. Obviously, the audience knows that Uchiha Madara is also watching the stock video. It's just that they don't know what is Uchiha Madara's mood at the moment. And at this moment, some bullet screens began to appear. Hello, Mr. Uchiha Madara, how do you feel now? I don't know what you think about the next containment operation of the Foundation. Will you feel scared? How many times are you crying, Mr. Uchiha Madara? Should I say that your strength is indeed very strong, but I think you should obediently hand over the power of 10 tails, otherwise I am afraid you will be like Aizen. Ha ha ha, let you kid pretend, you will suffer next time, right? What was posted all day before, Uchiha Madara recognized you, you are a hammer. Jajija, I approve of you Uchiha Madara, don't worry, I will burn paper money for you on Tomb Sweeping Day next year. Upstairs, you guys are going too far, you are actually sneering here, can you have a little branch? Can I have a little lychee? Can you eat pancakes? Ahem, it seems that after the containment begins, their video screens will be cut off. I guess Uchiha Madara may not be able to see what you posted. Among the heavens and worlds, many viewers are actively posting barrage, asking about Uchiha Madara's feelings, and want to know how he is feeling now. And some viewers gloated, looking forward to the moment when Uchiha Madara is killed by the Foundation. In the picture, under the gaze of many audiences, Uchiha Madara looked at the picture in his mind, his eyelids kept twitching, and his veins kept popping up. Obviously, he was pd off by these barrages. If possible, he would probably want to send a tailed beast bomb to these beasts. However, while he was angry, he couldn't help being a little puzzled. You know, when the containment started, the videos in the minds of the containment subjects seemed to be cut off. But why did it not cut off when I came to him, and it was fine? Not only was he puzzled, but some sharp-eyed viewers also obviously noticed his changes, and couldn't help frowning, some of them didn't understand. Whoosh! And just when the group of people were puzzled, several sounds of breaking through the air sounded. And as Uchiha Madara and the angle of view of the picture were raised, several figures appeared in the sky like small black dots, and as time went by, they began to grow bigger and bigger. Rumble! Soon, under the watchful eyes of many spectators, several figures landed on the ground at the same time, and the terrifying falling force directly caused the ground to sink into huge potholes, and countless dust kept flying up, covering their faces. This scene made many viewers look forward to it. Want to see what containment items the Foundation sent this time? And became 6 Paths Madara of 10 Tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, I can't care about the inventory video on the screen anymore. Concentrating on the several figures descending from the sky. His face was full of dignity, and he put on a fighting stance, not daring to relax in the slightest. However, to the disappointment of many viewers, as the dust and mist dissipated, several agents wearing Foundation logos appeared unexpectedly. What the hell, shouldn't the containment be on the stage? Why did the agent show up now? Oh, it's been a long wait for me for nothing, it's boring, boring. Grandma's, shit inventory video, where is the Foundation's storage? Do you want to eat pancakes? The contents have not come out, so what are the agents doing first? Do you wash the floor? There is no blood to wash them? At this moment, countless viewers were disappointed when they saw the Foundation agents appearing on stage. Originally, they were still expecting the appearance of the Foundation's containment items, but the first ones to appear were the agents? Isn't this playing them? What a waste of expression! However, just when a series of viewers complained, many viewers were surprised to find that not only did Uchiha Madara in the picture not relax his guard, but he was staring at the descending agents with a very solemn face. By the way, have you noticed that these agents are different from the previous ones? The mark on their chests is not a D-class agent, but an A. And at this moment, a barrage attracted the attention of many viewers, causing their pupils to shrink suddenly, and then they suddenly looked at the digital agents in the picture. As the barrage said, these Foundation agents who appeared. Not the original D-class agent, but the agent with the letter A on the chest. Very strong, these agents are all strong, although they didn't feel any strong aura, but they have a strong sense of oppression. Even Kaido, who is called the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air in our world, can't match them. Redhead Shanks. Yes, although they don't have energy like Ryutsu and Chakra on them, their chi and blood are terrible. Even the Six Paths Madara in the state of 10 Tails Jinchuriki is far inferior. Pangbo. This is a group of master artisans. Unless I open the 8th gate of the 8 inner gates, my strength is not even 1% of theirs. Might Guy. Interesting, it seems that the Foundation is not going to use the containment to deal with Uchiha Madara, but a group of A-level agents. Thanos. It seems that the Foundation didn't take Uchiha Madara, or the tailed beast seriously at all, it just sent a group of agents. Emperor Soul Heaven. Don't you say it's the physical restraint 10 Tails Jinchuriki mode? With the strength of these agents, it is enough to deal with Uchiha Madara in 10 Tails Jinchuriki mode. Cling. Among the heavens and worlds, when many audiences were amazed, some bullet screens appeared again. It was released when the A-level agents were aware of their strength when they appeared on the stage. Obviously, the moment they saw the A-level agent, they already felt the power of the A-level agent. Even if these agents don't have any special abilities, relying on that incomparably powerful force of vitality is enough to make them cautious. And some experts even think that with the strength of these agents, it is more than enough to deal with Uchiha Madara under 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 49. A-level agent? I didn't expect that in the eyes of the Foundation. I don't even need containment to deal with me, ha 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 ha. In the screen, under the gaze of many audiences, Uchiha Madara, facing a group of A-level agents, smiled. His whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Not out of fear, but out of anger. Angry and laughing back. Originally, he thought that no matter what happened to the Foundation, if you want to contain the tailed beast in his body, you should also send out the containment object. Even if it's not at the level of a shy person, at least it's not much inferior. But now, the Foundation actually dispatched several A-level agents. This is obviously not paying attention to him. Even if these A-level agents are very strong. But how could he, who was so proud, endure such humiliation? Boom! In just a moment, Chakra, which is as surging as the sea, emerges, with the Six Paths Madara as the center point, constantly sweeping in all directions, shaking the heavens and the world. At this moment, the earth began to tremble. The terrifying hurricane impacted in all directions, and countless smoke and dust continued to rise into the sky. Innumerable rubble along with the impact of the hurricane. Even above the sky, several thunderbolts could not help falling down. Watching the scene in front of them, all the audience knew that Uchiha Madara was furious. Of course, many powerful people understand Madara's mood very well. Without him, even the weak chickens, like the King of Ghosts, have encountered the contained objects. And Madara as powerful as 10 Tails Jinchuriki is comparable to Madara fused with Hogyaku Aizen. How can it be tolerated that only the Foundation uses agents? However, in the face of the terrifying power erupting from Six Paths Madara, the 5 agents who descended showed no fear, not even a change in their expressions. Additional containment of the Tailed Beast project, the containment has officially begun. And as the voice of the leading agent fell, the figures of the 5 agents moved almost at the same time, disappearing from the audience's eyes at such a fast speed. Wheel Tomb Border Prison. At this moment, even Six Paths Madara, who was in a state of anger, reacted extremely quickly at the moment when the 5 agents disappeared, and directly sealed and cast the round tomb prison. And at the moment when Six Paths Madara finished sealing, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, as if appearing out of thin air, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. In the next moment, under the gaze of all the audience and Six Paths Madara, a punch the size of a sandbag descended. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of collision resounding through the heavens and the earth, a terrifying force landed directly on Six Paths Madara's face with lightning speed. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Madara's face was distorted directly, and then her body became even more uncontrollable, and she was blasted out by a terrifying force, breaking through the sound barriers so fast. However, this is not the end. 3 more figures appeared, on the trajectory of 6 paths Madara, flying backwards. 1 back, 1 left, 1 right, respectively raised their right legs, and suddenly blasted towards 6 paths Madara. The speed is so fast and the power is terrifying, the sound barrier has already been broken, and a terrifying hurricane swept across it, blowing away the clouds and mist above the sky. Boom! Along with 3 terrifying forces, it fell on 6 paths Madara. At this moment, he felt as if he was hit by an asteroid. Even under the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he still suffered unspeakable injuries, and the blood was spat out for nothing. And the earth, the moment the 6 paths Madara fell, couldn't stop shaking. A huge pothole as large as thousands of meters was born. Cracks like a spider web continuously spread in all directions, covering Fang Yuan tens of thousands of meters away at an extremely fast speed. Even the planet can't stop shaking at this moment. On the other side, the remaining agent. It is the Shadow Madara who came out in the Tomb of Violent Rounds and Border Prison a long time ago. What frightened 6 paths Madara the most was that the Shadow, which was obviously not harmed by physical attacks, and even invisible in normal people's state, was passively beaten like a sandbag. However, when he saw the golden light in the agent's eyes and fist, he understood. The abnormal containment foundation, obviously came prepared. Even the weakness of the move of Wheel Tomb Boundary Prison has been clearly felt. Such a situation made him, who had experienced many battles. I don't know how long the legendary ninja who hasn't experienced life and death crisis. I can't stop being horrified from my heart, even fear. The abnormal containment foundation is much scarier than he imagined. And these A-level agents are stronger than he imagined, and they are the most terrifying existences in physical arts he has ever seen. None of them. Even the shy people who shook the planet before are not necessarily much stronger than them. What was horrified was not only Uchiha Madara, but also all cage-level powerhouses in the ninja world, and even the audience of the heavens and the world, couldn't stop being shocked and horrified. Oh my god, that Uchiha Madara, who instantly killed the 9-tailed beasts and became 10 Tails Jinchuriki, is comparable to Hogyaku Aizen's Uchiha Madara, who actually beat him up directly. Quickly, these A-level agents are simply ridiculously strong, with such terrifying power, even the planet trembled. Could it be that they are comparable to shy people? Damn it, why is the other agent hitting the air? By the way, what is the golden light shining on his hands and eyes? Upstairs, did you forget the round tomb-side prison that Uchiha Madara performed before being beaten? That thing is invisible, and the other agent is dealing with the invisible Madara. Tisk tisk tisk, I can tell that the anomaly containment foundation is well prepared. I thought the foundation's agents were all common people. I didn't expect such a thing to exist. To be honest, the foundation has given Madara a lot of face. Any A-level agent among them may be enough to hang him up and beat him. This is not their true strength. Terrible, so terrifying. Now I finally understand why the Foundation is able to contain those terrifying containment objects. Not to mention those containment objects, the agents in the Foundation are also as strong as clouds. At this moment, when they saw the almost crushing strength of the A-level agent, countless audiences from all over the world were shocked and even horrified. You know, these A-level agents don't have Ryutsu, Chakra, Zanpakuto, Ninjutsu and the like. But relying solely on physical skills, they directly crushed 6 paths Madara. Such terrifying strength really shocked countless audiences. Some viewers even compared these A-level agents with shy people, and understood why the Foundation was able to contain those beings. To have such a capable person and store those contained objects, wouldn't it be enough to have hands? Chapter 50. World of One Punch Man, Association of Heroes. Hey, what a terrifying strength, none of these A-level agents is something we can compete with. Is this really a human being? At this moment, when he saw the A-level agents beating up Uchiha Madara violently, the atomic samurai couldn't help but gasped, and couldn't stop the horror in his heart. You know, there has never been such an existence so far. As strong as Hogyaku Aizen and Uchiha Madara, they also rely on external objects to have the strength to make them look up to. But these A-level agents, relying only on physical strength, can reach this level. It is simply too incredible, and even makes him wonder if these agents are human. This is just an A-level agent. If the Foundation is like our Heroes Association, and there is an S-level existence, how terrifying will it be? Is it possible to be comparable to the god of Otsutsuki? In this regard, Metal Bat couldn't help but speak, thinking of other agents. Hearing this, the rest of the S-rank heroes were silent. No one vetoed, nor approved. But there is no doubt that they feel that the guess of the Metal Bat is very likely. And Bango with silver fangs reminded him of a bald man. In his opinion, probably only Saitama. It is possible to suppress these A-level agents, comparable to the Foundation's S-level agents. Although he has never seen Saitama's true strength, he believes that in the world they live in, if there is anyone who can suppress an A-level agent and compare to the S-level agent that has never appeared before, it is only Saitama. It is impossible to do even the first explosion of S-level and the second small tornado. Hokage World, the Fourth Ninja World War. Then, that Uchiha Madara was crushed. When they saw the video, the terrifying sound coming from a distance, and the constantly trembling ground, the survivors of the Ninja Alliance were stunned. Some couldn't believe this scene. It's fine if it's the Foundation's containment. But only relying on a group of A-level agents. To have crushed Uchiha Madara under 10 Tails Jinchuriki is outrageous. Okay, so strong, this is the real physical powerhouse. On the other side, Might Guy, who is also a master of physical skills, couldn't help but swallowed, being frightened by the strength of the A-level agents. At the same time, he felt an unprecedented excitement in his heart. In the heavens and worlds, there really is a real physique expert. Originally, he thought that on the road of physical skills, he would be lonely after all. But now he finally knows that he is far from the only one who is strong on the road of physical skills. With the continuous exposure of the inventory video, more physique masters will appear, and one day the physique will shine in the heavens and the world. Planetary devastation. In the picture, Six Paths Madara exploded in the face of the A-level agents who were almost crushed in terms of physical skills. The incomparably terrifying pupil power erupted in an instant. Chakra, who was all over his body, consumed nearly half of it in just a few seconds. And an uncontrollable terrifying attraction also arises spontaneously, constantly absorbing everything around. The boundless land, together with the figures of the 5 A-level agents, were sucked into the sky uncontrollably until they were submerged by countless boulders. Then, a gigantic black sphere appeared. And it is still increasing, the volume is at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like a meteorite hanging in the sky, it shocked many viewers. Ha ha ha, so what if the taijutsu is strong? In the face of my ninjutsu, taijutsu is futile after all, useless. What bullshit anomaly containment foundation? Want to use agents to suppress me? You deserve it too. At this moment, when the planetary devastation was used to seal the 5 A-level agents, Six Paths Madara couldn't help laughing. Even though most of chakra and pupil power were consumed, he still couldn't stop his excitement. Without him, because he is announcing to the world, to all audiences in the heavens and worlds. He Uchiha Madara, not a waste to be slaughtered. He is the proud and mighty Uchiha Madara. However, before waiting for him to be happy for a long time, a terrifying roar sounded. That voice came from the inside of the huge planetary devastation in the sky. Boom! And the next moment, all the audience in the heavens and the world, including Uchiha Madara, who was originally excited, can clearly feel an unbelievable sense of terror and oppression appeared that was so majestic as to block out the sky. Puff puff! Located above the sky, the huge black sphere formed by the planetary devastation, can't stop gushing out streams of rich red gas from all directions. That is the terrifying red gas that emerges from within, and even the planetary devastation cannot seal it. Click! Click! The next moment, under the incredible gazes of countless audiences and Six Paths Madara, the huge meteorite-like black sphere in the sky burst open. Dense spider web-like lines are engraved on every corner of the sphere. Rumble! As expected by the audience, the black sphere shattered, countless gravels splashed in all directions, and the terrifying red gas set off a hurricane like a storm, sweeping everything around it. Then, a scene that shocked many viewers appeared. Located above the dome, 5 Class A agents in Foundation attire. All of them are sprayed with red gas. Those gases are wrapped in horrible hurricanes, constantly sweeping everything around. And that terrifying sense of oppression all came from them. This is not chakra, nor Ryotsu, this is the gas produced by the eruption of chi and blood. At this moment, when Six Paths Madara saw the red gas gushing from the bodies of the 5 agents, Six Paths Madara couldn't help crying out in horror, his pupils constricted violently, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The so-called blood is the driving force of various functional activities in the living body. As well as the blood flowing in the living body, the two are interdependent to maintain the activities of human life. Among all the strong physicists he has seen, none of them has such a terrifying blood. What's more, those strong physical skills don't even have 1% of the vitality of those agents. It is unheard of to be able to make chi and blood gushing out like chakra, and I can't even imagine it. And this scene not only shocked Six Paths Madara. Shocked together, there are also many audiences from the heavens and the world. This kind of terrifying blood energy also deeply shocked the hearts of every audience. Call out. Before the audience and Six Paths Madara were too shocked, the 5 A-level agents located above the sky, spewing out powerful blood, and able to step into the void moved. The speed was so fast that it even left an afterimage in place. Chapter 51. Boom. In the screen, under the watchful eyes of all the audience, the 5 A-level agents moved. The speed was so fast that it even left an afterimage in place. Facing the disappearing 5 A-level agents, Six Paths Madara did not hesitate at all. The truth-seeking ball behind it directly turned into a circle, wrapping itself in it without revealing the slightest gap. Boom. And the moment the circle formed, the figures of 5 agents appeared at the same time. Distributed in front, back, left, right, and sky 5 directions. The terrifying energy and blood distorted the space, and the waving fist exploded with the atmosphere, roaring out in an irresistible posture. Boom. In an instant, the fists supported by the 5 chi and blood powers all fell on the circle formed by the truth-seeking ball, and the shield, which can be called absolute defense, collapsed instantly with just one encounter. What followed were Six Paths Madara's widened eyes and unbelievable expression. Bang 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 bang. Almost at the same time, 5 fists landed directly on Madara's head. Puff. No gorgeous special effects, no cool scenes. Just one punch per person, under the blessing of chi and blood that broke through the sky. Under the gathering of 5 terrifying forces, Six Paths Madara's head exploded like a watermelon falling to the ground. However, under the powerful and suffocating power of chi and blood, the paste that Six Paths Madara exploded couldn't even hit the ground, and was evaporated in an instant. Rumble. In the next instant, the entire screen began to shake. Under the indescribable terror of 5 A-level agents. The unstoppable vibration of the whole planet, like a terrifying hurricane like a typhoon of magnitude 18. It swept across the sky and the earth, scattered the boundless clouds, and scattered the endless mountains. Even the ground is constantly cracking, large cracks like spider webs, spreading across hundreds of thousands of meters of land, until the end that can't be seen on the horizon. The horror of the scene, like the end of the world, deeply shocked every audience. This terrifying vision lasted for several minutes before slowly stopping. Then, under the horrified eyes of many audiences in the heavens and the world, one of the leading agents took out a simple box and directly extracted the 10 tails from the remains of Six Paths Madara. Additional containment tail beast, containment complete. What the hell happened here? I haven't understood this battle yet, how did it end? Scratch, what kind of monsters are these? This incomparably terrifying vitality is simply anti-human, even stronger than the chakra that erupted from Six Paths Madara. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the Uchiha Madara in the 10 Tails Jinchuriki state, which is comparable to the Uchiha Madara in Hogyaku Aizen, was actually beaten like a chicken? Damn, what is going on with these agents? Such terrifying power shook even the planet. Could it be that their physical strength is really comparable to shy people? I never thought that someone could shake the planet with pure physical power, and shy people are just contained objects, but these agents are not. I just feel that my worldview has collapsed. Don't talk about shaking the planet with the power of the body alone, with the blessing of energy, it is already terrifying to have such great power, okay? If these agents have chakra, ryotsu, etc., I guess even the planet can be destroyed. Monster, in the abnormal containment foundation, in addition to the contained objects, even these agents are also monsters, humanoid monsters. At this moment, after seeing 5 A-level agents, when killing 6 Paths Madara with a nearly crushing posture, and recovering the tailed beast in its body forcefully, countless audiences from all heavens and myriad realms were shocked, even horrified and terrified. The strength of these A-level agents far exceeded their imagination, they were like humanoid monsters, too scary. Not only them, even some powerful existences were deeply shocked. Such as Bo Ross, the overlord of the universe, Thanos of the Eternal Clan, Venerable Fighting Medicine, etc. They were all shocked by this scene, shocked by the vitality of the A-level agent. Without the blessing of any energy or other things, it is simply unbelievable and unheard of to have such power to destroy the world. Hokage World, the scene of the 4th Ninja War. So, the Uchiha Madara, he died. When seeing this scene in front of them, the surviving ninjas were stunned, even the major cage-level powerhouses were the same. Even Senjo Hashirama, who returned to the land of the dead, couldn't believe it. Without him, Uchiha Madara's strength they are clearly. And Uchiha Madara in 10 Tails Jinchuriki mode, not to mention. That is the strongest in the entire ninja world except Otsutsuki Kagaya and Sage of 6 Paths. But it was such an existence that was directly crushed. This kind of scene really made them unbelievable, and they couldn't even believe it. It's too dreamy, too unreal. On the other side, Sage of 6 Paths couldn't help but fell silent looking at this scene on the screen. In his hands, there are 2 imprints of the sun and the moon, which are the power of yin and yang. He was wondering if he should give Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke the power of 6 Paths and the power of yin and yang. After all, the tailed beast has been contained, and Otsutsuki Kagaya will not be released, so is this necessary? Interesting, it's my turn next, right? I haven't done anything for a long time, and I'm almost forgetting how to fight. In the strange space, the god Otsutsuki spoke, with a little interest on his face. Facing the next containment, he didn't have the slightest fear. Without him, he has absolute confidence in his own strength. After all, it's not that he hasn't grown at all over the years. He has transcended the dimension, and his strength has once again improved by leaps and bounds. He has reached a level that even he can't believe, the real realm of God. Not only him, but also many high-level existences in the heavens and myriad worlds are also interested. Although it wasn't the containment just now, the existence of A-level agents also made them understand. Containing the god of Otsutsuki next is definitely an interesting duel. And just when many audiences were shocked and looking forward to it, the picture changed again. In the picture, it is located in a strange space. An old man with long white hair appeared in ancient Greek robes. On it, all the audience can feel a sacred meaning. That temperament, that appearance, that demeanor between gestures. All give a very comfortable feeling. It's like being in the spring breeze, like throwing yourself into the arms of your parents. And with the appearance of the old man, there is also a line of subtitles. Foundation Anomaly Containment God. Chapter 52. Foundation Anomaly Containment God. At this moment, when they saw the old man in the picture and the subtitles that emerged, almost all the audience were excited. The audience in countless worlds, their eyes widened, their mouths opened wide, and they froze in place. And the barrage exploded directly. FK, the containment sent by the Foundation this time is actually called a god? My dear, this old man can't really be a god, can he? Why did I feel like I saw God the moment I saw him? Is there a possibility that he is God? That ancient Greek dress, that snow-white long hair, is no different from the god in Legendary. 666, if this old man is really God, how terrifying is the abnormal containment foundation. It's outrageous that even God can contain it. I feel an unprecedented sense of oppression on him, which is a feeling that even the Shendu of Otsutsuki never gave me. Ah? Is that so? Why did I not feel the slightest oppression on his body, but still feel very warm? Dimensions are different and strengths are different. The stronger the existence, the more terrifying the power felt on it. This existence named God is a truly strong person. Compared with any existence that has appeared before, it is more terrifying. Countless times the horror. Among the heavens and worlds, after a brief moment of stupefaction, countless audience members were all elated. They never thought of it. This time, the existence sent by the abnormal containment foundation will be a god. The most important thing is that this containment may really be a god, just like God in the myth, making people feel extremely sacred. And some viewers of JOEI World felt an unprecedented sense of oppression on this god, and felt horror and even fear from the bottom of their hearts. Marvel Cinematic Universe, The Avengers. Damn it, is it possible that this old man is really a god? Is it really a god? At this moment, even Tony couldn't help but exclaim. Without him, the old man in the picture. It is exactly the same as the god Jehovah in the Bible. Especially the temperament on his body and the peaceful meaning it carries. Even if it's just through the picture, he can't help but be convinced. From the bottom of my heart, I think that he is the god in the myth legendary, the omnipotent supreme god. Not only him, Banner, Captain America, Hawkeye. Even Thor, who is also a god, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Especially Thor, the god of thunder, the moment he saw the old man, he felt an unprecedented reverence in his heart. It seems that the old man in front of him. It is the creator of everything, the creator of the universe, and the source of all gods. Even his father, God King Odin, never gave him this feeling. On the other side, God King Odin, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes, trembling uncontrollably all over his body. Then, he slowly stood up and bowed to the old man in the picture. Just like the most revered believers, they are worshipping their own beliefs. Dragon Ball World, on a spaceship. No. Impossible, how can this old thing have such power? It's impossible. The moment he saw the old man, Frisia couldn't help screaming in horror. The body trembled uncontrollably under the terrifying oppression. And the eyes are full of fear and disbelief. Obviously, at the moment of seeing the old man, the Emperor of the Universe felt the long-lost fear. The last time I felt such fear was when I saw Beerus, the god of destruction. Now, he is actually on an old man's body. On the containment sent by the Anomaly Containment Foundation. Once again, I felt that horrible sense of oppression. This made him feel terrified, but also unbelievable. Although he knew that the Foundation might be terrifying, the containment sent out this time would be very strong, and might even rival him. But he never thought that the existence sent by the Foundation this time could be comparable to or even surpass the existence of the God of Destruction. So strong, this old man is very powerful, even I am not sure to defeat him. Located on the planet of the God of Destruction, Beerus, as the God of Destruction, for the first time had a serious face, and opened his mouth as if he was facing a big enemy. Obviously, even if he is a God of Destruction. On this old man called God by the Foundation. I also felt a great threat, and I was not even sure to defeat the opponent. It's really powerful, even I can't see through his details. On the side, the angel Weiss also put away his laughing face, and after observing the old man for a while, he said something that shocked even Beerus, even horrified. You know, as an angel, Weiss. His strength is so powerful that it far surpasses him as the god of destruction. Now, even Weiss can't see through the details of the old man, which is enough to show how terrifying the old man is. At the very least, the opponent will never be weaker than him, even comparable to Angel Weiss. Let's make a bold guess again, maybe this old man can stand shoulder to shoulder with that supreme god. One leaf covers the sky, and the emperor is buried. How is this possible? This old thing actually possesses power comparable to that of Emperor Ryukui. Located in the immortal Yamanaka, the Stone Emperor couldn't help but speak, his eyes tearing apart the space, staring at the old man in the picture, his spiritual thoughts couldn't stop fluctuating. And on the undead mountain, under the violent fluctuation of the supreme spiritual mind in the restricted area, the sky in the forbidden zone continued to collapse, various terrifying visions appeared one after another, and countless thunders roared down. Looking from a distance, even someone as strong as a great saint, quasi-emperor, can't stop being shocked. They don't understand why the restricted zone supreme has such a sudden change. Could it be that someone offended supreme and caused anger? Or in other words, there are strong men of the same level attacking the forbidden area of life? However, the next scene shocked the powerhouses of the Emperor Buried Star. Above the restricted area of the 7 major life forms, waves of incomparably terrifying divine thoughts emerged, such as the visions of the undead mountain and the sky, which are even more desperate. This scene is like the end of the world. Many powerhouses mistakenly think that the dark turmoil is about to start again. It's just that most of them couldn't guess that the supreme being in the restricted area was shaken by the old man in the picture, causing their spiritual thoughts to fluctuate violently. Without him, with the strength of their great sage or quasi-emperor, they can't see the depth of the old man at all. There are only a few who have reached the peak of the quasi-emperor Zhukongtian. Such as Gai Zhuyu, the number 1 god General Chuanying, the strongest of the Jinwu clan. This kind of existence can feel the terror of the old man. Located in the strange other world, the Wuxi Emperor, the Immortal Emperor, and the unknown future Hongchen Immortal who are confronting each other are also attracted by the old man at this moment. Without him, because this old man, even beings like them who are about to become Hongchen Immortals feel threatened. Then they had to temporarily stop their confrontation and focus on the old man in the picture. I want to see some clues about him and know his true strength. And just when many viewers were shocked by the strength of the old man, all the information about Foundation Abnormal Containment God has surfaced. Foundation Anomaly Containment God. Item Level, Sphi. Description, Anomaly Containment God, also known as God. The containment object is a male with a raceless appearance, usually in ancient Greek robes, with long white hair, and looks like an old human being. The containment object has a gentle personality, likes to talk to people very much, and knows almost everything, and is loved by Foundation employees. So far, the containment has no malicious intentions and has not caused any disasters. Ability, Reality Bender. Note, this ability is specifically manifested as changing reality through perception and willpower, reaching the point where it is almost omnipotent, and even the universe can be created. According to the contents of the claim, it is the founder of the universe, the creator of all things. At this moment, when the information about God was fully exposed, the entire heavens and worlds fell silent, and there were very few bullet screens. Chapter 53. At this moment, when the information about God was fully exposed, the entire heavens and worlds fell silent, and there were very few bullet screens. Countless audiences were almost stunned at this moment. Some people even couldn't help but rubbed their own eyes and widened their eyes. I want to take a closer look to see if the information on the screen is really what they saw. However, no matter how much they rub their eyes, how much they stare. He even gave himself 2 big mouths. The information on the screen has not changed in the slightest. Oh Maker, I read it right, right? This old man is actually a god, the god in mythology? The twisters of the present world, relying on willpower and perception, can twist reality to the point where they are almost omnipotent and can even create the universe? Is this FG serious? Oh, be good, this TM is too outrageous, isn't it? The few contained objects that appeared earlier seemed ordinary. How come such existences suddenly appeared here? Grandma, I don't know how many times I've been shocked. This anomalous containment foundation is simply outrageous. Even the real God can be contained. I just want to know, how is God Otsutsuki feeling now? In the face of a real God, even if he has too many abilities to count, he is probably numb, right? Create the universe. No matter how strong the god of Otsutsuki is, he can only destroy the planet and transcend the dimension. It is far from destroying the solar system and the Milky Way, and it is completely incomparable. Yes, Creation is much more difficult than destruction. A god who can create the universe can destroy the universe easily. It seems that this battle will end soon. By the way, have you noticed that the item level of this god is safe? It seems to be the same level as the previous Hogyaku. What does this level mean? It seems that there are only 3 levels of safe, Euclid, and Keter that appear now. Which level is more powerful? At this moment, when many audiences from the heavens and myriad worlds came to their senses, they couldn't help screaming like a moose, and the barrage exploded even more. Just the introduction on the materials directly shocked the audience based in Beijing. The vast majority of the audience, already too much. Even trying to guess the horror of the contained god as much as possible. But none of them thought of it. This god actually has the ability to create the universe. This simply made them unable to believe it, and even unwilling to believe it. You know, destroying a planet is great, not to mention creating a planet. Now the one who created the planet has not yet appeared, but the one who created the universe has appeared. This is simply rubbing their cognition on the ground. They crushed their worldview over and over again. Even an existence like Thanos was stunned on the spot. You know, even if you collect all the infinite gems and snap your fingers, there is nothing more than this that he can do. But this god can do it on his own. It's simply unbelievable. The same is true for the existence of the god of destruction and the Forbidden Zone Supreme. It is not difficult for them to destroy the universe. But to create the universe, they can't do it anyway. God of destruction is okay, at least he knows that there is a super dragon, and with the ability of a super dragon, it is not difficult to create the universe. But that kind of existence is comparable to the supreme god Quan Wang. As for the restricted zone supreme, they couldn't believe it at all. What kind of existence would be able to create the universe? At the very least, the great emperor can't do it, and even the immortals and legendary may not be able to do it. However, while some viewers were shocked, they couldn't help being curious about the level. No other, because the item level of God is not a brand new level, but the same level as Hogyaku, which makes them quite confused. After all, it is impossible for this omnipotent god to exist at the same level as Hogyaku, right? This kind of joke is not funny, and they wouldn't think so stupidly. And just when many viewers were wondering about the level, subtitles appeared on the screen again. Introduction to the project level of the Abnormal Containment Foundation. Safe, the item level is easy, or an anomaly that can be safely contained. This type of containment often does not require a lot of resources to contain it. Euclid, when the contained object is not easily classified into other standard object levels, the contained object will be classified as a Euclid level containment object, which is the level with the most objects contained by the Foundation. Euclid level containment objects, most of them can think and act independently. Keter, containment of this level requires a very high price to contain. Most of these containment foundations lack understanding, so they often cannot be contained smoothly. Neutralized, the containment of this level refers to the containment that has been destroyed or invalidated. Thaumiel, this level of containment is extremely terrifying, capable of restricting or even destroying other containment. The information of this level of containment is the top secret of the Foundation. At this moment, when they saw the introduction on the screen subtitles, many viewers couldn't help but suddenly realized, and understood the specific situation of the Foundation level. So that's how I understand it. The Foundation's level of containment doesn't entirely depend on strength and ability, it mainly depends on the difficulty of containment. Indeed, without a host, even a common person can contain a thing like Hogyaku, and the same is true for God, because he has no malice, so he is classified as Svi. Tisk tisk, that's what Euclid means. No wonder the Ghost King, the sculptured little peanut, and the shy people are classified into the same level. Too dangerous to be classified in this class. Ghost King, are you polite? What is average strength? It seems that the god of Otsutsuki is still a bit aggressive. He can be classified as Keter. Obviously, if he wants to contain him, even the Foundation will have to pay a very high price. From this point of view, the most attractive one should be the neutralized, right? The contents in this thing are all destroyed or invalid. Not necessarily, after all, being destroyed does not mean the worst. You must know that the Thamiel level containment can destroy other containment. Even the Foundation thinks this classification is extremely terrible. Maybe they destroy those containment. Or disable them. Hiss, how terrifying is a Thamiel level existence? Will it be stronger than this god? If it is really stronger than him, what level must it reach? I don't know, but the only thing I can know is that it must be an unimaginable existence, but I am still looking forward to the duel between gods and gods. Among the heavens and worlds, when they saw the detailed containment level, many viewers discussed it, and some viewers even started talking on the barrage, and had their own opinions on the contained objects. As for the Thamiel level containment, many experts are quite interested. Even the existence of some high-latitude worlds, such as God-tier officials, perfect kings. The ultimate four quasi-immortal emperors of the ancient land, the peerless Taoist ancestors of the heavens, the supreme immortal emperors of the road. Even the existence of the ancestors of worship on the strange plateau, etc., are quite curious. Of course, what interests the audience the most today is the containment of the god of Otsutsuki. This contest between god and god must be exciting. Although the god of Otsutsuki may be much worse than the real god, but if you can see some means of god, it is also very good. Chapter 54. Under the expectant eyes of many viewers, the subtitles in the screen gradually dimmed. Then, a strange and dreamlike space appeared. The sky is full of stars imprinted in all directions, and galaxies are quietly surging. The beautiful scene has fascinated many female audiences and even male audiences. And in the void of that space, there stood two figures. One is an old man wearing an ancient Greek robe with a kind smile on his face. One is wearing a Guya white robe. A dignified man with three strange eyes. The distance between the two sides is not far, about 20 or 30 meters. It's just one with his hands behind his back, with an extremely indifferent expression. A gaze stared at him, and his whole body was full of vigilance, as if he was about to leave the country at any time. Who are you? Contained by the Foundation? Sent to contain me. Under the watchful eyes of many spectators, the god of Otsutsuki spoke. The voice is full of magnetism, like the singing of an angel, which made some audiences fall into the trap. And through his questioning, most of the audience also learned that the Otsutsuki god, the video in his head was interrupted. Whether it is the information of God, or the item level information of the contents. He didn't see it, otherwise he wouldn't have asked such questions. And this scene also made many viewers feel a little sympathetic. I even started to feel sorry for the god of Otsutsuki. You know, the existence in front of him is a god who can create the universe. Although he is also very powerful and has the power to easily destroy the planet. It has even reached a higher level now, and has even surpassed the dimension. But the audience didn't think that he had the strength to compete with God, and felt that he might be caught in a second if he waited. Dragon Ball World, Destroyer Star. Huh? This god of Otsutsuki seems to have become a lot stronger. At this moment, when the god of Otsutsuki appeared again, Beerus, the god of destruction, couldn't help but raised his brows slightly, noticing his change. If the strength of the god of Otsutsuki could instantly kill Frieza in the third stage. With a combat power of nearly 10 million points, the current god of Otsutsuki probably already has a combat power comparable to Frieza at the perfect stage, with a combat power of over 100 million. Of course, surprises are surprises, as a god of destruction, he didn't pay much attention to it. If it wasn't because his opponent was God, he wouldn't have paid more attention to the so-called Otsutsuki god. People in the Foundation call me God, and occasionally call me God, and you can also call me 897's name, Jehovah. I am indeed a containment object of the Foundation, and to be precise, I was not dispatched, but was invited by the Foundation to contain you. In the screen, under the watchful eyes of many audiences, facing the question of the god of Otsutsuki, the old man called God smiled kindly and answered his question. Please? Do you have a cooperative relationship with the Foundation? The god of Otsutsuki was a little surprised by this. Not only him, but even many strong men from the heavens and the world. I couldn't help being interested, but I didn't expect this god to be invited. That's right, the existence behind the Foundation asks me to take action, as long as I contain you. He then allowed me to leave the foundation temporarily and travel to the heavens and worlds. I am very interested in a place called God Realm. As if answering every question, Jehovah is not impatient at all. Just like a kind old father, gently answering his son's questions. Spirit World. At this moment, after hearing the Lord's answer, many audience members couldn't help being surprised. Then, they all thought of a name together, the strongest God King in the God Realm. Could it be that the world this God wants to go to is the God Realm where this God King is? If so, wouldn't it be great? They have long been unhappy with that bullshit God King. If God came to that world, they must not kill him directly. No matter how bad it is, they have to take him in, save him from barking all the time. Spirit World. It's over, this God named Jehovah, the God Realm that he wants to come to, won't be our God Realm, right? At this moment, upon hearing the God Realm from Jehovah's mouth, Tang San, the strongest God King in the God Realm, was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, the yellow liquid kept flowing out, and he could not stop trembling all over his body. Then, he couldn't help but slap himself with a big mouth. I hated myself for being so mean-spirited in the first place, but I actually wanted to attract this god tier? Tang San is so confused. On the other side, when they heard Yahweh's words, the rest of Shi Lake's 7 monsters panicked, and Daimyo Bai even stopped calling Xiaosan and called Tang San by his name. Over the years, after ascending to the God Realm, they also more or less saw Tang San's true face. Not to mention that he abandoned his mentor Yu Xiaogang and let him fend for himself in the lower realm. Let's say their good brother Ma Hongjun, Ma Hongju's best friend, is also Tang San's cousin. Since Ma Hongjun is only a second-level god and cannot bring his family to the God Realm, and Bai Chenxiang was also unable to ascend to the God Realm because of lack of talent. Regarding this, the 7 Shi Lake monsters couldn't help pleading for it, hoping that Tang San, who is the king of gods, can bring Bai Chenxiang to the God Realm. But they never imagined. Tang San actually disregarded the Brotherhood in the past, and even more so because he didn't have a teacher with him, he resolutely rejected their request, and let Bai Chenxiang die of old age in the lower realm. If Tang San is unwilling to break the rules of the God Realm, that's all. After all, you can't become Fang Yuan without rules. As the king of the gods, if you break the rules because of your brother, you will definitely be criticized. But let them never think that after this, Tang San actually took the initiative to break the rules of the God Realm, even directly interfering with ghosts. This situation directly made them disappointed in Tang San. If it weren't for his status as a God King, they wouldn't want to have anything to do with him. But now, Tang San has brought such a disaster to the God Realm, how can this make them not angry? How can it make them not hate Tang San? Different from the reaction of everyone in the God Realm, many viewers are still watching the picture. What kind of organization is the Foundation? Who is the existence behind the Foundation? At this moment, the god of Otsutsuki was stunned when he heard the word his, and then asked quickly. And if you want to know the origin of the Foundation and the existence behind the Foundation, it's not just him alone. Almost the entire existence of the heavens and myriad worlds wants to know who is the existence behind the Foundation. Just for a moment, with the voice of the god of Otsutsuki, all eyes are fixed on Yahweh, hoping that he will tell the origin of the Foundation, and who is the existence behind the Foundation. And under the gaze of all the audience in the heavens and the world. In the picture, Yahweh was smiling kindly, but his smile gradually faded, and even his brows were slightly frowned, as if he was thinking about something. In the end, however, Jehovah answered. The Foundation, as I said before, is an organization that contains, controls, and protects the heavens and myriad worlds. I don't even know its specific origins. At this moment, when hearing Yahweh's answer, whether it is the god of Otsutsuki or the many audiences in the heavens and the world, it is inevitable that they will be a little disappointed. However, apart from being disappointed, they are extremely looking forward to the next answer. Compared with the origin of the Foundation, they want to know who is behind the Foundation? As for the master behind the Foundation you mentioned, I can't disclose his information. I can't even reveal the slightest clue about him, otherwise even I will be killed in an instant. When answering the question of the existence behind the foundation, the face of the Lord is silent and dignified. He spoke every word carefully, unwilling to reveal the slightest clue. However, he is unwilling to disclose any clues, which does not mean that the audience has not got clues. After a moment of silence, countless spectators in the heavens and myriad worlds were all erupting, and the barrage couldn't stop bursting, and countless barrages emerged one after another. Hiss, what did I hear? This God who can create the universe, he actually said that the existence behind the foundation can kill him at will. Unbelievable, is there really such a horrible existence in this world? Even the almost omnipotent God can be killed at will, is that okay? My God, how terrifying is the existence that even the God dare not reveal. Even the great emperor of our world is far behind, right? The immortal king of our world once tried his best to deduce the existence behind the foundation, but in the end he couldn't even deduce the slightest trace. The mighty power of the immortal king is far better than Jehovah. Think about it and you know, if you can put the inventory video in the mind of a creature in the heavens and worlds, that kind of existence must be the most terrifying, surpassing the heavens and worlds. However, the existence behind the foundation, what is the purpose of the existence of it to contain the world? This seems to be of no benefit to him, right? I don't know, maybe it's because it's fun. After all, in the eyes of those other beings, aren't we just ants who are slaughtered? After hearing Jehovah's words, countless audiences pondered and terrified. Everyone is speculating about the terror behind the foundation. What can be confirmed is that the existence behind the foundation, it must be an existence above Jehovah. And when the audience guessed the significance of the actions behind the foundation, countless spectators and even the strong Jiao Yi discovered to their horror that the act of containing the heavens and myriad things did not seem to be of any benefit to them. This made many viewers feel puzzled, even puzzled. However, with the appearance of a barrage saying that the reason was for fun, many powerhouses fell silent. They began to feel the house. Obviously, they agree with this statement. You know, each of them is the top powerhouse in their respective worlds. But in the eyes of the existence behind the foundation, it is just a dispensable plaything. Perfect world, lower boundary stone village. One day, I will transcend everything, no matter who is behind the foundation, I will not be at your mercy. When he saw the barrage on the screen, Shi Hao couldn't help but clenched his fists, swearing secretly in his heart. He doesn't want to be at the mercy of others, and he doesn't want to experience that kind of powerless days. He wants to transcend above, break the shackles, and one day surpass the heavens and worlds. Not only him, but almost all the powerhouses in the world and the children of luck, secretly swear in their hearts that they must transcend everything and not be manipulated by anyone. Rumble. And when many viewers reacted differently, the strange other world in the picture suddenly appeared. An indescribably terrifying sky thunder fell from the sky. Just for a moment, that strange world is about to collapse. The stars all over the sky suddenly dimmed, and the boundless galaxy and even the sea of stars disappeared. The space collapsed directly, and countless black holes appeared. The scene was so terrifying that it seemed like the world was being destroyed. What shocked the audience the most was that the power contained in the thunder that day made them feel unprecedented fear. Whether it is the supreme being in the restricted area, the kings of the fairyland, the strange ancestor. It is also the existence of the ancient factory director of the dragon talisman, the mythical saints, and the vortex god of destruction. Everyone felt great fear from it, as if the thunder fell, they would be annihilated. Looks like I said something I shouldn't have said. At this moment, when he saw the thunder falling, Yahweh's pupils shrank suddenly, and Nan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Obviously, he said that this thunder came from that existence. And across from him, the god Otsutsuki faced this terrible thunder. His complexion changed drastically, and he could not stop trembling all over his body. An unprecedented chill emerged in my heart, and it was obvious that I felt great terror. Shoot, or the battle will end in an instant. But at this moment, the voice of Jehovah sounded again, without the gentleness of the past, and his hands were no longer placed behind his back, and an indescribable momentum suddenly swept across the sky. Willing. Needless to say, the god of Otsutsuki also has two brushes. In just a moment, he quickly adjusted his mentality, forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, turned his eyes to Jehovah, and assumed a fighting posture. And some powerhouses from the heavens and worlds also forcibly suppressed the fear in their hearts, and cast their eyes on the screen, wanting to see the means of Jehovah. Of course, the vast majority of the audience has not been relieved yet. No one else, because that sky thunder is really terrifying. In the screen, under the gaze of many strong men, the god of Otsutsuki did not shirk at all, and directly shot with all his strength. Rumble! In just a moment, with the monstrous chakra gushing out, a terrifying cosmic storm formed, rushing towards Jesus with indescribable power at a speed exceeding the speed of light. A storm of this level, even a planet would be involved and collapsed. And the scope of the storm is so large that it can cover tens of millions of kilometers of Fang Yuan, which is equivalent to covering thousands of Earths. However, this is not the end. Roar! With the sudden roar of the god of Otsutsuki, countless thunderbolts appeared, and the range was also tens of millions of kilometers. The horror of power, together with the space of this strange other world, is distorted. With an indescribable force of destruction, he slashed towards Jehovah. The terrifying thunder is completely incomparable with the original thunder. Hiss! At this moment, when seeing this scene, many powerhouses couldn't help but gasp. This kind of terrifying method is really beyond their imagination. This Otsutsuki god is even more terrifying than they imagined. However, they have not waited for them to be too terrified. In the picture, Yahweh in ancient Greek robes smiled faintly. Then a wave of willpower and perception that distorted reality swept across the sky, covering the entire strange space, and the picture kept shaking. In just a moment, the storm covering tens of millions of kilometers of Fang Yuan disappeared. The countless destructive thunderbolts that fell also dissipated into the void, as if nothing had happened, or even did not exist. This scene shocked countless audiences. That terrifying move that is enough to destroy many planets and sweep across the galaxy. Was it wiped out in just an instant? Not only them, but the protagonist, the god of Otsutsuki, couldn't stop shrinking his three eyes, and his face became a little ugly. Obviously, he did not expect Jehovah to be so terrifying. And in his heart, he couldn't help agreeing with Jehovah's original statement. Perhaps it was as he said, once he made a move. This battle will be over in an instant. Call! The god of Otsutsuki let out a heavy breath, and then a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, all the chakra on his body erupted like a volcano at this moment, and the blue chakra, which was like substance, almost flooded the small half of the sky. Immediately afterwards, the three eyes of the god of Otsutsuki glowed at the same time, bursting out with unimaginable terrifying pupil power, and the space around it was unstoppably distorted, even on the verge of shattering. At this moment, all audiences know that the god of Otsutsuki is going to make a killing move. Chapter 55. At this moment, I saw the red chakra that flooded a small half of the space, and the terrifying pupil force that distorted the space, even on the verge of shattering. Almost all audience members understand that the god of Otsutsuki is going to make a killing move. Marvel Cinematic Universe, Avengers. Hiss, the previous attack was terrifying enough, but how terrifying is this move now? Is this the level that human power can achieve? At this moment, when he felt the terrifying power of the god of Otsutsuki, Banner couldn't help but gasp, and the Hulk in his body shrank even more, not even daring to fart. Not just him, Tony and others. Even Thor, the god of thunder, was equally astonished. This kind of terrifying power is simply unheard of and unseen. This is a level that cannot be achieved by manpower, unless the infinite gems are used, otherwise anyone will be cold. On the other side, the face of Thanos on the battleship became extremely serious, his eyes fixed on the screen, and the Luang gem was held tightly in his hand. As if doing so can make him feel safe. Of course, Thanos is very clear in his heart that the power gem alone cannot compete with the god of Otsutsuki. Unless he gathers all 6 infinite gems and snaps his fingers, manpower cannot compete at all. Even if he is of the Eternal Clan, even if he has an immortal body. Dragon Ball World, on a spaceship. This blow, even this king, dare not resist directly. At this moment, even someone as proud as Frisia couldn't help Nanan talking to herself. Although he is very confident in his own strength, he even feels that even if he directly faces the god of Otsutsuki, he can still defeat him. But facing the strongest ultimate move of the god of Otsutsuki, even he dare not resist. Without him, even with his strength, if he resists stubbornly, it is estimated that there will be no place for burial. It's so strong, what a terrifying breath, this god of Otsutsuki is stronger than Frisia. On the other side, Kakarot, who was on the planet Yadetra, couldn't help but scream when he felt the terrifying aura erupting from the god of Otsutsuki. Even with his current strength, in the case of transforming into a Super Saiyan, he is at most 50-50 with the god of Otsutsuki. And Frisia, who was originally on planet Namek, is less powerful than the god of Otsutsuki. It can be said that the god of Otsutsuki is the most powerful existence he has encountered, except for Yahweh. And when he was shocked, he couldn't help but feel a fighting spirit in his heart, and the Saiyan gene in his blood began to play a role. He wants to fight the god Otsutsuki if he can. Damn it, each of them has strength beyond me, whether Kakarot or Frisia, and now there is another god of Otsutsuki, how can my majestic Saiyan prince be reduced to this? Waiting for the situation. On Earth, when he saw the terrifying power of the Otsutsuki god, Vegeta was horrified, but at the same time couldn't help being angry, and the breath of terror swept across the sky and the earth. As a Saiyan prince, he has always been very confident in his own strength. Originally, he thought that his strength was second only to Frisia, god of destruction, and others in the universe. But ever since he met Kakarot, he's been hit hard. Not only surpassed by this junior warrior, but also made him the legendary Super Saiyan. Now there are existences stronger than him one by one, which makes him uncontrollably angry. And when he was extremely angry, if there was someone beside him at the moment, he would be able to clearly see that the pupils of his eyes showed a faint green. Hokage World, the scene of the Fourth Ninja War. Oh my god, is this the god of Otsutsuki? Isn't that scary? This terrifying amount of chakra, even 10, 100, 1010 tails, can't compare with it. I'm afraid that relying on chakra alone can destroy the ninja world. There is also that terrifying pupil power, which is only stronger than chakra. Not even the infinite Tsukuyomi that Uchiha Obito wants to activate is far from comparable to it. At this moment, the surviving ninjas of the 5 villages were all horrified by the power of chakra and pupil power of the god of Otsutsuki, trembling uncontrollably all over their bodies. Even the cage-level powerhouses in the major villages showed expressions of disbelief. Even the Sage of 6 Paths in the spiritual space, the Otsutsuki Kagaya on the moon, and the Otsutsuki family far away on Jupiter, were shocked and incoherent. The god of Otsutsuki is terrible, beyond their cognition, beyond their comprehension. And just when many audiences from the heavens and worlds shocked the chakra power and pupil power of the god of Otsutsuki, an even more shocking scene appeared. Buzz! 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 Located in a strange space, around the god of Otsutsuki, pieces of weapons formed by chakra and pupil power appeared. There are all kinds of cold weapons such as knives, guns, halberds, sticks, swords, spears, axes, maces, hammers, forks, and maces. Each handle is hundreds of meters long, composed of a large amount of chakra and pupil power. It is extremely solid, just like a real weapon. There are so many, there are thousands of handles. Not only that, endless thunderstorms emerged, countless terrifying storms. A tailed beast bomb packed with terrifying power, a lava fireball like the sun, an ice ball exuding endless cold air, and a Susanoo as huge as a planet. All kinds of terrifying moves and weapons are manifested by the almighty power of the god of Otsutsuki, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression, almost filling the entire screen. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, all kinds of terrifying moves and weapons, under the control of the god of Otsutsuki, roared out at superlight speed, and directly rushed to the direction of Jehovah. This is not over yet. Many stars in the distance, under the gravitational force of the pupil force, also rushed towards the Lord at superlight speed, just like sparks hitting the earth. Rumble. In an instant, the most terrifying scene appeared. The boundless strange space, amidst the roar that resounded through the sky, was constantly vibrating violently. Even the space couldn't stop cracking, unable to withstand the terrifying power, it began to collapse. Is this the so-called materialization? It's so terrifying to be able to manifest so many terrifying weapons, even moves. Those weapons manifested by chakra and pupil power, each has such unimaginable power. I feel that they can directly kill Uchiha Madara under 10 Tails Jinchuriki in seconds. So many tailed beast bombs are outrageous, and there are also sun-like magma fireballs. Although they are not real suns, the temperature is so high that even the void begins to distort. The huge ice ball exuding endless cold air seems to freeze time and space, making people tremble uncontrollably. Hastily, with this blow, I am afraid that even the galaxy will be annihilated. This is not a common planet-level existence, is it? What a fuss, how strong can it be? In front of the real God, everything is futile and useless. Don't look at his loud voice and powerful appearance. In fact, it's just like that, it's nothing. The above is correct, the words are not rough, and these offensives can't even break the defense of Jehovah. I guess the next project to contain the god of Otsutsuki will come to an end. At this moment, when the god of Otsutsuki burst out with all his strength, the countless audiences in the heavens and worlds couldn't help being horrified. Such a terrifying attack has never been seen in their life. Any one of these attacks is enough to easily annihilate them, and even annihilate the world they are in. And audiences in some worlds were even more scared to pee. For example, Tang San, the strongest god king in the god realm, not only peed his pants in fright, but even pooped out. The stench filled the whole god king hall, making Xiao Wu vomit like a rabbit. This king's treasury can't even compare to 1/10,000th of its power. The world of fate, who is as strong as the hero King Gilgamesh, couldn't help but scream out in horror, and even took out the treasure house of the lord that he was proud of as a comparison. But even so, his king's treasury, not even 1/10,000th of its power can match. Any one of the weapons condensed by Chakra and Tongli is enough to destroy his king's treasure house. As strong as Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, even if he uses shock fruit at his peak, it's hard to have 1/10,000th of his power. In the office of the Marshal of the Pirate World, Sengoku collapsed on the seat, staring at the picture with absent-minded eyes, trembling involuntarily all over his body. And not far from him, Kizaru, who was supposed to be sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. At this moment, he had fallen to the ground, his wretched face was full of fear, and he kept muttering something in his mouth. If you listen closely, you can vaguely hear. It's terrible, it's terrible. God Lu, what level of power are these existences? I feel that they are much more terrifying than the 5 supreme beings. Shi Hao stared blankly at this scene in the perfect world's lower realm. Shi Hao. His whole body and mind were shocked to ultimate, and he couldn't help but ask the willow tree at the entrance of the village. It's not that he has never seen a strong man, not long ago. In order to compete for the mountain treasure, the 5 supreme beings set off a world-shattering war. During that battle, the entire great wilderness was affected, and the stone village was destroyed together. If it wasn't for the willow god of sacrifice, the whole village would be cold. But it is the existence of that level, the war that broke out between them. The power and influence are far inferior to the terrorist offensive of the god of Otsutsuki. This shocked him, and at the same time, he couldn't help but wonder about the power of the god of Otsutsuki. It's not good for you to understand too much, keep practicing hard, and one day you will reach this level and surpass it. Hearing this, Lu Shen's cold and indifferent voice sounded. This extremely shocking scene in Shi Hao's eyes couldn't make her heart feel a little turbulent at all. Moreover, she thinks that as long as Shi Hao continues to cultivate hard, one day he will resist that level of realm. Regarding this, Shi Hao also nodded vigorously, looking at the figure of the god of Otsutsuki. His eyes were full of hope. He believed in Lu Shen, and he also believed in himself. One day, he will also reach that level and surpass it. Rumble. In the screen, under the attention of all the audience, as all the ultimate moves hit, the roar that resounded through the sky gradually subsided, leaving only boundless dust and smoke. 0. Asking for flowers. At this moment, the countless spectators and the god Otsutsuki, they all fixed their eyes on the original location of Jehovah. Although the former didn't think anything would happen to Jehovah, he was still a little nervous. The latter is because this is already his scariest ultimate move. If it doesn't work, he will probably be really cold today. Call. And at this moment, a burst of the wind suddenly blows, sweeping away the endless dust and smoke. Then, what caught the eyes of all the audience in the heavens and the world was still Jehovah in ancient Greek robes with a faint smile on his face. Those incomparably terrifying killing moves, let alone hurt him. Even letting him get a little smoke and dust on his body is impossible. FK, awesome. 666, this is God. Jehovah is awesome, God is awesome, God is forever. At this moment, countless audiences in the heavens and myriad worlds were all excited, and they all clicked words such as shit, awesome, 666, etc. on the barrage. Although I don't know which world it came from, but now, once the audience encounters any shocking scene, they all like to press this barrage to express their inner shock. Unlike the shock of many audiences, the three eyes of the god of Otsutsuki contracted violently, and his steps were involuntarily stepped back a few steps, his face full of disbelief. Without him, this scene, it has exceeded his cognition, beyond his understanding. He never thought that there was an existence that could survive such an attack unscathed. Even if he suffered a little skin trauma, his clothes were damaged or something, he would admit it. But even the slightest bit of dust has not been contaminated, which is too outrageous. Even with his incomparably powerful psychological quality after surviving for so long, he began to doubt life at this moment. Then next, it's my turn. And just when the god of Otsutsuki doubted life, the gentle voice of Yahweh sounded. But, in the ears of the god Otsutsuki at this moment, this voice is not the whisper of God, but the roar of the devil. And as Yahweh's voice fell, almost all the audience in the heavens and all worlds turned their eyes on him, watching his next move. Under the watchful eyes of many spectators, Jehovah slowly raised his right hand. It was an arm like an ordinary old man, and the wrinkles on it were clearly visible. However, it is just this ordinary arm, the power it erupts from has made countless powerful people horrified, even terrified. Boom! Just for a moment, an unimaginable force suddenly burst out from the palm of his right hand. It was a terrifying mighty power that countless powerful people could not describe in words, and it was a terrifying experience that they had never seen before. Under the horrified gaze of countless strong men, the entire strange space began to vibrate violently. Under an unimaginable force, this strange space actually began to shrink continuously. Those huge stars in the distance, the vast galaxy. It also shrinks at a speed visible to the naked eye. The only thing that never changes is probably Yahweh and the god of Otsutsuki. And as the entire strange space began to shrink continuously, the two also separated from that space, and what followed was the boundless cosmic starry sky, the vast and incomparably bright sea of stars. The two stand in the starry sky of the universe, one face has a faint smile, and the other face gradually changes from horror to fear, and even becomes absent-minded. In the end, under the watchful eyes of all the audience in the heavens and the world, that strange space was reduced to the size of a palm. Among them, the vast stars are like dust, almost invisible to the naked eye. This scene deeply shocked every audience and every strong man. Even the existence of some high-latitude worlds, such as the Supreme Being in the restricted area of life, and all the saints of the wild. Everyone felt unprecedented shock, even horror. They never thought that someone could turn a universe into such a world. That's right, that strange space is a universe, but compared with the real universe, it is many times smaller. Have you ever been smashed by the universe? At this moment, under the gaze of all the audience, Jehovah showed a faint smile, and said in an extremely kind voice. However, in the eyes of many spectators and the god of Otsutsuki, Lord, that faint smile is just like the devil's laughing. That incomparably kind voice sounded like the most terrifying ghost in the world screaming miserably. Boom! In the next moment, a strange space the size of a palm came out of Yahweh's hand. With an indescribable speed, it appeared directly above the head of Otsutsuki god, and then turned into the size of a mountain, and fell down suddenly. Without the slightest reaction to the world, when the god of Otsutsuki reacted. The strange space has already arrived, leaving it with no means of defense. Only chakra and tongli in the body are protecting the Lord independently. Chapter 56. Puff. Just the moment of contact with the strange space. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of the god of Otsutsuki unstoppably. An indescribable force. Carrying the weight of a strange space, it unreservedly pressed on him. And the next second, the god of Otsutsuki rolled his eyes. With a terrified expression, he passed out. Without the slightest suspense, under the suppression of a small universe, the god of Otsutsuki was defeated. He was instantly killed without any suspense. If it weren't for the chakra and pupil power in his body to protect himself, and if it wasn't for the Lord to keep his hand, the god of Otsutsuki at this moment would probably be dead and could not die anymore. Come hastily, that god of Otsutsuki was really taken away. Awesome, I can only say one word, God. I don't know what words to use to describe the shock in my heart. Awesome. 666, have you ever been smashed by the universe? Who the hell can stand it? There is no way to calculate the weight of a piece of universe, even if it is just a small piece of universe. It's so terrifying, you can hold a universe in your palm with every gesture, which is much more powerful than the Buddha kingdom in your palm in mythology. Kneel down, before the Lord, what ghost king, Aizen, 6 paths Madara, Otsutsuki god, what kind of cows and horses are they? They are not even worthy to carry his shoes. Let's not talk about them, those who were pretending in the bullet screen before, the strongest god king in the god world, Frisia, the emperor of the universe, all of them dare not fart now. Ever since I had the stock-taking video, my cognition has been continuously refreshed, and the world view has collapsed over and over again. How many terrifying existences are there in the heavens and myriad worlds? In the foundation, the most powerful containment is Yahweh, right? I really can't imagine that there is any existence more powerful than him. Not necessarily, isn't there still that Thamiel level containment? No, there must be a more powerful and terrifying existence than him in 267. At this moment, when I see the power of Yahweh to distort reality, turn that strange space into the size of a palm. Then when he used it to instantly kill the god of Otsutsuki, almost all the audience boiled. One by one, they made a sound like a dream. Jehovah's means crushed their cognition once again. It crushed their world view and wiped out everything they knew. Countless viewers never thought that there would be such a terrifying existence in this world. Treating a Fang universe as a plaything and playing with it recklessly, this scene is undoubtedly shocking. Shinigami world, present world. Sigh. At first, I thought that after realizing the last crescent sky, I should be a very strong existence in the heavens and myriad worlds. It seems that my vision is still too small. At this moment, when seeing this scene in the picture, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help sighing, and suddenly understood Aizen's approach and thoughts. After Aizen was exterminated by shy people, he wrote that Urahara Kisuke talked. And from Urahara Kisuke's mouth, he knew the existence of the Soul King and the purpose of Aizen. Originally, he was still a little puzzled. Since Aizen is already so strong, why should he pursue power, pursue a higher level, and even deal with the King of Souls? Now he finally understands. There are too many powerful beings in this world. If you are not strong enough, you will be just an ant at the mercy of others. And Aizen, he doesn't want to be an ant, doesn't want to submit to the Spirit King. He wants to become strong, strong enough to be able to do whatever he wants, strong enough to break through the dimension. So strong that one day, he will also be able to possess supreme power like Jehovah. The world of Dragon Ball, the tomb of God of destruction. It's a terrifying existence. With this kind of mighty power, who else in the world can do it except Lord Quan Wang and God tier officials? Even you, Weiss, can't do it right. At this moment, even Beerus, the god of destruction. Unstoppable shock and even horror. Think of Yahweh as a being on par with all kings and god tier officials. Destroy the universe, he can do it. But playing with the universe like this. He can't even use it against the enemy. This god named Jehovah is indeed comparable to my father. Regarding this, the angel Weiss did not deny Beerus' words, stared at the figure of Jehovah, and spoke solemnly. As an angel, he does have a very powerful history. Such as creating things out of thin air, resurrecting life, and even going back in time. However, it is impossible for him to achieve Jehovah's means. And as far as he knew, Quan Wang couldn't do the same. There is no other, because the power of the king is to erase everything, and he cannot create, shrink, and expand the universe. However, his father, a god-tier officer, should be able to do it. As the most powerful existence in the entire universe, even if he is the king of the supreme god, he doesn't think he can defeat his father god-tier officer. And his father's method, although he has not fully seen it. But similar actions, he is not unaware of it. If he didn't expect it, in the 12 universes, apart from the super dragon, only his father god-tier officer could do it. It's boring, this battle is so boring, it's not exciting at all. Located in the Quan Wang temple, the childlike Quan Wang didn't pay attention to Jehovah's methods, and even found it boring. Compared with Jehovah's method of making a Fang universe smaller. He prefers the moves of the Otsutsuki god. Especially the various cool and incomparable attacks that are manifested make him feel very cool. No other, because god-tier officers also have the ability to make the universe smaller. In his palace, there is a toy that can manipulate the universe. That's what god-tier officials created. As long as he flicks lightly, it can make the planets in the universe and even the sea of stars move freely. And when two planets collide together, they explode like fireworks, which is his favorite game. One leaf covers the sky, Baidu star field. Hey! Hey Huang, does Wuxi Great have such means? Located in a certain ancient place, Yahei swallowed uncontrollably, then turned his gaze to the side, and asked the big black dog beside him. Woof, woof, this old man is no longer comparable to the emperor. Even the Emperor Wuxi couldn't do such a feat back then. To this, the Black Emperor responded. Even with its knowledge, I feel extremely shocked. There is no other, because in the past it followed the great Emperor Wuxi. It is already the most powerful existence in the world. But even with such an existence, it is still impossible to achieve such means. Obviously, such methods are no longer within the reach of the Emperor. Hearing this, Yahei and the others were shocked and couldn't help but gasp. It's amazing, if I can do such a feat in the future, how great would it be? And Pangbo couldn't help but open his mouth, imagining that one day he could also have such means. Without the slightest surprise, Pangbo's words attracted the ridicule of the big black dog and other bad friends. No one else, because they don't think Pangbo can do it. Because this is a feat that even the great emperor could not achieve, so why should he? Of course, no one would have thought that one day after endless years, Pangbo has really reached that level. And when they thought of today's conversation, they couldn't help but smile. On the other side, the major life-restricted areas of Zandi Star. Is this the existence above the great emperor? If we become immortals, will we be able to have such great power one day? Maybe, after all, Ani Buddha the Great also created the Buddha kingdom in his palm. Although it is impossible to take a universe into his hands, a planet can still do it. If we become immortals, we should be able to do it one day arrive. What is certain is that even if it is an immortal, Yahweh is an extremely powerful existence among immortals. Even Huang Tiandi, who was suspected of becoming an immortal in the chaotic era, may not have such means. Above the major restricted areas of life, more than a dozen terrifying divine senses of the supreme level are intertwined here, and they are constantly talking with each other, feeling the power of Jehovah. Even if it is as proud as the Stone Emperor, as powerful as the ancient Tianzun in the age of mythology. At this moment, I dare not despise Yahweh in the slightest, and regard him as a real immortal. Even, some of them guessed. Yahweh is an extremely terrifying existence even if he is among immortals. Even Huang Tiandi, who was suspected of becoming an immortal in the chaos of the ancient era, is unlikely to have such means. The perfect big world, exotic. This kind of means is almost comparable to the immortal king. Is it possible that this god called Jehovah really has the strength of the immortal king? Very likely, after all, it is impossible for immortals to have such power, even for quasi-immortal kings. It seems that there are many unknown horrors in the heavens and worlds. At this moment, when they saw this scene in the picture, many immortal kings in foreign lands could not help but speak, and each of them was thinking about the true strength of Jehovah. It is evident that the means of the Lord. It's gotten to the point where they take it seriously. Without him, because the immortal king can certainly open up and shrink a large world. Of course, it has to be the small piece of the universe in the picture. The real big universe, even they can't open it up. Such as the vast and boundless foreign land, the vastness of its scope. Not to mention that small piece of strange space. Even the universe that Jehovah lives in now is less than 1/10,000,000th of a foreign land. It can be said that the size of the immortal king's family is as big as that of the Fang universe. Even the immortal king takes so seriously. Not to mention the world of high martial arts, the world of fairy tales, the world of animation and so on. At this very moment, audiences in almost all the world are shocked by the terror of Jehovah. Of course, there are still some high-latitude worlds showing indifference or disdain, or a look of great interest, etc. After all, the scope of the heavens and myriad realms is huge, and there are so many strong people. Even if it is an existence at the level of the immortal king, so be it. And just when many viewers reacted differently, the Lord in the picture moved. Under the watchful eyes of all the audience, Jehovah had a very kind smile on his face. With a very indifferent wave of his hand, the suppression on the body of the god of Otsutsuki. A strange space as large as a mountain. It became the size of a palm again and returned to his hand. Abnormal containment. And after Yahweh faced the camera and said those words that made the audience very familiar with a smile. Snapped. With a snap of fingers. Yahweh and the not-too-distant Otsutsuki god suddenly disappeared into the universe. In the boundless cosmic starry sky, only the sky full of stars and the bright galaxy are left. And the two figures standing there before seemed to have never appeared before, as if they had never existed before. With means that countless viewers can't understand, disappear forever in this silent universe. The method at this moment shocked many viewers. Even an existence as strong as the immortal king is still surprised. Nothing else, because they did not understand how the Lord disappeared. However, before they could think too much, the picture of the inventory video is gradually dimmed. Obviously, the inventory video of this issue is over. And many viewers still have unfinished expressions, looking forward to whether there will be an inventory video update in the future. It's just that they waited for a long time, and they didn't get an inventory video update. In the end, they could only sigh helplessly, and went back to their respective homes in a little disappointment, looking for their own mothers. And on the other side, when Yahweh left with the god Otsutsuki. Set in Jiang Cheng's world. Ding! Abnormal containment god of Otsutsuki successful containment. Congratulations on getting the god of Otsutsuki feature. Ding! The inventory video spread value starts to be settled, and the rewards start to be distributed. At this moment, when he heard the angel-like system notification sound, Jiang Cheng felt more excited than ever, and his mood reached the ultimate level. Soon, as the system beeps, Jiang Cheng only felt an incomparably warm force constantly transforming his body. And his eyes also began to change. Clairvoyance, superciliousness, and Rinnegan's various abilities, as if he had mastered them by nature, and the methods all appeared in his mind. Soon, Jiang Cheng fully accepted the system's rewards. And the rewards of spreading value are even more astonishing. Not only the S-level agents are rewarded, but also part of the containment of the Supreme Divinity is unlocked. In other words, he now has the authority to control the Supreme Divinity. Ahem, don't worry, the Supreme Divinity is still too far away from me, let's try the ability we just acquired first. Undoubtedly, Jiang Cheng is very happy to unlock the authority of the Supreme Divinity, but the containment can only be used for containment and cannot be touched at ordinary times. So he still forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Going to try out the ability you just acquired. After all, most of the abilities of the god of Otsutsuki are what he looks forward to. Clairvoyance. Jiang Cheng groaned, and then directly activated his clairvoyance. I saw that his eyes, which were originally like ordinary people, quickly changed. At this moment, he can observe every scene in the world at will, and even see everything after birth. Well, let's experiment. With this in mind, Jiang Cheng plans to try this ability. Soon, he thought of his 4.8 beautiful teacher at the warrior school, Yan Sueki. Needless to say, that is an incomparably charming stunner. It can be said that she is protruding and warped, beautiful and moving, and she is the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Just do it and see what the teacher is doing. With a thought, from Jiang Cheng's perspective, you can clearly feel that things are changing rapidly. After a second or two, a whole new scene appeared. It was the bathroom of a high-end commercial building, and the sound of splashing water was resounding at the moment. And in Jiang Cheng's eyes, the beautiful teacher appeared. However, what Jiang Cheng couldn't help staring at was that the beautiful teacher was taking a shower right now. And her flawless beauty has made countless men move their bodies. All of them are displayed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Let him, a young man, be unable to stop his qi and blood from surging, unable to suppress his brother's impulse. Damn it, the teacher actually has 36 Ds, and that sits down, cough, no, I'm a gentleman, how can I do such a nasty thing? After uncontrollable swearing, Jiang Cheng, who is a gentleman. After taking a few more glances, he quickly changed his perspective. Then, Jiang Cheng watched many scenes in the world with clairvoyance, and even looked into the gate of heaven, where he saw many terrifying creatures. Those creatures are terrifying existences capable of destroying planets. However, when Jiang Cheng continued to look inside, but it was interrupted by a sudden beast roar, and even Jiang Cheng suffered backlash. If it weren't for the fact that he now possesses a variety of non-indestructible characteristics, he might suffer severe injuries and even die. Obviously, there is an extremely terrifying existence in Tianmen. Even the gods of Otsutsuki are far from equal. This made Jiang Cheng shocked, but also vigilant. At this moment, he once again realized how terrible this world is, and he needs to become stronger. Chapter 57. Phew, finally finished. In the base rewarded by the system, after several days of editing, Jiang Cheng finally edited the new inventory video. With his current constitution, Rao has been staying up for several days and nights. Still a little tired, not physically, but mentally. System, release the inventory video. After checking it, Jiang Cheng asked the system to release an inventory video. Ding! Video released successfully. Soon, following Jiang Cheng's instruction, the pleasant voice of the system came out, and a new inventory video was released to the heavens and myriad worlds. At the same time, as the sound of the system sounded, a picture appeared in the minds of all the audience in the heavens and myriad worlds at the same time. The new inventory video has been updated. I love it, the inventory video has been updated again. What kind of existence are we going to contain this time? Tisk tisk tisk, the god of Otsutsuki and god Yahweh in the last issue were wonderful, they refreshed my cognition again and again. I don't know how exciting this time will be. At this moment, the moment the inventory picture appeared, almost all the audience put down what they were doing and focused on the picture in their minds. For the inventory video, the vast majority of viewers are still looking forward to it. Because, in the inventory video, they can see other worlds, other existences. It is undoubtedly very attractive to see some strange things and things that even the strongest in their world have never known. What attracts them the most is the Foundation's containment. Many viewers are secretly guessing, what level of existence will this issue of the Foundation contain? Even the existence of some high-latitude worlds has raised their interest. Such as the Perfect Kings, the ultimate 4 emperors of the ancient land, the ultimate immortal emperor on the road to heaven, the strange ancestor. There are many saints in the prehistoric period, the god of vortex destruction, the director of the ancient factory of Long Fu, etc. Marvel Cinematic Universe, Titans. At this moment, after several days have passed. After Thanos defeated many strong men of the Avengers alliance. Finally collected 5 Infinity Gems. However, just when he was about to go to Earth to collect the last Infinity Stone 02. Huh? Has a new stock-taking video appeared? But, let's watch it slowly after I collect the infinite gems and snap my fingers to make a wish. At this moment, when he saw the inventory video in his mind, Thanos was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head, planning to collect the Infinity Stones first, and then snap his fingers to make a wish. Although the inventory video made him very interested, but before collecting all the infinite gems, the inventory video still has to be leaned back. It's not too late to watch after everything is done. It's just that when Thanos arrived on the Earth and was about to collect the gems at the last moment, the scene on the screen made him freeze in place. Not just him, Tony from the Avengers, Thor, and others. Even the Supreme Mage, Doctor Strange, froze in place. No one else, because the existence to be contained in this period is actually an infinite gem. In the picture, under the watchful eyes of all the audience in the heavens and the world. After a series of useless nonsense, the existence that needs to be counted and contained in this issue has appeared. Top 10 Abnormal Containment Items. Top 7, Abnormal Containment Infinite Gems. Is this true? The existence to be contained this time is an infinite gem. In Titan Star, Tony originally won 5 Infinity Gems because of Thanos. I'm about to collect all the Infinity Stones. The face that made a wish and snapped the fingers and felt self-blame, became extremely pleasantly surprised at this moment. You know, if it wasn't because he was caught by me just now. As a result, Doctor Strange exchanged the time gem for his life, and Thanos would not get the time gem so easily. But now, when Thanos goes to Earth and is about to get all the Infinity Stones, the stock-taking video has come, and it will contain infinite gems. This made him extremely self-blaming, even almost desperate. There is unprecedented hope in my heart. Without him, because the Foundation wants to contain the existence, it will be successful. As long as the containment like God Jehovah is used, Thanos has nothing to fear. Unless Thanos has collected all the infinite gems and snapped his fingers. Not only him, Hawkeye, Black Widow, the Hulk that Banner turned into, Thor on Earth, and others all had surprises on their faces. Obviously, in such a situation. Although it is not what they expected, but it is what they want to see. The only thing that behaves differently is the Supreme Mage Doctor Strange. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence to see through everything. His eyes were full of confusion, he didn't know what to do. And the reason is that in the countless futures he has seen, he has never seen this situation at all. He didn't know if the Abnormal Containment Foundation took action, and the ending was good or bad. Damn it, what the Anomaly Containment Foundation is going to contain this time is actually the Infinity Stone. On the other side, Thanos on Earth. The good mood that was about to collect all the infinite gems. It was annihilated all of a sudden, and his face became extremely ugly. Inventory video don't come early, don't come late. Come at this time, isn't this playing with him? After finally collecting all the infinite gems, make a wish and snap your fingers. The Foundation actually wants to cut off the beard? Who can bear this? In that case, let's see who is faster. After a while, Thanos' face became resolute again, and then the figure disappeared directly in place. He wants to collect infinite gems first before the Foundation makes a move. As long as he makes a wish and snaps his fingers, everything after that has nothing to do with him. Don't the Foundation want the Infinity Stones? Give them that. If the Foundation prevents. He also doesn't mind letting the contents try out the mighty power of wishing and snapping fingers. The Foundation actually want to house the Infinity Stones. In a certain forest on Earth, the Scarlet Witch's complexion also became extremely ugly. And the vision beside her, after a moment of silence. The obsession in the eyes dissipated. Thanos wants to collect infinite gems, and the Foundation also needs to contain infinite gems. And he who was endowed with life because of the soul gem can only die in the end. It would be better to die now than to be taken in by Thanos or the Foundation. Wanda, destroy the Mind Stone. Under Scarlet Witch's unbelievable gaze, Vision spoke, his face extremely determined. Compared with the reaction of everyone in the Marvel movie world, the audience of the heavens and the world are surprised and curious. Unexpectedly, what kind of infinity gem is going to be contained this time? Just listening to the name, it doesn't seem to be very powerful, right? However, after the last Hogyaku, the audience was not impatient, but very interested. You know, the 9th ranked Hogyaku. It is the strange jade that can make the host immortal and evolve endlessly. What kind of terrifying power should the infinity gem, which is ranked 7th now, possess? This has made many viewers wait and see, looking forward to the exposure of infinity gem data. Soon, under the expectant eyes of many audiences, the picture changed again. Lines of subtitles appear on the screen, which are information about infinite gems. Abnormal containment infinite gems. Item level, safe. Description, abnormal containment infinity gems, gems that existed at the beginning of the universe, about 4 inches in size, smooth surface oval gems, a total of 6. Each infinity gem has unparalleled power, namely Power Gem, Time Gem, Space Gem, Soul Gem, Reality Gem, and Mind Gem. Power Gem, this gem can allow the user to master and control all the power and energy they are trying to master, making their physical attack and defense capabilities invincible. Gem users have almost the strongest energy in the universe. Under the maximum power, they can release terrifying energy that can easily destroy the planet. I am going, this infinite gemstone is a bit awesome, and there are actually 6? Each one has unparalleled power. Hiss, just the power gem is terrifying. Allowing the user to control all power and energy can even make one's own attack and defense power invincible. The scariest thing is the terrifying energy in the infinity gems. Under the maximum power, it can even easily destroy the planet. Don't be too outrageous, right? If I can have the power gem, I will be invincible in our world. Who can stop me? Dominating the world is not a dream at all. The only pity is that this thing seems to be only able to defend against physical attacks. If it is a mental attack or something, it probably won't be able to resist it. How? To put it bluntly, a single power gem seems to be quite ordinary. Compared with Hogyaku, it is still much inferior. Indeed, after all, Hogyaku can make people immortal, and can also evolve endlessly. If the original Aizen evolved a few more times, it would be no problem to destroy the planet. Maybe it is possible to reach the level of the god of Otsutsuki. At this moment, when they saw the introduction about the power gem among the infinity gems, audiences in many worlds were overwhelmed, and were horrified by the power gem's power. Nothing but this power gem. Its power is enough to make them daunting. You know, the power to destroy the planet. Put it in the world of low martial arts, some worlds of high martial arts, the world of animation. In the world of film and television, the world of fantasy floor tiles, and the low-level prehistoric world. It is the existence of dimensionality reduction strike, an unimaginable terrifying force. This has to shock them, it has to shock them, it has to make them yearn for it. Of course, in the eyes of some advanced worlds, power gems seem ordinary. After all, it can only resist physical attacks. And it can easily destroy the star-level combat power. Such power is nothing in their world. Even, this thing is not as useful as Hogyaku. And just as many viewers were commenting on the gem of power, new information appeared on the screen. And the new infinity gem information directly made many viewers boil, even some viewers from the Cushman Wakefield world were shocked by its power. Time gem, this gem allows the user to reach any point in time, whether it is the long past or the distant future. Using the power of this gem, you can watch or experience any era. If the user has a wealth of knowledge, you can exert more power, and even manipulate time and cause and effect. Note, using the time gem to change the past or the future will create a new parallel universe. No. The law affects the universe in which it is located, and the user can take away things in the parallel universe, such as energy, wealth, creatures, etc. FK, the gems are too buggy at this time, right? This stuff is almost heaven-defying. Awesome, I can only say awesome, this thing is simply a fetish, it can even manipulate time, it's too outrageous. I am obedient, I can go to any time point in the past or future, although I can't change the things that have happened for too long in my time and space, but if I can do it, don't. Too much. The most important thing is to be able to take away all kinds of resources and even creatures. If I can have the time gem, I will go to all ages and collect all the treasures. Come, and this will not affect the main world, don't be too happy. Ahem, in this way, can I go to other parallel universes and perform various actions on the goddess without getting caught? Upstairs, your thoughts are very dangerous, and have you ever considered you in the parallel universe? You can run, but you in the parallel universe cannot. That's right, it's better to do bad things to the goddess in the main universe, and then use the time gem to go back in time, so that you won't harm yourself in the parallel universe, and you won't cause yourself any trouble. Aren't you too low? If I have the time gem, I'm afraid that the goddess won't obediently be captured. Just dominate the world, okay? Even if I meet an opponent I can't beat, I can. In order to go to the future to rescue soldiers, find the future self 087, and directly reduce the dimensionality and strike. Among the heavens and myriad worlds, when they saw the function of the time stone, almost all the audience were overwhelmed and shocked by its terrifying power. Nothing, compared to the power gem. The ability of the time gem is too powerful, it is not an exaggeration to call it a bug. Although the disadvantage is that the past and future of the current main universe cannot be changed. But so are the advantages. With the time gem, you can go to the past to find resources, you can go to the future to learn technology. You can even go to different time and space to move rescuers, which is not too far-fetched. And this is not the scariest thing, the time gem can even manipulate the time of the main universe, even if it is limited, but this is also an extremely terrifying ability. Dragon Ball World, Destroyer Star. I didn't expect a time gem to possess such abilities. Even if it's wise, you can do nothing more than that. At this moment, when he saw the ability of the time gem, the indifference on the face of the god of destruction Beerus disappeared. You know, even Angel Weiss. The time ability it has mastered is nothing more than this. What's more, he can't use the ability of going back in time at will. But the time gem can make the existence of the Grandmaster's power of time achieve a feat comparable to that of an angel, which is undoubtedly terrifying. Regarding this, Angel Weiss did not deny it, and his face was very indifferent. Although the ability of the time gem is very strong, it has reached the level it can do. But it's only limited to this, it can't make him too shocked. One leaf covers the sky, and the Emperor is buried. Time gem? It's such a terrifying ability. If I can get it, wouldn't it be easy to become a fairy? Being able to reach any time and space can indeed make us easily become immortals, as long as we go to the nodes opened by various immortal roads, or go to the 9 heavens before the age of mythology. Universe, we will have the opportunity to enter the immortal realm, so we can become immortals. In the heavens and worlds, there are so many gods, it's incredible. Located in the restricted areas of life, many supreme beings couldn't help exclaiming, their eyes were full of blazing heat, their spiritual thoughts were constantly surging, and various visions of heaven and earth appeared. For the time gem, almost all Forbidden Zone Supremes are extremely eager. Without him, once they get the time gem, they can easily become immortals. You know, becoming a fairy is their only pursuit in this life. Not only them, but almost all creatures in the 9 heavens universe are full of desire for the time gem. Even the female werewolf emperor in the ancient Forbidden Land, the emperor without beginning in the other world, and Yahei who has not yet grown up are the same. You know, the ruthless empress cultivates. Just to wait for her big brother to return in the world of mortals. If she has the time stone, she can travel to the point in time when her big brother left and get it back. In this way, her big brother will not be lost, and she can be with him forever. But Wu Shi-Dadi and Yahei hope to see their old friends and their parents. Chapter 58. Perfect World, Lower Boundary Stone Village. Hiss, is there really such a powerful gem? It can actually give people the power to travel through time and space. At this moment, when he saw the power of the time gem, Shi Hao couldn't help but gasped, his face was full of shock. Power gem. Unexpectedly, there are gems that can manipulate time in this world. For him who has just walked out of the wilderness, this is unbelievable, even unbelievable. While being shocked, Shi Hao couldn't help feeling a little longing. If he can get the time gem, he can travel back to the time when he was sent to Stone Village, so that he can meet his parents. Boy, your knowledge is still too little. A real strong man is one who can span the ages, and even interfere with the past and the future. At this time, Xiaoda spoke. Said something that shocked Shi Hao. Really? Is there really such a strong person? What kind of realm is that? Regarding this, while Shi Hao was shocked, he couldn't help asking. However, Xiaoda didn't answer, and Lu Shen was also silent. Of course they know what level of existence is able to traverse the long river of time. It's just that Shi Hao's strength is still too low now, it's better not to know so much. The Time Stone? What a nice treasure! Located in the immortal realm, there are many immortal king-level existences. When I saw the function of the Time Gem, I couldn't help admiring it. As beings at the level of immortal kings, they are naturally able to travel through the ages. But there's not much they can do. It is also limited to traveling through the long river of time. If changes interfere with the past or the future, it will cause some unimaginable consequences. But the Time Gem is different, it can give creatures the power to interfere with time and space. Although that will form a parallel space-time, but it can also do a lot of things. For example, what all immortal Wang Qiang want to know is the owner of the footprints on the Jihai embankment. Many immortal Wang Qiang are guessing that the owner who left the footprints is the quasi-immortal emperor. If they have the Time Gem, they can go to that point in time to see if that existence is a quasi-immortal emperor. As for why they don't look across the long river of time, it's because the existence of quasi-immortal emperor level is not something they can watch, even the existence of immortal king level, they can't see it. And just when many audiences from the heavens and the world, even the strong Gao Wei, were amazed. New gem information appeared on the screen. Space Gem, this gem is also known as the Cosmic Rubik's Cube. Relying on the power of the gem, the owner can move himself or all objects to any space at will in an instant. You can also distort or rearrange the space arbitrarily according to your own will. Therefore, abilities such as space teleportation and space stillness are as easy as breathing in front of space gems. Soul Gem, this gem has the ability to allow the owner to steal, manipulate, and modify the soul. It can not only manipulate the soul of life, but also the soul of the dead. Note, this gem is very dangerous, has some independent self-awareness, and has a hungry soul. This gem is also an idyllic and beautiful small entrance to the universe. The ability of the space gem is also very powerful, it can allow the owner and even all objects to move to any space. My dear, being able to distort the space and even rearrange the space, doesn't that mean that everything in the world is at my mercy? What a terrifying gem! Not only can you teleport at will, but you can even stop in space. Isn't it like stopping at the same time, making people trapped in a fixed space? Compared with the space gem, the soul gem is a bit stretched, it doesn't seem to be of much use. Upstairs, you underestimate the soul gem. This is a gem that can steal and manipulate the soul, and even modify the soul. When facing the enemy, you can directly manipulate the opponent's soul. The opponent has no means of soul, so there is no way to fight. Indeed, the soul gem is a dimensionality reduction blow to the existence without soul means. As for the common people, you can even modify their souls at will, even the goddesses in your mind can make them yours bch. If you say that, then I won't be sleepy, but this soul gem is still a bit dangerous, and overall it's still a bit inferior. Among the heavens and worlds, when they saw the abilities of the space gem and the soul gem, the audience was not as shocked as before. Although there are still some audiences who are amazed, but in general there are not many. As for the reason, it is because of the abilities of the space gem and the soul gem. It is much inferior to the time gem, and it is not a level of existence at all. Especially in front of some strong people, these two things are not very useful. The space gem is okay, but the soul gem is pulled. At least the space gem can teleport at will, although the limit distance is unknown. But soul gems are a bit tasteless. In many practice worlds, there are means to manipulate the souls of low-level beings. This thing is nothing in the eyes of the truly strong. In response, many viewers skip these two gems. waiting for the information on the last 2 gemstones to be revealed. Reality Gem. This gem can allow the owner to turn his own opinion into reality, even some unrealistic and exaggerated opinions can be turned into reality. Using the existence of the Reality Gem, any dream can be realized, all scientific codes and natural laws are meaningless in front of it, this gem has the ability to modify them at will. Mind Gem. This gem can allow the user to enter the thinking of others, and also allow all dreams, thoughts, and ideas to enter the user's brain. This gemstone can enhance spiritual power and increase psychic ability, and under the condition that other gemstones enhance its power, this gemstone can enter the mind of all things at the same time. Even just a light touch can change the other party's mind according to the user's will. When looking at the information of the other 2 gemstones, many audiences from the heavens and myriad realms froze in place, and it took a while for them to recover. Then, without any surprise, the barrage exploded. Holy shit, have you seen it? That Reality Gem is too scary, right? It feels more buggy than the Time Gem. Outrageous, 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 the upper limit of this thing is too high, it is not an exaggeration to call it the strongest of the 6 gems. Tisk tisk tisk, to be able to realize any dream, all scientific codes and natural laws have no meaning in front of it. Doesn't this mean that perpetual motion machines can be manufactured? Awesome, I directly fantasize that I am a god, I am omnipotent, I can destroy the universe, and I can create the universe. Isn't that invincible? The upper limit of this thing depends entirely on the user's cognition. Lulu, compared with the real gem, the soul gem seems to be a lot more crotchless, it's not a class of existence at all. If someone can collect all 6 infinite gems, I am afraid that they will be invincible. It is directly a hexagonal warrior, and no one is invincible at all. Compared to the infinity gems, the previous storage is rubbish. Even Hogyaku, which can evolve infinitely, is nothing more than that, even the god of Otsutsuki, it's nothing more than that. At this moment, when they saw the abilities of the last 2 infinite gems, almost all the audience in the heavens and myriad worlds were excited. Even some existences in the high-latitude world can't help but look sideways. Without him, the power of infinite gems is really terrifying. Among them, the Time Gem and the Reality Gem are the most prominent. Their power is so terrifying that they can't help but be speechless. What's more, I feel that as long as I collect all the infinite gems, even a common man can become an invincible existence. A real hexagonal warrior, without a single flaw. The world of mortals cultivating immortals, Chaos Star Sea Kuoxing Island. Oh my god, the Infinity Stones are too scary, aren't they? They're scarier than any magic weapon. At this moment, when looking at the introduction of limited gems, almost all the monks couldn't help being shocked, even the existence of nascent soul, Hwashan, and even the above were extremely shocking. Without him, each of these gemstones is a rare treasure in the world. It can be said that there is no magic weapon that can match the infinity gems. Hiss, even if it's a small green bottle, it's nothing compared to the infinite gems. Regarding this, even old Devil Han who owns the little green bottle couldn't help but gasp. Originally, he thought that the little green bottle he owned was the most precious treasure in the world. Even the magic weapons of nascent soul and soul transformation monks are far behind. But now he understands that the little green bottle is nothing in front of all kinds of treasures in the heavens and myriad worlds. Just the Time Gem alone, the little green bottle will be exploded. The liquid in the small green bottle, although it can nourish the medicine, makes their years grow rapidly. But the Time Gem can directly accelerate the growth of the drug and directly mature it. Even, it is possible to travel through time and space after planting, and pick it in the right year. The most important thing is that it will not affect the main time and space, and you can gather wool infinitely. As for the reality gems, let alone, there is no need to plant them, just think about them. He doesn't need to practice anymore, it is enough to directly imagine that he is a nascent soul cultivator or a Hwashan cultivator. Fight the world, in the desert. Hiss, the infinite gemstones are too scary, right? Even if it is a strange fire, it is not as good as 1/10,000,000th of them. Looking at the information on the screen, Xiao Huohuo took a deep breath and almost scalded himself. However, even the high temperature in the mouth still can't relieve his shocking heart at the moment. Without him, the role of infinite gems is really terrifying. Those functions directly refreshed his cognition and crushed his worldview once again. Compared with the infinity stones, the alien flame he was looking for was nothing. It can even be called garbage. Young man, don't be too ambitious. No matter how good the infinite gems are, they are not things of this world. The strange fire is the foundation of your foothold in this world. Don't lose everything. In this regard, although Yao Lao was equally shocked, he had seen big scenes after all, and directly explained the stakes. I understand, teacher. Hearing this, Xiao Mihuo quickly came to his senses. As a man of 2 lifetimes, he naturally understands what Yao Lao said. No matter how good other things are, if you can't get them yourself, they will be useless after all. And all he needs to do is to strive for what he can do. Infinity gems, what a good thing. In the space where the Soul Clan is located, Emperor Hunshan couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. However, emotion is emotion. Although he is very eager for infinite gems, he also understands what Yao Lao said. And the appearance of the infinite stones also strengthened his next thoughts. Soul Clan, it's time to unify the continent. And in this continent, there should also be a Do-De Strongman. Marvel Cinematic Universe, Titans. Infinity gems are more terrifying than we imagined. After reading the information, even though he already knew the power of the infinity gems, Tony still couldn't help but exclaim. Not only him, but others as well. No one else, although they know something about infinity stones. But after all, it is only one-sided, and the information given by the Foundation. There are many that they don't know, or have not yet developed. And this also made them more aware of how terrifying Thanos with 5 infinite gems would be. As expected of the Foundation, you know a lot. Thanos, who is located on the Earth and is looking for the vision, also noticed the information in the screen and couldn't help admiring. For infinity stones, he does have a deep understanding. But he also has many functions that have not been developed, but with the exposure of the inventory video now, he once again realizes the horror of infinite gems. At the same time, he couldn't help being a little curious. If the Foundation faced him who had collected all 6 infinite gems, what method would he use to deal with him? Even if it is the god who claims to be the existence of Yahweh. It might not be his opponent, right? Of course, curiosity is curiosity. Thanos did not stop. Instead, use the information given in the inventory video to make better use of the gem's ability and find the location of the illusion. While many audiences were shocked, new subtitles appeared on the screen. The following information pushed the audience who had slowly slowed down to the peak again. Note, after collecting 6 infinity gems, inlay them on the infinity glove or any object, and you will be able to make a wish and snap your fingers. Snap your fingers for wishing. This finger can realize any wish. Theoretically any wish can be realized, whether it is destroying the universe, or creating the universe, and annihilating all things in the world. At this moment, when I saw the last few subtitles, almost all the audience were stunned, Wang Dihao, staring blankly at the information on the screen. Even some existences in the high-latitude world are silent at this moment. The atmosphere became extremely dull in an instant. Apparently, almost the entire audience was attracted by these materials. Finally, after a long period of silence, almost all the audience were excited. And the barrage exploded in an instant. No way, no way! Infinity gems actually have even more terrifying abilities, aren't you kidding me? Unbelievable, unbelievable, if you gather all 6 infinite gems, you will be able to make a wish and snap your fingers? This TM is too outrageous, right? 666, theoretically any wish can be realized, even if it is to destroy the universe and create the universe. This is no less than the method of that god, right? Is there a possibility that even the Lord may not be able to withstand the snap of his fingers when facing a wish? Any wish can come true. Outrageous, really outrageous. Infinity gems actually have such a hidden function, it's simply off the mark. Hastily, can this method be achieved by human beings? Making a wish and snapping your fingers will directly allow human beings to have the mighty power comparable to God. Damn it, what the hell is an infinite gem? How can it have such a terrifying power? Even a real god can't create such a thing, right? Create the universe, this is something that even the emperor can't do, this world is too crazy, how can there be everything? Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could such things exist in this world? Firm. At this moment, countless spectators from all the heavens and myriad worlds uttered cries like a muckrat, and each of them was shocked to the ultimate by the power of the infinite gemstone. No matter how they can imagine. It's incredible that the infinity stones possess such great power. Even after seeing God Yahweh, they still couldn't believe it. Chapter 59. Dragon Ball World, Earth Turtle Fairy House. This ability is completely outrageous, it is not a level existence at all. At this moment, when he saw the introduction of making a wish and snapping his fingers, Kellen's eyes widened, his face was full of unimaginable horror, and his heart was shocked to ultimate. Not only him, Bulma, Yamcha, Gohan and others all showed the same expression, and even Vegeta and Piccolo, who were far away in the sky, froze in place. Without him, the power of making a wish and snapping fingers is far beyond their imagination. Whether it's the dragon on Earth, or the dragon on Namek, compared to making a wish and snapping your fingers, they are all blown up. Even, this is not a level of existence. You know, although Shenlong claims that any wish can come true. But at best, resurrection life. Restoring planets, immortality, etc. Desires such as destroying the planet and killing Frisia are simply impossible to realize, and he cannot do it. Otherwise, they would have directly wished to kill Vegeta, Frisia, and the others, and there would be no need to go through a series of extremely difficult battles. But now, the wish snap in the inventory video. To be able to do this feat, and to claim that any wish can come true. Creating the universe, destroying the universe, etc., can be done easily, which is simply beyond their imagination, beyond their cognition, and crushes their worldview. It's hard for them to imagine that there is such a heaven-defying existence in this world. Destroyer Star. Snap your fingers to make a wish? This level of ability is already comparable to a super dragon. For wishing and snapping fingers, even Beerus, the god of destruction, couldn't sit still, his pupils shrank violently, and his face was full of solemnity. Even he can't ignore the infinite gemstones that the Foundation needs to contain this time. Without him, the power of Su Feng's snapping fingers is really terrifying. To be able to realize any wish, this is something that even the Supreme God and the Almighty King cannot do. The Super Dragon is the only existence in the 12 universes that can do such a feat. Needless to say, the Super Dragon, it is an existence comparable to the King and God tier officer. Now, if you collect all the infinity gems, you can make a wish and snap your fingers. To be able to reach such a level, even he, the god of destruction, would be horrified. You know, even leaving aside wishing and snapping fingers. The power contained in the infinity gem is enough for him to pay attention to it. Now this mighty force appeared again, even he had never expected it, and even dared not imagine it. On the side, the indifferent look of the angel Weiss also disappeared. His face was serious, and there was a slight flicker in his eyes. Obviously, even 860, who is an angel, was shocked a lot. One leaf covers the sky, and the emperor is buried. Can any wish come true? Does the Infinity Stone really have such power? It's hard to imagine. If it wasn't for the existence of God Yahweh before, I'm afraid the emperor would scoff at it, but since the foundation has been exposed, it should be true. It's really enviable. What world is this object from? A single infinity gem is already heaven-defying, and now it has such a function. If it is placed in our world, I am afraid that all fellow Taoists will break the 9 days. Among the major forbidden areas of life, many Forbidden Zone Supremes couldn't help being filled with emotion. Although some Supreme Beings are questioning the power of making a wish and snapping fingers. But the vast majority still believe it. Well, he, the God Yahweh who appeared in the foundation before, possesses such a level of mighty power. Although it may not be able to make any wish come true. Faced with such a treasure. Even if the great emperors of the past existed, they couldn't help being envious. Some even half-jokingly said, if the infinite stones appear in the 9 heavens universe, I am afraid that all the supreme beings in the restricted area will compete and break through together with the nine heavens universe. In this regard, there is neither supreme approval nor supreme opposition. Obviously, they acquiesced to this statement. Possess the infinity stones to grant any wish, even if they are former ministers. Once they appear, they will definitely be jealous and fight. And with the number of supreme beings in the major life forbidden areas, if you try your best, I am afraid that the entire nine heavens universe will be destroyed. Perfect big world, thickness. Can you snap your fingers to make any wish come true? Interesting, if we make a wish to open the ancient artifact, will it be successful? Ha ha ha, you're crazy, how can you open the ancient artifact with a mere wish and snap of your fingers? That's something that even the supreme giant can't open. That's right, how can you open the ancient artifact by making a wish? Besides, if it really has such great power, why don't I just make a wish to break the king and become the emperor? What's the use of opening the ancient artifact? Located in a certain ancient land, immortal kings from all walks of life gathered together. As immortal kings, their days are incalculable. And with the appearance of the inventory video, many things appearing in it, even if they are immortal kings, they can't help being interested. And this is one of the reasons why they gathered together. And when they saw the power of making a wish and snapping their fingers, many immortal kings became interested. Some people even had a big brain hole, wanting to open the ancient artifact with a wish-snapping finger. However, this idea has attracted the ridicule of some immortal kings. Obviously, most immortal kings don't think that making a wish and snapping your fingers can open the artifact of origin. After all, it is an existence that even the great giants in foreign lands, such as Kunthi, Wu Yuzhan King, Pu Demon King, Red King, etc., cannot open it together. Infinity gems, they don't think they can do it at all. Besides, if you make a wish and snap your fingers, any wish can come true. Then why did they open the artifacts of origin? After all, the purpose of opening the ancient artifact of origin is to break the king and become the emperor. Then they just make a wish to break the king and become the emperor, wouldn't it be enough? Located in the ultimate ancient land of Jihai, Emperor Kang, Emperor Hong, Emperor Yu, and even the old man who destroyed the world. When they see the power of wishing and snapping fingers, the first thought that came to mind was also similar to that of the kings of foreign lands. But they are not breaking the king to become the emperor, but want to become the real fairy emperor. Of course, as quasi-immortal emperors, they couldn't believe it after all. Or in other words, I don't think that making a wish and snapping your fingers has such great power. No other, creating and destroying the universe. To them it's just a thought. That's all that can be done by making a wish and snapping your fingers, right? It is too unrealistic to want them to become real fairy emperors. Marvel Comics Universe. The power of the Infinity Gem is far beyond your imagination, but even if it is the same Infinity Gem, there is still a gap. I don't know if the Infinity Gem that the Foundation wants to contain is the Infinity Gem from the parallel universe. Infinity Ultron, who has collected all 6 infinite gems, raised the corners of his mouth slightly when he saw the remarks in the barrage, and was extremely disdainful of those remarks. No one else, because he saw some ants questioning the power of infinite gems. As the owner of Infinity Stones, he knows the power of Infinity Stones better than anyone else. He has collected 6 infinite gems to become Infinite Ultron, and he is already planning to invade the multiverse. Of course, he also understands there is a gap between the infinite gems in different universes. Now, he couldn't help being a little curious. The infinite gems that the Foundation wants to contain are infinite gems from which universe? It would be interesting if he was in this world. Without him, because he has the power to invade and even destroy the multiverse. The idea of wanting to have a touch with the Foundation came into my mind. He wanted to know, as an Infinite Ultron, how would the Foundation deal with him? And just when many audiences in the heavens and worlds reacted differently, the information about the infinite gems on the screen gradually fades away. Then, under the gaze of many audiences, the picture appeared. That is the picture of the birth of the universe. A terrifying explosion swept across the boundless darkness. This scene was beyond the imagination of countless audiences. Even, they don't know how to use words to describe the shock in their hearts at this moment. And at the beginning of the birth of the universe, 6 singularities appeared and became 6 oval gemstones of different colors. Even if it is a spirit gem, everyone understands in their hearts. In the picture, in the starry sky of the infinite universe, there are infinite gems. Under the watchful eyes of all the audience, the infinity stones exude a faint gleam. Maybe under the stars all over the sky, they look like the light of fireflies. But almost all audiences can feel their extraordinariness. And some real powerhouses can feel the terrifying power contained in the 6 infinity stones. That kind of power is beyond the reach of human beings. Soon, with the picture constantly changing, 6 infinity stones are also scattered. They landed in different places, on different planets. And with the shift of the camera, many viewers' perspectives are chasing after the gemstone. Under the watchful eyes of many audiences, through countless years, the power gem was obtained by an organization called the Tenjin Group. And the members of this organization are all wearing different colors and even different styles of armor. The members of its organization have extremely terrifying power. Soon, under the watchful eyes of many audiences, the God group who got the power gem took action. Although I don't know why. But they used the power gems to wantonly kill the races on the planets. Even, they used the power gems to easily destroy the planet. Boom! Located in the boundless starry sky, falling with the shock wave of the Luang gem. The atmosphere of the ancient star of life was blown away in an instant, and fell to the surface with the shock wave. The incomparably vast land quickly collapsed, and the sky also collapsed. The volcano erupted, the sea roared, and endless thunder fell. Like a chain reaction, the entire planet was continuously mutated in an instant, and even more violently shook. And as the perspective shifts to the starry sky, all viewers can see. The originally flawless ancient star of life was covered with cracks in just a few seconds. Traces like spider webs covered the entire ancient planet of life. And as the dazzling rays of light flickered, unprecedented flames emerged. Rumble! Accompanied by a huge and incomparably loud roar, the entire ancient star of life exploded directly, and the huge explosion sound directly resounded through the entire star field, and countless sparks were continuously ejected. In a short moment, the entire ancient planet of life. In the eyes of the audience, it turns into a grain of dust and dissipates in the universe. Really scary, this power gem is really scary, it really has the power to easily destroy the planet, awesome. This kind of power is really terrifying, it is not from the same dimension at all. Just a gem can make people possess such great power. I really can't imagine it, I can't believe it. Sigh. I have practiced hard for a lifetime, but in the end I barely reached the mountain gravel. They only have a power gem, and they have such great power. People are more popular than others. Dead man. I used to think that collapsing mountains and crushing rocks and destroying heaven and earth were already powerful enough, but now this scene makes me understand that those existences are nothing. Planet-level existences are the real ones. The last planet-level existence has been instantly killed by Yahweh, the universe-level existence is the real DK. Absurd, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a small gem has the power to destroy a planet. At this moment, when they saw the celestial group destroying the ancient life star, countless spectators let out a sound like a dream. And the barrage also fell into an uncontrollable madness. Even if the gods of Otsutsuki destroyed the planet last time, it was not as shocking as they came this time. No one else, the god of Otsutsuki, reached that level at least by his own strength. Now, just an infinite gemstone possesses such terrifying mighty power. How can this keep the audience from being shocked? How can it keep them from going crazy? Of course, although most of the audience was shocked. But in front of the real strong, this level of strength is still not enough. And for those crazy bullet screens, they are even more dismissive, and they don't even have the idea of making a speech next time. Without him, such small scenes as destroying the planet. If they forcefully pretend, wouldn't they appear to be very low? Even Frisia doesn't bother to pretend, let alone other bosses. Soon, the screen changed again, and another infinite gem appeared. Under the attention of many audiences, the Time Stone fell into the hands of the Supreme Mage Doctor Strange after a long period of time. In the hands of Doctor Strange, many viewers have seen the various functions of the Time Stone. For example, if an apple that has been eaten until only the core is left, the time can be traced back to before it was eaten. Backtracking a city that was destroyed by the war to a period that did not experience the war, together with the timeline of all living beings, is also backtracking. Even, the existence of an enemy against Doctor Strange. Directly speed up time or reverse time by Doctor Strange. Thus becoming an old man or a newborn baby. What's more, Doctor Strange is even able to manipulate cause and effect, so that there should be no intersection of creatures to produce Kong. And what the audience is most looking forward to is traveling through time and space. To the surprise of the audience, Doctor Strange uses gems to travel through parallel universes. Something changed from it, or something was taken away from it. And the main time and space have no influence. Tisk tisk, the time gem is indeed a time gem, it is really a bug-level existence, this apple will be eaten for a lifetime. Should I say it or not, the ability of the Time Stone is really convenient, it is probably the most practical besides the Reality Stone. Indeed, it is also very good at dealing with enemies, directly make them old or small, and crush them directly. Mum, if I have the time gem, I won't be afraid of destroying things in battle anymore. It's enough to just restore it after the battle, so I won't be complained. He, time stops, this reminds me of the little movie of the island country, this ability is really good. Manipulating cause and effect, I feel that Doctor Strange can grow old in the same month, and directly cause and effect between two strange men and women, so as to make a couple. Oh, my dear, I really traveled through time and space. Speaking of which, traveling through time and space actually looks like this, which is a bit beyond my expectation. Among the heavens and worlds, when seeing the various scenes of Doctor Strange using the Time Stone, many viewers couldn't help being filled with emotion, and were amazed by the function of the Time Stone. Needless to say, the ability to manipulate time is really terrifying. When you control the time, you almost control everything. Even some existences in the high-latitude world have shocking expressions in their eyes. After all, in any world, those who can manipulate time at will, without the slightest exception, are all super bosses. Now that a gem can give the common people such abilities, it really shocks them. Chapter 60. Doraemon World. Hey, this time gem is so powerful, but is it so difficult to travel through time and space? Nobita couldn't help admiring the various manifestations of the Time Stone. However, when he saw those shocking speeches on the barrage, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. I don't know why, compared to traveling through time-space. He obviously thinks that destroying the planet is more powerful. You know, Doraemon's time machine can travel through time and space. And instead of traveling to other time and space, it is a real time travel, which can change the past and future of the main world. But the barrage audience. But for the time gem that can only change other time and space. He felt extremely shocked, which really made him a little unexpected. The world of Dragon Ball, somewhere on the earth. Mom is really amazing. Time gems can travel through time and space. Mom can actually use technology to create them. If the audience in the heavens and 10,000 worlds know this, what kind of shock will it cause? Trunks, who had just arrived in this era by time machine, couldn't help but cry out. Although he knew that his mother Bulma was very powerful. He is one of the best geniuses in the whole world and even in the whole universe. But he did not expect that in other worlds. Traveling through time and space is such an inconceivable thing, it really made him feel emotional. You know, her mother is immortal. But in the future, she will forcefully rely on her own knowledge and skills. Create a time machine that can travel through time and space. Although the function of the time machine is not as good as the time gem, it is still very powerful. Not only him. Even Chiru, who also came by time machine, did the same. If it wasn't for the time machine, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to go back to this era. And this will also make him lose the opportunity to become a perfect body. And just when many audiences reacted differently, a new gem picture appeared. Under the watchful eyes of many spectators, the space gem appeared. However, the appearance of the space gem is somewhat different from before. After endless years, it became the Rubik's Cube. And the cosmic Rubik's Cube fell into the hands of the Ice Titans. With the power of the Rubik's Cube, the Ice Titans descended from a dark and cold country to the Earth, and launched an invasion. And the Ice Titans even threatened to plunge the mortal world into a new ice age. Fortunately, Odin, the father of the gods, brought the gods down from the realm of the gods to help the human beings on the Earth. In this process, the power of the space gem is also displayed in front of the audience. All kinds of teleportation, all kinds of weapons are transported. Even space warships teleport through wormholes under the power of space gems. There are even Protoss who were exiled by the space gems into the boundless universe and starry sky, and disappeared completely. However, to the surprise of many viewers, the Ice Titans who possessed the space gem actually lost to the Protoss. And the strength of God King Odin also surprised many viewers. The power of the space gem is really good. For a powerful race, it is a powerful weapon for siege. Tisk tisk, even the wormhole can be opened, it's really interesting. The Ice Titan clan is pretty strong, but it's a pity to meet the god race, especially the God King Odin, it's really scary. Should I say it or not, this God King Odin already has star-level combat power. I never thought that without relying on infinite gems, that world would have such an existence. And the Protoss seem to be getting stronger as time goes by. In this way, if you use the time gem to make them old, wouldn't it not only make them weaker, but make them stronger powerful? Similarly, as long as the Protoss are changed back to their childhood, their strength will be greatly weakened. When seeing the mighty power of the space gem, many viewers seemed much duller. However, for the Protoss and God King Odin, it has attracted the attention of some viewers. After all, planet-level existence is still very scary. Marvel Cinematic Universe. Father. When seeing God King Odin leading the gods to destroy the Ice Titans, Thor, the god of thunder, couldn't help Nanan talking to himself, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. For his father Odin, the God King, he is extremely revered. It can be said that God King Odin is the strongest and greatest existence in his mind. Now, when he saw his father again, his heart couldn't stop surging. Is this the true strength of Soul's father? It's scary. When he was young, he possessed star-level combat power. What kind of terrifying power should he possess when he is old? I don't know, but I feel like it might be comparable to the god of Otsutsuki. On the other side, Tony, Banner, and others couldn't help but express their emotions. They still know something about God King Odin. From Soul's mouth, they learned more about the strength of God King Odin. But they didn't expect that the power of God King Odin was far beyond their imagination. When he was young, he actually possessed star-level combat power. What kind of terrifying power would he have when he was old? Compared with the shock of everyone in Marvel, the rest of the world seems very peaceful. Wuda, the power of the space gem and the God King Odin, didn't make them too concerned. Neither is particularly good after all. Compared with the time gem, the former looks more ordinary. And the latter has the god of Otsutsuki and God Yahweh, which doesn't shock the audience too much. Soon, under the watchful eyes of many audiences, the soul gem appeared. However, the power of the soul gem has not been exposed too much. Although some people have obtained it, they have only exerted a little power. Even, its owner was killed by the soul gem. This made many viewers shudder. And in the end, the soul gem fell into a planet called Vermeer, and was guarded by a Red Skull man, and it didn't show too much. In this regard, the soul gem did not make any waves. Then came the much anticipated reality gem. Over the long years, reality gem has met many hosts. And in the hands of many owners, the abilities of the reality gem have also been used one after another. All kinds of fantasies are presented by reality gems. For example, get endless resources. Possess superhuman strength. Become the lord of a country and have supreme power. Imagine a beautiful country and turn it into reality. This scene deeply shocked every audience, and even made them extremely envious. And the barrage exploded directly. Oh my god, this reality gem is too awesome, isn't it? Any fantasy can be turned into the real world, and the endless resources are simply too cool. Grass, relying on the power of the reality gem, a mortal actually has the power to fly to the sky, escape from the ground, and move mountains and seas. It's really TM pervert. This is still the case of that person's lack of knowledge. If he has more knowledge, he feels that he can become a planet-level existence, and maybe even a universe-level existence is not impossible. Supreme power, if I can own the reality gem, it would be great, directly above one person, under 10,000 people, all kinds of beauties fall under my crotch. Even the imaginary country can become real, it is really scary, I want to immerse myself in that beautiful country forever. Should I say it or not, among the infinite gems, the reality gem is the most top-notch, at least in terms of functionality, no gem can match it. Indeed, even the time gem is inferior to a certain extent. As long as this thing is used well, it cannot be countered at all. Facing the gem of reality, almost all the audience uttered a voice like a dream, and everyone hoped to get the gem of reality. Even a high-ranking emperor, even an extremely powerful immortal, even a big shot in the cultivation world, all of them yearn for the reality gem. Without him, the function of this thing is really awesome. To some extent, it is no less than making a wish and snapping your fingers. Ghosts destroy the world, in the butterfly house. The reality gem, what a powerful ability, if I can get it, how good would it be? At this moment, seeing all kinds of fantasies being realized, Tanjiro's eyes were full of longing, and he hoped to get the infinite gem. You know, his mother and siblings. They were all murdered ruthlessly by the ghost king Otsutsuki. Even his only sister, Nezuko, has become a ghost. If he can get the reality gem, he can imagine a world without ghosts. In that world, his mother, his younger sister, his younger brother, and even his father are all alive and living happily together. How wonderful it must be in all of this. Not only him, even my wife Zenitsu and Ziwei Inashuk. Even the pillar-level powerhouses are extremely eager for the reality gem. Without him, their ideas also coincide with Tanjiro, hoping to create a beautiful world. Shinigami world, present world. Is there really such a gem in this world? Not even Hogyaku can compare to it. Located in a small shop, Urahara Kisuke couldn't help but whisper to himself. He doesn't really believe in the power of infinite stones. But the scenes in the picture made him have to believe it. Even with his knowledge, he felt that it was extremely outrageous, even terrifying. The abilities of these gems are much more terrifying than Hogyaku. If used well, there is nothing Hogyaku can match. Although in the eyes of some people, Hogyaku has the power of endless evolution, it is incomprehensible. But if he has the infinity stones, even Aizen who has Hogyaku, he has 1,000 ways to defeat him. 0. Ask for flowers. Even, as long as any one of the gems is enough. It's hard to imagine, how can there be so many incredible things in the heavens and worlds? On the other side, Yujigu, who is the protagonist, was also quite shocked at the moment. With the continuous exposure of inventory videos, all kinds of unimaginable things. I don't know how many times I have refreshed his cognition and crushed his worldview. Perfect world, Tenjin Academy. If the use of reality. Can the power of gemstones be able to step on the road of using the body as a seed? Located somewhere in an ancient place, Meng Tianzheng, the elder of the deity academy, couldn't help muttering to himself. The so-called gem of reality is the ability to realize the thoughts in people's hearts. And taking the road of being a seed is what he has been pursuing all along. Now, when he saw the power of the reality gem, he couldn't help thinking about it. However, he finally smiled wryly, shook his head, and sighed leisurely. Whether or not the reality gem is realized, what does it matter to him? Instead of daydreaming about these things, it is better to practice hard. Moreover, is the road of using the reality gem as a seed really what he wants? However, not everyone is as rational as him. Many supreme powerhouses and juvenile arrogances couldn't stop their eyes from reality gems. Without him, as long as they have this gem, they don't need to practice hard at all. Whether it's the treasures of heaven and earth, or secret books of exercises, or even cultivation bases. All can be imagined through reality gems. And just when many viewers were envious, the last soul gem among the infinite gems also appears on the screen. Under the watchful eyes of many audiences, the soul gem fell into the hands of Thanos after a long time, and he handed the scepter inlaid with the soul gem to Loki. After getting the Mind Stone, Loki invaded the Earth under the command of Thanos. And the various abilities of the Mind Stone can also be presented to the audience. A scepter encrusted with the Mind Stone. You can control the thoughts of others, and you can also communicate over long distances. It can also emit light through gems and easily shoot down helicopters. However, Loki, who possessed the soul gem, was defeated in the end. The Mind Stone was also used by Tony. Develop the artificial intelligence that I have always wanted to do, Ultron. The Soul Stone endows Ultron with all the energy and life, allowing it to possess terrifying and incomparable power. Even the spell left by God King Odin doesn't work on it. It's a pity that the appearance of Ultron ran counter to Tony's original idea, and also created a vision made of vibranium. The soul gem can only be said to be quite satisfactory. It is a little less powerful than I imagined, and it is not that powerful. It is estimated that the person who uses it is not good. Whether it is that Loki, Ultron, or even Vision, it feels quite ordinary. Speaking of which, the guy named Tony actually created such a terrifying Ultron. If this thing is not careful, it will probably destroy the world. Artificial intelligence is still quite scary, it actually wants to destroy humans. The next step is to make a wish and snap your fingers, right? Who is the lucky one who has collected all 6 infinity gems? Well, compared to who collected the infinite gems, I'm not that interested. Instead, I'm interested in what wish he made. It shouldn't be a boring wish, right? Reasonable. Even if I use wishing and snapping my fingers now, I don't know what to wish. I feel that ruling the world and having endless wealth is too low, and destroying the universe. The creation of the universe by the universe is a bit too much. Regarding the ability of the Mind Stone, the audience from the heavens and myriad realms seemed relatively dull, far less intense than the Time Stone and the Reality Stone. And some strong people even ignored the Soul Gem. The functionality of this thing is like a chicken rib in the hands of those people. And compared to the Soul Stone, they expect Su Kang's snapping fingers to appear more. I don't know what kind of wish will be made by the being who has collected all the infinite gems in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. At this moment, Thanos has found the location of Vision. Although the Scarlet Witch has already destroyed the Soul Gem, there is no restlessness on his face, but a comfortable smile on his face. Without him, the inventory video will finally take him one step. He's found the last gem, just snap a wish. How about the rest of love? As for the Soul Gem being destroyed, that's nothing at all. Under Scarlet Witch's horrified gaze, time went backwards. And the vision with the Soul Stone appeared again. In response, the corners of Thanos' mouth rose slightly, and he directly struck without any hesitation. At the same time, a new screen also started in the screen, which is about Thanos' death. Chapter 61. In the picture, under the gaze of many audiences, Thanos with the power gem appeared. He led his subordinates to drive an incomparably huge warship. Attack on a refugee ship from Asgard. Facing the many people of Asgard, Thanos who possesses the power gem. Like a dimensionality reduction attack, it easily killed a large number of people. Even Thor, the burly figure with surface-level power. He was not an opponent of Thanos at all, and was defeated by him with an overwhelming advantage, pinching his head with one hand. Moreover, Thanos also threatened Loki, the god of tricks, to tell the whereabouts of the space gem, otherwise he would kill Loki's big brother Thor. Can this be considered a god? Compared with the god of Otsutsuki and Jehovah, or even the god King Odin, this Thor is really good. I can't say that, anyway. Thunder God Soul also has surface-level strength, and he seems to be the son of God King Odin. Generally speaking, it's not bad. Indeed, there are strengths and weaknesses among gods. Besides, isn't there a Shinigami at the bottom? As long as that thing awakens Zanpakuto, it can become a Shinigami. Oh, and this guy named Thanos, he seems to be looking for infinite gems, is it possible that he will gather all the infinite gems and snap his fingers to make a wish? It seems that there is a good chance. This Thanos is very strong in itself, and with the addition of power gems, he also has star-level combat power. At this moment, when Thanos appeared, and when punching Thor and kicking Loki looking for space gems, many viewers couldn't help talking. For Thor's strength, many viewers are still very disappointed. After all, he was called a god, but he was caught in the hands of Thanos like a dead dog. It's really a bit hip pull, it's a shame to God. And through the subtitle introduction, the audience also learned that his father is the god King Odin. This made him even more contemptuous. After all, his father possessed star-level combat power at a young age, but this son, as a result, was actually so powerful. As for Thanos' search for infinite gems, many viewers couldn't help guessing. Thanos is very likely to collect all the infinite gems and make a wish and snap his fingers. In the picture, under the gaze of many audiences, Loki, the god of tricks, couldn't bear to watch his Ernie-chan Thor, the god of thunder, suffer so much. So in desperation, he could only take out the space gem. However, when he handed over the space gem to Thanos, as the god of intrigue, Loki had a strange smile on his face. We have Hulk. Just when many audience members were puzzled, a sudden roar sounded. Roar! With the perspective opened, all viewers can see. A titan with green skin and only pants appeared. He came with an extremely fast speed and enough power to shake the city, and directly knocked Thanos, who had the power gem, into the air. The terrifying power shocked the entire battleship. However, what Loki, the god of tricks, did not expect was that even Hulk, who possesses terrifying power, is still no match for Thanos. Without him, in front of the power gem, even the Green Titan Hulk is a bit worse after all. After some fighting, Hulk was directly beaten to the ground. Thor, the god of thunder, was also subdued again, and his actions were restricted by Thanos' subordinates. In the end, without the slightest surprise, Thanos captured the Space Stone. And the so-called trick god Loki was crushed to death like an ant. Even the entire battleship was destroyed by Thanos with the power of the power gem. Tisk tisk tisk, this god of tricks is really full of tricks. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. We have the Hulk, and then the Green Titan Hulk was rubbed on the ground with his backhand. It really made me laugh. How should I put it, this Green Titan Hulk is really strong, and purely in terms of strength, it is much more terrifying than Thor, but it is a pity that it is still not enough to face the power gem. Hehe, the setting of this Green Titan Hulk is a bit interesting. As he gets angrier, the power he possesses becomes more terrifying, and even reaches star level. Oh my dear, it's another rule-like existence? But why do I think that this thing's output depends entirely on roaring? You have to be provoked by others to become stronger. Laughing numbly, this god of trickery is simply a clown, with that incomparably short blade. Who do you want to kill? He was crushed to death immediately. Tisk tisk, the second infinity gem was collected so quickly. It seems that the one who made the wish and snapped his fingers is really very likely to be this Thanos. Many viewers couldn't help laughing when they saw Thanos slapping Hulk and crushing the god of tricks to death. Originally they thought, how powerful is the Green Titan Hulk? The result was the same as Thor's fate, being directly pressed and rubbed on the ground. And that god of tricks, even more like a clown, was crushed to death immediately. Marvel Cinematic Universe. On the Earth, Thor, the god of thunder, who was fighting Thanos, couldn't help but a trace of grief flashed in his eyes, and then fought harder and harder to fight Thanos. For Loki, the younger brother, Saul has always valued. Although he is very naughty, sometimes he always makes some bad moves. But no matter what, Loki died to save him. Now seeing this scene again, how can he not be sad, how can he not be angry? The small universe broke out directly, and even suppressed Thanos for a while. And soon, as the space gem was taken away by Thanos, a group of them also went to different planets to find the rest of the infinite gems. Thanos' men go to Earth, and he goes to where the other gems are. Boom! In the screen, under the gaze of many audiences, Thanos' subordinates are driving alien spaceships. under the power of space gems, quickly reach a certain city on the Earth. In this regard, the Earth is not without the slightest strength to fight. Tony the Iron Man, Doctor Strange Mage, the owner of the Time Stone, Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, and other existences all came forward to fight. And Tony's Iron Man armor really surprised many viewers. That high-tech armor directly blinded the eyes of many viewers, making them want to. Not only that, but the magic of Doctor Strange also amazed many viewers. Although they have seen Doctor Strange use the Time Stone before, they have never seen him use any sky-shattering magic. Now, seeing Doctor Strange, who is the Supreme Mage, cast all kinds of cool magic, many viewers couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and they were immediately so handsome. One Piece World, Sunshine Sunny. It's so powerful, so handsome, isn't this Iron Man armor too handsome? Even the way it transforms is so handsome. At this moment, when seeing Tony's Iron Man armor, Luffy stared at gold stars, couldn't help drooling, his face was full of excitement and longing. Should I say it or not, the handsomeness of Iron Man's suit. For young people like him who don't know much, it's a dimensionality reduction blow. If possible, he is willing to use all his wealth to exchange for a set of battle armor. Not only him, Usopp, Chopper and others were also handsome. Even Zoro and Sanji were moved. Obviously, even they are attracted by Iron Man armor. Without him, a cool Iron Man armor, any man will love it. Hey, this Iron Man armor is quite interesting. On the other side, in the laboratory, the genius scientist Vegapunk couldn't help showing surprise when he saw Iron Man's armor. Even at his level, he couldn't help but feel amused by such sophisticated armor. No one else, because the level of this armor is really too high. Even if it is him, it is difficult to create it. The world of martial arts sculptures. My God, you can fly into the sky and escape from the ground with just a suit of armor, and break mountains and break rocks. This is much more powerful than martial arts. Is this what the bullet screen said about believing in science? Located in the city of Xiangyang, Guo Jing stared blankly at Tony, who was wearing the Iron Man armor and was almost omnipotent, and couldn't stop being shocked in his heart. You know, even with his current strength. It's just that he can fly over the eaves and walk over the wall with the help of light work, at most he can smash the hill with his workforce. And the Tony in the picture, relying on a mortal body. To actually forcefully fly into the sky and escape from the ground, breaking mountains and crushing rocks, is simply outrageous. They have worked so hard to contact martial arts for so long, but the result is still not as good as someone else's armor. Who can stand this? Immediately numb. Fairy tale world. It's so powerful magic power, this supreme Doctor Strange Mage, at least is the existence of the top 10 magic guides. Located in the guild, Urza couldn't help but scream out in horror, shocked by Doctor Strange's magic power, and even more shocked by his powerful magic. She is more interested in beings that also possess magic. And Doctor Strange's magical power gave her the feeling that it was no less than that of the president's old man. Obviously, this is definitely a holy 10-level existence. As for the Iron Man armor, she is not very interested. As the Fairy Queen, she doesn't need too many armors, although this Iron Man armor is cool, but that's it, it's not her favorite type. However, just because she likes it doesn't mean other people don't like it. The members headed by Naz and Grey, their eyeballs are about to pop out, and the Halazi are all over the floor. And just when many audiences were amazed by the battle armor and magic, the picture changed again. Under the watchful eyes of many audiences, Thanos' subordinates, Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf, fought together with Supreme Mage, Doctor Strange, Iron Man Tony, and Spider-Man Peter Parker. The battle between the two sides, although not as good as the previous inventory war. But it was also extremely intense, which made many viewers look amazing. After all, compared to the contest between Ryotsu and Chakra, the battles of technology, magic, and superpowers are also pretty good. In the end, Doctor Strange was defeated and taken away by Thanos' men. Iron Man Tony chose to keep up with the spaceship and join this battle. And as the camera turned, the figure of Thanos reappeared in the screen. Located in the realm of ignorance, Thanos has captured the collectors at this moment, and is asking for the whereabouts of the infinite gems. And just then, a figure suddenly appeared. That is a a woman with dark skin named Gamera. Facing Thanos, who asked about the whereabouts of the collector's infinite gems, she held a weapon and fought Thanos. However, to the surprise of many viewers, facing this woman whose strength was obviously mediocre, Thanos was actually killed. Fortunately, as the picture changed, they finally understood the reason. It turns out that all of this is an illusion created by Mishi using the reality gem. The realm of knowing nothing has already been destroyed, and Thanos has already obtained the third Infinity Stone. Why is Doctor Strange being so pushy? Could this guy be doing it on purpose? With the power of the Time Stone, how could he be easily knocked down? It's really possible that it was intentional. This guy seems to be able to see through the future. Besides, the Time Gem can protect itself no matter what. It's obviously intentional. Tisk tisk, Thanos' subordinates are also quite powerful, their strength should not be underestimated. Holy shit, who is this green-faced girl? She is so awesome, she will kill her right away. 6. Let me just say, why did Thanos become so sloppy? It turns out that all of this is fake. Should I say it or not, the speed of Thanos is really fast. I just collected all 3 Infinity Stones, and Doctor Strange was also arrested. Strictly speaking, there are still 2. At this moment, when they saw the scenes in the screen, many viewers couldn't help talking, and the barrage continued to emerge. Many viewers couldn't help but feel a little confused about the scene of Doctor Strange being taken away. Because with the strength of Doctor Strange and the Time Stone, it is impossible to be that weak. Now he was actually caught by an ebony throat, which is obviously unreasonable. However, some viewers speculated that Doctor Strange should have done it on purpose. After all, Doctor Strange can see through the future, maybe he has some tricks. As for the picture of Thanos being killed, it also surprised many viewers. Fortunately, this is just an illusion after all, let them breathe a sigh of relief. You know, many viewers hope that Thanos will collect all the infinite gems. They wanted to see if making a wish and snapping their fingers was as scary as they said. If Thanos is GG in the middle, that's not what they want to see. Soon, under the watchful eyes of many spectators, Thanos in the picture controls Gamera, and use the power of the reality gem to dismantle the destroyer and others into solid pieces. And just when Thanos was about to leave, a scene that made the audience feel that 1.0 was outrageous appeared. A man with a gun with a sense of technology appeared, named Kui Ni. He pointed the gun at Thanos, and threatened Thanos loudly to let Gamera go, otherwise he would shoot Thanos to death. This scene not only made Thanos laugh. Even the audience laughed. Facing Thanos with 3 infinite gems, this guy actually threatened Thanos with a gun. Dare to face the 3 infinite gems, can guns still kill Thanos? To the surprise of the audience. For Quill's threat, Thanos didn't pay attention at all. And as Quill pulled the trigger, the scene that made many audience laugh appeared. Puff! When the trigger of the high-tech gun is pulled, a bunch of bubbles burst out from it. Obviously, this is the reality gem showing off its power. This scene directly made Quill confused, and made the audience laugh. Buffalo, Beefy. 666, you kid, are you going to laugh at me to death so that you can inherit my inheritance? It really made me laugh. I thought it was some kind of firearm, but after a long time, it turned out to be a bubble gun. No, labor and management are having a meal, so I burst out laughing. The courage is commendable, but unfortunately the strength is still too weak. Faced with such a funny scene, the barrage immediately exploded. Needless to say, since the stock-taking video appeared until now, there have been no funny scenes. Now with Quill's appearance, the audience immediately laughed. Even some experts in JOEI world couldn't help but smile a little, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised.